Futures back to session lows here this morning as we get some data just coming through the New York Fed manufacturing index down 11.2% versus negative 1% expected there. We're also getting some retail sales data month over month, negative 0.6% versus negative 0.2% there on retail sales on a month-over-month basis. Initial jobless claims just coming through, 211,000 versus 232,000. Welcome in. More negativity coming through here for the overall market, following through, in fact, from what happened late in the day yesterday following Fed Chair Powell's press conference, where he remained very, very hawkish, said all the right things once again. More rate hikes to come, higher terminal rate to come, longer as far as how long we're going to have higher rates to deal with in general. Overall, the market back in negative territory individually. Not a lot of individual catalysts to discuss. We'll talk about Tesla, obviously, coming up here. With Elon, yeah, he was, in fact, in there selling over the past week or so, $3.5 billion worth. There was speculation going back to, not last weekend, but the week before, whether or not that was going to be the case as he continues to try and prop up this Twitter deal. Going to be an interesting day. It's Thursday, December 15th, 2022. tradertv.live starts now. There we go. That's how things are shaping up right now. 1%, basically right across the board there. 1.09, 1.26 for the NASDAQ, leading the way to the downside. A lot of red on this board already. Back to flat here for crude oil. It was up about 0.5% when I sat down this morning. 1.5, 2.5 now for Ethereum as selling accelerating right now in cryptocurrency markets. The Philly Fed Business Index just coming across there as well. Negative 13.8 versus negative 10. Expected. Arun is in the building. Good to have him as always, sitting in for Neil today. It's the aftermath of another very hawkish Fed, guys. So what do we do here? More negativity as far as the overall market is concerned.
Well, Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, you know what? Bang! That's what I think. No, obviously, Arun's sitting in for Sean this morning. But look, we're glad to have Arun. I don't think we're going to get a chance to move the bear, at least temporarily here. We just had the jobless claims number that came in 211 versus 230, right? So a little bit, the job market looking a little bit better than expected. We'll see. That sounds a little bit negative to me overall. But Netflix, man, like that just dropped in the pre-market. It's down 5% now. Roblox is almost down 8%. But Netflix potentially having to give advertisers money back. They're not meeting some of the minimum requirements that they made for terms of viewership, and yeah, inventory, a bit of a problem there. And so Netflix is under a lot of pressure. We're going to be tracking this one pretty closely. And then Roblox, I was just looking at Roblox, down almost 8% here today. Tesla, obviously, we were just having a conversation with Luca before we came on about how there was just so much program selling, and then of course it turns out, of course, it was Elon. When it feels like it's Elon selling shares, it's probably Elon selling shares, but I'm sure he'll say again that he's done again another time and then sell next year. So
He's done until he's done, until he's not done, and then he might not be done. Anyways, futures market obviously having quite the ride yesterday. We really didn't get anywhere after all of that. We were expecting obviously some volatility. Fed gave you that 50 basis points. But we knew that after the previous day when the CPI came in lower, most likely they were going to keep the 50 in check. But at the same time, it was going to be all about the forward projections. And that's what the market was trying to digest. It does look like coming into today, the market wants to go a little bit negative here. We are starting the day down. What are we down? 1.5 of the NASDAQ, 1.2 on the S&P. And it does look like there's some pressure on some names. We are seeing some pressure on Tesla and Netflix and whatnot going on down. Crude market is somewhat quiet, so I think we'll leave that one for now. But S&P still working to the downside. We'll see how this goes into the open, but it isn't feeling too light right now. They might take it to 80 soon, and if we do, I might step into some shorts fairly soon. But we'll wait on that one there. You don't see it on the board yet, but I do have two positions already, both on the short side. NVIDIA short at 173.47, and Tesla short at 153.47. So I use that little 830 pop to get short there off those numbers.
You like NVIDIA? Yeah, I like NVIDIA.
Apologies, obviously, filling in for Sean, not Neil. I'll be okay. Going to be an interesting day here as we head towards the open, guys. A number of individual numbers coming through, including the Empire Fed manufacturing number as well, the Philly Fed number, negative 11.2 versus negative 1 expected. It was plus 4 the last month. So big move to the downside. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use TTV at checkout. Get 10% off, guys. Shout out to Surge Trader for coming on board once again this week. Here's the headline that I sat down to this morning. It was 50 basis points if you missed it yesterday. Remember, we don't get another one of these now until February. So there's going to be 2 months here, or almost 2 months, I guess, a month and a half, that the overall economy and the overall market can kind of digest what has happened already this year, which has been 4.5% essentially of increases, 450 basis points, if you want to talk about it that way, to the upside from the Fed. But it was this hawkish language that continues to be the story. Fed Chair Powell reiterating their stance, more increases for longer, higher rates to come for longer. I mean, Neil, you and I were kind of talking about this before we came on yesterday and discussing the simple fact that I feel like they almost had to portray that message at least going into the new year here.
Yeah, like you're going to get all of the hawkish talk until probably like the last second or whatever the last minute would be. And, you know, everyone's kind of looking for that light at the end of the tunnel, which would be, okay, well, you're already slowing down because 75 to 50 technically is, and then everyone's anticipating 25. So we kind of know that's in the cards. But then how long is this pause going to be? And then when can rates actually start coming back down? And every indication is just, you know, no sign whatsoever that we're going to give. And of course, he'd never come out and actually say that, oh yeah, by the back end of next year, you could see that coming back. You could see rates coming back down. All indications are that seems like it's probably a little bit further off than people are anticipating, because look where inflation still is. It doesn't matter that you get down at, like, depending on which metric you want, 6 or 7%, when, you know, the target rate is still only going to be getting to 5, even if they raise it by a little bit. So, you know, there's a lot of economic data that has to come out next year, that's going to be incredibly important. I know we always keep focused on CPI and PPI, and nothing's going to change come Q1 next year. We're going to still be laser focused on both those. This market a little bit reeling here. I'm a few seconds from getting in short Intel, if you hadn't guessed that one, as it's about to break the low of the day. But I'm looking at the futures here. I'm looking at the SPY, and you have a chance at a channel break on the SPY here, as I just get into Intel. You have a chance at a channel break on the SPY. And after I see it fail the 200 period, that's the S&P, fail the 200 period moving average, and look like it's going to be a channel breakdown. There's a lot of short setups. Maybe there's some traps out there. My goodness, Netflix is already at 300. Okay.
Told you.
It's going to be one. You know what? On that pop up, I was kind of hoping to be able to get something in that 305, 306 range. I didn't actually get any shares. I'm gonna try and get some Netflix if there is any pop to be had. But yeah, maybe there's a bit of a trap looming, and that everyone's thinking to the short side right now after yesterday, and then seeing what just happened in Netflix and sort of seeing where the futures are at. There could be traps, but sometimes you just got to go with the momentum here. There's so many names that are at these flat bottom breakdowns that I can't even. Like, I was looking at Airbnb was one of them. We're going to talk about Snapchat as well, my daily on Airbnb. Yeah, I mean, look at Airbnb at $90 here, 91, check that. I mean, on the daily chart, this is just an obviously massive level, $5 to $6 to next support at 85, and it's not the only stock that's like this. So across the board, there's a bunch. Snapchat, I think it's $9 for Snapchat, very similar look. So this is what we're kind of feeling after getting, I suppose, what was expected. We expected there to be hawkish talk. That's what we got. There was a bit of a rally when Jerome was on the podium, but that was relatively short-lived.
Yeah, this market's coming off quite a bit here, and both Tesla and Netflix, both my positions are running, so you know we gotta get some orders out. Futures market coming off below 80. I will open up a short soon if it can maintain this pressure to the downside, but we're gonna wait on just a tad bit. I do want to get the right prices here as the market comes off. We don't want to step in too aggressively. And we were talking about Netflix. When Neil sat down, we were talking about Netflix initially. He brought it up at 307 or 308. And then it fell $5 by the time he brought it up the second time. And then he's like, oh, someone's chasing it down, trying to get some shares out. I'm just like, you know what? If that's the case, it's going to break 300 before the market even opens. It seems like we're going to be there.
Somebody was chasing it for 10, like they're trying to sell 10,000 shares on Netflix, and it's the pre-market, so it's not like there's a lot of liquidity. From what I saw, they were starting to try to sell it when it broke 05s, and chased it down. It was like 3s, and then it was 2s. And they eventually got the fill at 0190 something. For the whole, I think it's like, I saw 9,500 shares go off. And so I guess they got the entire boat, and then it just sort of continued to the downside after that. There was a pop. Like when they got the fill, it eventually did pop back up, but then right back into the lows. I mean, Netflix, it's been one of the better performing stocks on the daily. And it's cool. I know we're going to probably get to this, but you haven't been anything but happy with the way Netflix has been performing the last few months here. So if there's something that has some room to get down, like the 50 period is 10% away, and we're already down 5%. So, this one has room to be able to go. And I like the shorts all the way back into actually 08 and 09. At this point, I don't think we see those prices again.
There was an update that came across there for Roblox, both on the active daily user numbers for November, up 15% year over year at the top here, 56.7 million. Some other financial targets as well, looking positive as well. But the stock's actually down so far as RBLX. I'll show you in a sec. This was that note you guys were mentioning there. They actually apparently give back advertising money if viewership targets are missed for Netflix. Here's Roblox, guys. Almost 9% trying to bounce off. Roblox is now $30 for anyone keeping score.
Yeah, I'm just in my head, I'm doing that calculation for when SSR. It looks like that'll be $29.80 or so, give or take a couple of pennies. The stock's going to go short sell restricted. Yeah, 10%. Life comes at you fast. This has a $29.50 bottom on the daily, so it just these flat bottoms, these big support levels are just all coming into play very early on this morning. That's what I was kind of saying. Like, it could be a bit of a trap. As I'm talking about it, it just cracked $30 into the downside. And it looks like we are headed toward that recent low, that $29.50 that I saw on the daily chart. There's almost no bid on this thing. There's no liquidity on Roblox. Yeah, there it is. There's that 29.5 that you've seen hold up there. That's the only reason I didn't like a 30 break, is because you actually have some, or had some support beneath these levels. So about 29.5 is the big line in the sand here for Netflix. No, Roblox, and it's already 10%. This could open up short sell restricted. The flip side of this coin would be, if it opens up short sell restricted and immediately catches a bid, that can be usually good for a bit of a jailbreak rally. And even as I say that, someone just popped on the bid here for 50,000 shares of Roblox, which you don't really see very often. We were talking about this. We see it a heck of a lot more. We're on EdgeX. You're just seeing large order flow saying, yeah, there's not a lot of liquidity in the market. I'll just pop 50,000. I'll just leave it till I get it. Not even hiding these types of orders anymore. They're just trying to get the fills where they can. So someone likes that 29.50 as well to the tone of like 50,000 shares there on Roblox. A lot of times them getting the fill usually means it goes in the direction of the big money. So I'm going to back away from the notion of just blindly shorting Roblox today till I see the open.
Yeah, there was an issue with Roblox the last time I traded it, and it was like one of those names that I'm just like, you know what, I'm done trading this. I don't want to trade this anymore. The movement was weird. I think for me, when it was higher priced, it was easier to trade. Now it's gone to a certain point at $30 and change. It gets a little trickier for me, so I'm just going to stay away from Roblox as a whole.
Just watching Tesla here. There's a volume spike back to the downside. Going to be interesting here, guys, as far as this day goes. We're accelerating for the overall market back into negative territory. There was a move there in crude oil as well. Went negative. Yeah, we are still negative on the session. But here we go. Going to be a little bit of a wild ride so far. We had a little bit of news in the EV space outside of Tesla to be aware of. Nikola and Plug Power. I guess it's not EV, it's hydrogen, but Nikola and Plug Power teaming up on a hydrogen fuel cell powered truck over the next 3 years. So Plug moved a little bit more than Nikola, but worth a note here as we head towards the open.
Alternative alternative energy vehicles, whatever you want to call it. Nikola bouncing off $2, by the way. That's the reason. The reason I'm going to start here with Nikola is because it bounced off $2 when we had that bottom. It's not yesterday's trade, but it was earlier. It was on Monday when it bounced exactly off the $2 level. So it's got a pretty good base to rally from. It's not a heck of a lot that was already sort of setting up for, hey, there could be a bit of a long if you have a catalyst. So making a bottom like 2 is pretty psychological. Breaking out from the Fed, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, like the Fed top, whatever the highs were yesterday in the market, you're breaking that, and then you're breaking Monday's highs. So as long as you're going to hold above $2, I'll look for that, sort of scalper's dream where you can try to get a good risk-reward trade on because of the way it's priced. Plug Power, and I was mostly focused on Nikola because I like that $2 level, but Plug has moved. Hit enter like 3 times here because I typed New York the first time. Plug has had some pretty decent movement already on the week. And when I see something like this, it's like, okay, well, Nikola, you saw the chart bouncing off $2 and trying to break out. You've already gone and you've rejected the tops here on Plug. So I don't really see a heck of a lot unless I was favoring a short side trade off of 15 even. I just see more opportunity to be able to play off the $2 level on Nikola and start getting back into some price areas after making a break. Plug is sort of trading a little bit in the middle unless it were to fail at 15 here, then you could be thinking about a short. So I'll be focused a little bit more on Nikola right at that $2 level, maybe stretch it to the 5s and 10s to be able to get into it if it wants to trend. But for now, the market's looking a little bit weak.
Yeah, Plug's in a good day. It's been trending for a while. They might take the trend out today. Well, not when I say a while, I'm talking about the last few days here. It has got a decent trend. As long as they can take that out, and I think that would probably be broken around 1450. That would make sense to me. I mean, the 15 even, you call for a break, but I do think based on how we kind of topped out here a couple days ago, around this 1485, 1480, I want to respect that. So I'm going to say 1450 to the break. A break through 1450 opens up the downside. Then it's just a matter of catching the trade because I wouldn't short 1450 going into whatever this is at 14 even, given how tight the bands are. So I would just wait a little bit here on Plug. It's also not exactly the best quality setup. There's other names that are setting up much better. I think NVAX.
Oh goodness.
NVAX is just this. It's been sideways, and then it just went boom, right through 15 and change. Tried to bounce, can't get going. I'm going to try to get some 15s in there if I can. Let's see, we're 30 cents away from a fill. As you can see, I've got a tendency here. I've chosen today. Every day I have most traders do have this.
A bias.
Not just a bias, but like a little tick in their approach. And mine seems to be that I'm picking all the 7s today. All my prices are 7s. I'm going to do, I'm going to do 47, 97, 57, whatever. But it seems like that's the direction I'm going to go in. So today, Arun's represented by 7, apparently. So
you know what I'm doing?
What's up?
I just noticed this now. So I'm offering NVIDIA 73.77, Tesla 54.44. So what I'm kind of doing is I'm just picking, I'm short Intel at 88. I've got a double-digit thing going on.
Every trader does this. You just don't really recognize it.
No, I didn't even realize that I was doing it, to be honest with you. Yeah, but I am doing it.
Yeah.
Anyways, just got some Netflix.
A few analyst moves, interesting ones this morning, causing some price movement. Anyways, AT&T, Morgan Stanley cutting to equal weight from overweight, reduce their price target over here. Verizon actually higher on light volume, though. MS upgrading to overweight for VZ. So T to the downside, VZ higher, 1.5% here for AT&T, guys. Trying to hold on to pretty significant levels after a decent move up for this one as well.
Yeah, this is, oh, come on, load up. I feel like by the way, apologies for last night when we had issues with the stream, but I feel like whatever it was seems to be compounding on my screens today. But holding up, I would say not unless it gets back above 1870. So I have my 15-minute. I just want to make sure that loaded up so you guys can see it, and I'll put this over here so you can see a little bit better. But yeah, until you get above this 1870, this is more like gap down, needs to break, reestablish a support level, and then you can think about this looking a lot better. Now, it's held up on the daily chart fantastically well, but all I see is a rejection of this 19.5 area, and then now you're trying to break the channel into the downside, which I tend to favor that setup like you're trending back toward the 50 period and previous support levels at $18. So $18, that'll stick out like a little bit like a sore thumb there on AT&T. A lot of times this is a good stock to look at for imbalances because it'll have like big ones out there. Tomorrow that can come into play because it's the third Friday. But if I don't see $18 on AT&T or a chance to play off of that 1870 like right at the open, I think I'd just stay away from that one altogether. I did mention I got into Netflix. Of course, I talk about this pattern of random double digits, and then I don't actually do that with Netflix. I just took 303.25. So that last little pop on Netflix, I was able to get some. I just wanted a piece of this little trend into the downside after missing out several times this morning. And I'll play it into 300. 300 breaks at the open. It's probably going to be a crowded trade, so I do want some exposure to the short before it gets to that price. Not to say that every day trader and their mother probably isn't looking at a 300 break on Netflix, and I'd love to know where that saying comes from. I don't even know why I say it. It's just everyone and their mother. Like, why? I have no idea why that's even a thing. But it's going to be a crowded trade at 300, so I'd have some caution, have a plan of action. Oftentimes for a big level break like that, I want to immediately scalp some out, so if it rapidly goes back against me, I'm not holding the entire bag, because it is a different style of trade to me than a trend trade when I'm taking a pure level break. I'm looking for that initial push down, sometimes 50 cents to $1, in and out pretty quickly of a bunch of it, then play with house money for a trend after that. This is a different story.
AT&T, that's the topic? Yeah, no. This is the chart. There's so many names you can choose from that setup in a decent daily setup, like how the daily chart looks. And if your daily chart looks like this and you want to try to intraday day trade this, no, that's just a bad idea. That's how you lose money. Like you can put the bottom at what, 18? That goes all the way back to early November. Put the top at 1950. I don't really trust 50, so I'm going to say 20 even. I mean, that's what you're dealing with here. And this is going back a month and a half. So I'm going to pass on AT&T. There's much better names out here. We're starting to see some movement, and obviously some medical names like Novavax, Moderna as well moving decently. Futures markets now working with 70 to the downside. Obviously the tech names are going off as well. And I know Apple hasn't broken that 140 yet, so Apple's still on deck for potential break of that 140 as it sits. Where does it? I don't even know where it sits right now. It closed at 143.21, 141 now. We're getting awfully close to that 140 break to the downside on Apple. It could still catch a bid, but at the same time, I mean, those are the better quality setups that I would rather go for than AT&T.
Let's get a few more analyst moves here for you this morning. Notable names on this. There was a note on Netflix that we discussed on the advertising side of things, but here's the trade desk, top of the downgrades today. TTD under pressure. Jeffries with a downgrade on that. Tough to see, but that's Western Digital. WDC, Goldman, not liking Western Digital. There's AT&T, as I mentioned. Snap on here, downside as well. Verizon leads to the upside.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, so that was a little bit fast, but I mean, Verizon is typically a stock that, what's the best way to put it? Like AT&T, it kind of goes to that. Like some of these stocks are more investing stocks as opposed to trading stocks, but the one on that list that is 100% a trading stock is, of course, Snapchat. And I keep talking about this, and I don't know how many times I'm going to have to talk about these sort of flat bottom breakdowns on my 15-minute chart or the daily chart. But this is Snapchat the last week and a half. 9.15 has been a bottom. $9 is the obvious psychological level as well. And that level breaks down if it breaks down. I don't want to sit there talking uncertainties. The last low was beneath 750. It was about 735. So there's a lot of room. If we break this channel to the downside, Snapchat's going to be on my radar because of that. Whether it was downgraded or not, if I see a level like this, I'm probably going to be playing it anyways. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the downgrade. If that ends up being a catalyst that helps us out, then so be it. That only gives you another reason to get in the trade. Oftentimes, the analysts will make these moves, and it's like, well, they've already adjusted their positions accordingly, and then all of a sudden they come up with the update, kind of like the short seller report. Same thing. So I'm just caring about this flat bottom breakdown at $9. Lots of traps out there. If I see 1 million shares on the bid, will I go long 01? What 02s? Probably. That's usually a trade I like making.
Yeah, going back to Snap, I mean, nobody likes flat bottoms, but I mean, as it comes down through this 9 even, we can probably open it up. It is, I mean, it's so, okay, I guess I'm going to stay away from Snap just because of the price. It's like $10. doesn't really give you a ton of options in terms of like volatility. So although the daily might actually take out that 9 even through there, I wonder how much space it really has to get going. Now, I could be pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, 9 to go to 8, maybe it's, all right, well, I will just say 9 even, like Neil said, 9 even would take out that bottom there, and that could open it up, but at the same time, I'm just not going to step into it.
Luis Barbado joining us from the Barcelona Day Trade the World floor. Great to see you as always, Luis. Welcome back. Going to be an interesting day here. Coming off what happened yesterday as we get some follow through to the downside for the overall market. I wanted to get your take, first of all, as we head into the holiday season specifically. We typically see volume start to slow down the closer and closer we get to the holiday. How do you approach this time of year in general?
Yeah, hello, Brendan. How are you? Yeah, usually the volume is going down for the last days of the year, and then we are back for January with a lot of volume and a movement in the small cap. So it's okay. We were lucky that last days, we can talk about it now, small cap world has been going crazy, absolutely crazy. So we're going to have a nice Christmas, it looks like.
Your rundown here. What's on your docket today as far as what is setting up? I mean, Tesla really the only bigger cap stock with any kind of volume here on this Elon news this morning. What else do you have in store?
Well, about the large caps, we're looking NBAX, as Neil and Arun were talking about. NBAX is lower and lower, and Roblox as well, breaking this $30 support with a short sale restriction, which both makes a very interesting date on Roblox today. And we're going to check Moderna as well. A couple of days breaking, very strong, above $200. Was a nice resistance. It broke. We might see a pullback day today to take more runners after today. And in the small cap, world has been crazy last week. On Thursday, there was the spark that ignite all the small cap world with SMMT and PHVAs, HTGM, all of them running like 500, 1,000%, some of them. So after Thursday, we knew a lot of movements was going to come because of sympathy. So every stock, Friday and Monday and even Tuesday, that were gapping up about 20, 30%. Everyone was kicking the offers and getting long and long and long, waiting for crazy movements. So we're going to have a lot of movement today again, the small cap, a lot of sub-dollars today. The stock market is pushing on the small caps, so we have some sub-dollars that want to fight the dollar. ACPS, Course, SRZN, ATRM, so a lot of stocks with a lot of volume and moving up 30, 60% sub-dollar.
One of them that a few people were mentioning, I noticed this morning, was this one, ITRM, up on some positive news here, $1.50. Yeah, speaking of those dollar-ish type stocks, this is one of those off of a reverse split going back a few months ago. But this one doing all kinds of volume here. What are you going to do with ITRM today?
Yeah, there's a lot of stocks that went down very, very sharp for the last months of this year, and they are fighting back the dollar. I saw some statistics some days ago that when the market went crazy, it was only like few stocks trading below $1, and now we have a lot of them fighting back up. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to go short on this one if it holds below 150, and if it loses the VWAP right now is 140, 142. If it holds below 150, we're going to short it for the whole day. Probably we see a nice bleeding during the day.
All right, we're flying around all over here, but I want to get your take on this. A big move up here on Alibaba just happening right now, back to some of the levels we saw come into play yesterday, 91, 91 and a half, it would appear on this. They're going to hold a press conference coming up here right now, in fact, at 9 a.m., talking about this audit inspection and the, state of the audits going on when it comes to some of these Chinese ADRs. So Alibaba, not a stock, typically that moves with the overall market, has had its own catalyst, obviously, with everything going on in China over the past few weeks. How do you approach these ADRs?
Yeah, talking about China is more difficult because there's so huge volatility. There is a risk because of the politics in the country, of course, that something is going on suddenly, and you cannot expect this, some policy restrictions and so on. So volatility goes crazy, even in the large caps as BABA. You can expect 10%, 15% easily some days. So it is difficult to trade because the risk you are taking due to the politics in the country. So wait for nice levels and extension. Don't go front side ever on a Chinese stock, no matter if it's a large cap or a small cap. In the Chinese stocks ADR, don't trade front side because it's very, very dangerous.
Another one I'll throw at you just coming across right now. Speaking of sub-dollar names, Mullen Automotive halted right now. News pending, guys. Looks like a new order just coming through for 6,000 Class 1 EV cargo vans. That just popped up there at 9 o'clock for MULN. This is the one that does tons of volume, all kinds of liquidity. Definitely a favorite in retail land as well.
Absolutely, one of the favorite tickers for the small cap traders. We have been waiting weeks, even months, this to pop up with some volume finally. It seems for the last days it's trading a lot of volume. And if you go to internet, Twitter, a lot of people is talking about this stock. So something is going on. We have some news now, so that's nice. We need volume in this stock to raise volatility and fight the dollar. It's another stock that is on the radars to get back the dollar up.
Luis Barbedo joining us from the Barcelona Day Trade the World office. A pleasure as always, Luis. Best of luck today. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you. I'll give you a couple of tickers
Sure,
more on
go
the
ahead.
small cap that they have been active last days, and we are checking for some setups there. ICVX yesterday moving up very sharp without volume, very low volume, but moving up 100%. ACVX. We're looking for some longs on AM. If it breaks 230 to 40, it had 1 day crazy on Friday, 2 days pullback, and today we might see a coming back on the resistance. If it breaks 230 to 40, we're going to fight that one as well. And Billy is always in our radar after the 100% movement up.
Yeah, great opportunities, as you were saying, especially in small cap land over the past couple of days. We appreciate the info as always.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Say hi to O'Neill and Aaron.
Will do. Let's get into what's happening over in Europe right now, guys. Here's a look at how the European landscape is shaping up to start things off a little bit negative as far as all of these really are concerned. 1.2 there for Turkey to the upside, but following U.S. markets. Back to the downside, Arun. Luis says hi.
You know what's crazy thing about Luis? I haven't been to Spain yet, Barcelona yet, but I do feel like next time I kind of plan that trip and go to Barcelona, I'm going to go see Luis, and he's going to teach me the ways of the beard because he's got it going, man. It's been solid for a while now. He's got it so clean.
Nice,
no, his is so clean. I got to learn things from him about the beard. But anyways, going back to the futures,
learn?
I got to learn things. Everyone's got to learn, regardless of what.
I gotta
Well, we already talked about you. Well, we already talked about you. You
beard,
can't grow a beard, right? Because of
yeah,
how it depends on how your hair grows and.
no, because it sucks if I try to grow, and that's yeah.
All right, futures market bouncing. Okay, let's talk about. We talked about potential shorts in the 80s. Not with this action, definitely not. And you might see on the board, I'm actually adding a Tesla for the same reason here. Tesla came back above 153 and change, so I kind of walked away from Tesla. It's a 30-cent win with the spreads and all that stuff, but I don't want to deal with Tesla as it bounces back around, especially with the futures market now catching a bid here. I was looking for some sell-side actions to stay underneath 80. They cannot do it. So now what I'm thinking is there could be a potential to short a bounce, but it all depends on how we play through these 90s. So I've got 40-10 marked off as a potential level. I've got 40-50 marked off as a potential level. We'll use those two for now. If we need some more, we'll put some in. But for now, these two are on the upside here. And it all comes down to how is this market going to handle this bounce right here? We're about 25 minutes out, 20 minutes from a NASDAQ imbalance, which does shift the market in a big way. Are we going to catch a bid? Are we going to kind of bottom out and then take through the top? If we get back through 40-10 with this kind of a build below 85, I think there's a decent chance for a nice long. But for now, what I want to see is how are we going to handle this market once we go up into the 85s and the 90s? Are we going to lose traction? Are we going to get some sell-side action? Because even on the way down on Tesla, I started to see some buying here around the 52.5 area. So that kind of makes me a little suspicious of how much selling is left on the table there, but we'll see. For now, though, I am backing off the idea of taking shorts right now, but I'll keep them in my pocket. A little bit more action towards the 85s and 90s should open the door for some shorts if we get the right set of conditions in play. But for now, I would just, be wary of how this market's going to open here. Crude, let's take a quick look at crude because, we do that sometimes here. And crude, not a whole lot. I mean, this is not a chart you can really work with here. I'm kind of boxed in 78 up top. That's pretty obvious. 76 is not even a usable level just because of how much we're kind of dipping underneath it. So I would say 75 would have to be it, and then that's your range. You're playing at the top end of the range. If you're going to play the range trade, I am not, but if you are going to play the range trade, I would look for 77, 25-ish, going up to 78 is a potential short. And then in terms of longs, I'd be careful on the longs here, probably somewhere south of 76 going down to 75. But that's kind of the window you're working with. There's better options on the table than crude right now. So I would definitely be on the future side of things. I just want to see some more action on a bounce, especially how we handle a bounce would kind of dictate how this market's going to handle an open. So.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Let's jump into what else you need to know. I'm just watching Plug Power starting to go here, worth a note. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then it just appears in your inbox for free every day. Here is Plug, quickly, before we get into Netflix. Trying to hold 15, just popped up on some volume there. Back to the upside again on that hydrogen arrangement with Nikola that was announced this morning if you missed it. Here's the note that seemed to, anyways, kick off the selling in Netflix today, suggesting that Netflix actually paying advertisers back if viewership targets are not met. Remember this ad-supported business just getting started a month or so ago. So maybe some wrinkles to be ironed out here for this.
Yeah, I'll say there's some wrinkles to be ironed out. I think that it caught everyone by surprise. Like, I think the notion of having minimum limits for amount of viewership is not a new one. I think there's, they're not the only service that probably has something along those lines. I think YouTube probably has a lot of people that use that as well. But the notion that you're already starting to miss some of them is catching people off guard. The 300 level, we talked about that break. I did trail out. Kind of similar to what Arun was talking about with the futures catching a bit of a bid there. And then I want to get to Alibaba in a quick second and some of these Chinese names. But I ended up trailing out of this because I'm still a little bit far away from that 05, 06 that I like. And I wanted this to make an immediate charge at that $300 level, which it could still do. But I'll back off until the open to see if we get another pop into this 05, 06, maybe even like 10s would be ideal. I don't think we see it before we see that $300 level. It's been such a good run for the stock that when it breaks channel down like this, there's just more room to the downside. So I'm always going to be favoring the short in a day like today, especially when you get that type of a catalyst. But for now, I backed out of that short. I ended up basically flat. I'm making a few pennies on that because it was close to a break-even stop. But Alibaba, right now, the delisting risk is getting said to be to the downside for some of these lower, I should say, for some of these Chinese ADRs. And they're all popping. I'm going to focus on Neo, Alibaba, and Pinduoduo here. Each one of them is making a move to the upside. I tried to catch this as it was retaking 92. It's now up at $93. 95 is a monster level for Alibaba. If it gets through there, I think it's got some real room to the upside. I'd like to be able to get into this party somewhere on a dip before that happens. And then Pinduoduo, another one that I'm watching here. That's actually trying to take out this 93 as we speak. The spread, it broke 93. I'm looking at 93.05 on the bid and 93.68 on the offer. So in a situation like that, there's no taking a 93 breakout because what are you going to do? Hit the offer 70 cents above? And then if it comes back below 93, you're 70 pennies out of the money. So I'm not in Pinduoduo, but that's a big level getting taken out. I mean, anything, if we hold above 93, I want to favor longs on PDD, just breaking out of the channel. Like, it's one of the stronger stocks that you'll find in the overall market. Holding above 93, I mean, the next stop, logically speaking, besides being 95, this level up here on the daily chart would be it getting to $100, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, Netflix has been on the radar since early December, since I started covering for you guys. It's been doing some fancy, crazy things. It's been working the daily in almost a predictable fashion where it puts in a high and then falls off, puts in a high and then falls off. And then every time it breaks that old high, it comes off a little bit here. So the fact that we kind of bounced around that 310 305, I think it was that day, 302 and change. I was short that day, and then it turned around, and then we took out that 320, and now here we are gapping all the way through all of this. If you think about it, this started back in late October when they started working 305s. Then they worked 310s, broke that, came back into that 305, 310 range, and then bounced all the way to 320, 330, and then now here we are gapping back down. That 300 is going to be, like you said, Neil, a crowded trade. But at the same time, it's going to change things on the daily if we end up breaking it and staying underneath. The one thing I would suggest is seeing how it trades. And this is kind of the double-edged sword with waiting to see how it trades below 300, is with Netflix, if it breaks 300 and there is true selling, it's just going to accelerate. You're probably going to be at 290 very quickly. Flip side of that is stops go off, we snap back up, and that 305 area that we were talking about, that's still somewhat flexible. That can still hold at this point. So the 300 is obvious, and that's the only trade I would see, especially using the daily chart. The risk on Netflix ends up being huge anyways. At any point during the day, if you want to go for a trade that sets up on the daily, the risk on this is going to be $5 to $10 you got to put up, at least to get a comfortable shot of not getting wicked out, right? Except for that 300 break, which is, again, a double-edged sword. As we come back down to it, this might have to be one of those situations where you get the momentum play off of 300, and then you get out, take your profit, then reposition for an actual setup if it stays under 300. So you may get in, get out, and then have to get back in at the same price once it sets up. So I think that's a smarter play. I'm going to stay away from Netflix. I see the 300 obvious, but at the same time, I just have a problem with going for momentum runners right for even numbers. So if it sets up south of 300, I'll wait for that second trade. Break underneath, set it up, come back into 300, 305. I'm all for it. But for now, Netflix on the table here at 300.
All right, I was just going back on Tesla's chart. I guess it was Monday, that big move down that we had after the initial move higher up to 180. And then this was the move down that there was just no sustainable bid, it seemed, the entire way down. And if you jump over to then fast forward this morning, we learned that 22 million shares come out of Elon's pocket and back into the market between Monday and Wednesday. So this selling pressure that we've seen over the past couple of days, guys, is in fact coming from Elon.
Yeah, which has been, look, it's just been true for the last little while now that maybe the last year. Every single time it seems like it's him, it ends up being him, regardless of what he happens to talk about. So it's much like every other stock that I brought up today. 155 was a bit of a double bottom. You had Monday's low was just a bit above that, and then you had a double bottom literally at that 55 in yesterday's trade. So gap below this, as long as it's beneath 155, I'll play that level for a short, hopefully down into 150, which everything can be said about Netflix at 300. You can say about Tesla at 150, and I would argue there'd be far more day traders that are taking a 150 breakdown short on Netflix. That's why I do favor hoping to catch a bit of a pop and see if I can't get something in the 155 range. Oh, the position board's back on because I got to fill in Alibaba. So there you go. At least it is for me because sometimes it'll go away and they have to reset it, and then the next time we take a fill, it'll show up. So I'm still in Intel, and then I just got Alibaba now. But I want to short into that 155. If it takes out 155 half, then I'm at a dodge and waiting until it gets to 160 to 161. But we're just talking about the Chinese ADRs. There was a press conference regarding some of the auditing and access boding well. Let's just put it that way. I haven't read any specific details outside of a few headlines, but delisting risk going down. Hence, all of these made a pop to the upside. Whether it's Baba, Pinduoduo, Neo made a run. I'm trying to bid 12 quarters on Neo. Obviously, it's not there, or I would have gotten that fill. But I'll look to see if I can't get some shares out on the way to 95, which is a monster breakout for Alibaba. As I say that, like it's already sort of popping into 93 here, and I'll try to take some 93s. But I like that dip back into 92 because that was overhead resistance the last couple of days. At least it was yesterday, and then in the afternoon on Monday. So I want to take some shares out in front of 92 if I get that opportunity.
Yeah, last time I was here, we were talking about Tesla, and I brought you guys this chart. And this is the monthly chart on Tesla, right? Accounting for splits and whatnot. This is the monthly chart. I said 160 has to be the last support level on the monthly before we actually make a an aggressive move to the downside. And it seems like we're cutting through that, no problem, as we work our way down. And this opens up the downside in a big way. Yes, I'm out. It doesn't show on the board. I'm still in NVIDIA, but I am out of Tesla here. I just didn't like what I was seeing at 152.50. Obviously, with this kind of a downtrend, and now it's pretty clear that he has been selling. Now, what I wonder is, are we hearing that after he's done selling? Right? Because I do feel like there's some support here around 152.50 for whatever reason. That just from looking at the board and just feeling how it moves, it does feel like there's something going on here around 152 to 150 half. I'm flat. I took my win, but I could be regretting this if we just snap right through 152 and go right to 150. Right? It's just I just don't want to deal with the potential of a snapback to the upside, because all of a sudden selling's done and people decide that, hey, you know what, we're going to go right back up into 160 and change here. We have that potential. We broke 160 to the downside, have been trending down, but now my question is, are we going to take 150? This is pretty much just like Netflix here. Is Netflix taking 300 and Tesla taking 150 are pretty much almost the same trade. Is it going to actually hold underneath, or is it just going to snap through, set some stops off, and then come right back up and then trap some shorts and some push out some longs? So that's the question that needs to be answered. I'm not going to put my money to see that question be answered, but we can definitely come back into it if it actually sustains its selling after the open.
All right, let's talk about some of the chip makers. NVIDIA here down 2.6% on the morning versus what the overall market is doing, about 1.7. There was a note from HSBC, who initiated coverage on NVIDIA to the downside with a reduce rating. First time I've seen that one. But they pointed to weaker demand to come as we head into the new year.
So I'm in Intel on a level break to the downside. It broke 28 to the downside, and then 27.85 has been a bit of a thing. So that's around where I'm essentially short. But NVIDIA, in the afternoon, we talked about 180 being the 200-period moving average, and that relief rally that you got from Powell, I mean, it got to pretty much exactly 180. That's this little wick here, and then just flush down beneath it. So rejecting the 200 period, the next day I'm going to come in favoring the short, just looking for a momentum break to the downside. Now, I like it anywhere beneath 175. I'm currently sitting in front of the pre-market high, which I don't think I might not get that fill at the open, but if it pops at the open, I'm thinking classic pop and fade on NVIDIA. It's not broken channel down till it gets to like 168, 167. So there's really a lot of room for it to have sort of an inside type of day. That's why I'm going to be favoring it a little bit here. So it'll give you shorts, I think, to 75, and then there's room $5, $6 down before you hit what I think would be support. And just going over to Intel, like that it essentially was breaking the bottoms. That's why I got it. I got one little scalp out there as it made a fresh low, and then it's just been going sideways from here. I've got to stop in place if it gets taken out to the upside. And then what I should have done yesterday, which was wait around for the absolute best price. And that 29, I don't know if I see that again, but that 29, 29.25 cluster is what I said in the morning I would wait around for. And when it got there, I simply wasn't on board on Intel. That equivalent for me is going to be that post-Fed bump at about 28.50 to 60. So if I get stopped out at 28, I got to be back on board of this one, Intel at 28.5. So I'm shorting in front of pre-market highs over there in NVIDIA. I'm already into Intel with a tight stop, and then my re-entry will be about 28.5 to 28.60.
Yeah, for me, you guys don't see it on the board. Once I take another position or refresh this, you will see my NVIDIA position. But I am short NVIDIA at 173.47. And this was entirely based on the daily, right? I mean, like I'm going back and thinking, okay, we're kind of working this 175 area. We're having trouble with it on the way up a few days ago, and then coming down, we're bouncing off of it. Let's see how we trade in the pre-market as we work our way through. And then what does NVIDIA do through these 175s? Well, we cut right through it. That line is right here. We cut right through it and create a gap overnight. So that's a 175. I'm like, okay, well, great. Now I do like to short down to 170 all the way down to here. The question I had to answer was, what price can I get? Because I don't think I can get 175. What price makes sense to take the risk? The daily is set up to go. The gap opens the door for the potential move down to 170. So I figured, you know what? With the way it's been trading, I can probably get a fill up here somewhere near the top end of this pre-market activity. And I did. I was lucky enough to actually, and you had to be willing to do this too. You have to be willing to put the offer into that those numbers that came out at 8:30. So when the market popped as a whole, I got the the Tesla fill and the NVIDIA fill as the market popped right into that. So as it popped into 60, I got my hands on some 47 shorts here. And now we're clearly at the bottom end of the range. So I'm definitely going to be taking this into the open. First target on this is going to be 170 and change. And when you go back to the daily, you know that there's some action down there at 170. So I do have to be a little careful how much further I let it go. We might have 168s. The reason I say this is because going back to the previous highs that we've put in on November the 15th, and then some action here around the early December as well, that 170 through 168 is going to be tricky. So I do want to get some out in front of that, but at the same time, I'm going to try to give it a chance to move. If it doesn't get going, then we do have to walk away from that around 170. But for now, it does look like it wants to sit around the bottom of the range. That's fine with me. With the market down where it is right now, we bounced off those mid 80s. So we might be back in the idea of potential shorts on the futures here if we can just stay below these 80s for a little bit.
All right, let's talk Moderna here. 10 minutes to go. Let's get through a couple more of these. Moderna down 1.7, trying to test bottom end of the range here from the pre-market. This level way over here, which was the first day, around that 208 and change area, ends up being support on the Fed announcement yesterday afternoon, 208 and change. Setting up to possibly be a first red day type of trade here for mRNA. Not showing a lot of activity, though.
Well, hit the like if you enjoy seeing Neil get run over in Moderna. So, look, on the actual, what's crazy about Moderna is this is not going to make a lot of sense when you look at the chart here. This is my 15-minute. But I did better shorting it on this day than I did yesterday. And it had everything to do with patience, where I only took, I was only shorting it off of key levels. Like I'm shorting it off pre-market highs, tight stop. I shorted it off of this high at 187, tight stop. And then I didn't touch it until it got to 208. So when I got the top, there's your move, and it doesn't matter that you took a couple of pot shots and lost. Well, I shorted it 6 times in this move on Moderna yesterday, so it didn't really matter that I got the top. I ended up, essentially it ended up being like the majority of my day. Like it was, I did get a bunch of it back, but I still ended up down on Moderna, and it was my worst stock yesterday because I was not patient. Now, I know the levels I like here today, and it's going to be, as Brendan already said, that 208, 209. That's where I want to pop and fade Moderna. I think if it moves down, you could easily see 190 to 195. Great news. There's no question about that. I said that every single time. I'm just looking for the big risk to reward pullback. And then eventually, I think it'll consolidate before it makes another move. Obviously, the other level I'd watch would be 220 up top side, if in fact we get it. I don't see it on there, so I'm just going to, do we pivot to Novavax? Maybe just because I guess it kind of fits in with it. So Novavax had an offering this morning. They're down 17%. I don't know if we're going to see 15s again, Arun. It's at 14.30. So I'm not entirely sure we'll see 15s again, but it's another one of these flat bottom breakdowns with the offering. It's getting absolutely shellacked. There's been no bounce, but you can see 15. It actually bounced in the aftermarket yesterday at about 4:30 or so, close to 4:30 off that 15 level. It dropped like a rock there. I think that's the interesting line in the sand on the daily. So Moderna, I like that 208, 209 for the short, and NVAX if it gets back to 15, which I suppose is come and gone.
And I agree, 100%. That 208 area break up to fail. The issue here is, it looks great. This is a 5-minute chart. It looks great to break down from the afternoon low, but at the same time, the risk on this is going to be nuts, right? If you go for it now, where it's at 206, my stop is at 212 is what I want to use for the stop. I can't do this at 206. That's just way too expensive. And like even to the downside, you could argue, maybe you have down to 201, 200. It's expensive. So I would rather, with this market still somewhat below 70, I'm going to wait for this specific stock to pop up 208 and then potentially slow down. I'm looking for that exact same trade, 208 to 209, slow down after a pop, at which point I'll short that fail with a 212 stop. Same thing with NVAX, though. I've got that offer already waiting. That offer's been waiting since, is it, 8:45 on NVAX here, and all NVAX has done since we've put that order in is continue on down. I'm still waiting up here at 215 and change. We'll see if we get it. I mean, it's 60-something cents away. We'll see if we get that move to the upside, but the daily does look good on NVAX to work that short, especially with that that sideways action here that finally broke. So we should have a decent amount of resistance if we were to work our way back into it. So I am looking for the potential short on a pop here on NVAX. We've got the offer already out there. And then on Moderna, we got to wait for the pop to slow down before we step in there.
This one here, which I did see a few people mentioning this morning, and that was Snapchat on a downgrade. Was under pressure initially when this first came out, but did try to bounce anyways. I did have it somewhere. Here we go. Jeffries with a downgrade on Snap this morning. And again, all coming back to this ad spending. I mean, we've been hearing rumblings going into next year that ad spending across the board will be down. Elon was tweeting about that yesterday when it comes to Twitter as well. So Jeffries cutting their price target to 10 from 12 only.
Yeah, so this will be one where I do make that little bit of a play. I talked about the $9 level already, so I won't go too deep into it because we mentioned these bottoms. I'll be on the bid in front of it, sitting at 3s for now. And I'll probably, usually a lot of times it gets down there, get the first fill, I'll take ones and 2s. And then just to stop out beneath that level on Snap. If it breaks that channel to the downside, of course, there's a lot of room. But this is far enough away from it that if there's that initial push down, I want to make that scalp trade off the long. And if there's a turn and we're able to get that short at $9, fantastic. We'll go for that when it does happen. Just jumping right back over to a couple of things. We mentioned Mullen with that 6,000 vehicle order that they got. It is halted currently. It's not suspended. It's on a halt. The news has been disseminated. I saw 9:50 as the resumption time. I actually want to double check that just to make sure 9:50 resumption time. If you're ever curious, just go to NASDAQtrader.com. They have a current halt page. It's not just for NASDAQ stocks. You can see like New York stocks will be listed here as well. So resumption time of 9:50. That'll open back up. We'll get to it when it happens. I've been watching Mullen the last couple of days, and if you remember yesterday's trade, we're looking for that 27 when it broke out. I don't know whether you get a chance at that 27, a shot at that again. 33 was the next level I was looking at for the upside. So those are the two immediate levels that would come into play. On the daily chart, if something crazy happens, 65 is up there where I could see a little bit of resistance before it would get to something like $1. And then let's not forget how crazy some of these Chinese ADRs are going. Now, I've already taken some out of Alibaba. I want to look for some reloads, but I want to play off of the afternoon resistance levels. That's like 91.25 to 91.50. That's where I think I want to be reloading on dips in Alibaba, and 95 sets up for a monster level on Alibaba. You have the 200 period moving average that'll be broken if it gets through there, and you've got multi-day resistance up at 95 over there in Alibaba. Of course, the news being less risk of delisting. Press conference started at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, the ECB doing their thing as well at 9 o'clock. So, I mean, Europe is kind of providing some volatility. Then you have BABA and the Chinese news providing some volatility. This market's still trying to digest it all, including what they want to do with yesterday's Fed's report, I guess, coming on down. And I'm not even going to go to Snap just because I'm not going to trade. No. You guys saw it, Neil. $9. There's your level. Let's go to the imbalances here. DAL, that I believe is that? Oh my goodness. DAL, that's airlines, right? DAL is Delta. Yeah. Okay. DAL sell side 800,000 shares. That's your biggest. Today, the day before a rebalance, you're probably not going to see much. Highly unlikely you see a whole lot of imbalances being big, whether it's the morning or even in the afternoon, because most of this needs to be done tomorrow, right? Whether it's tomorrow morning, some of it will be done tomorrow morning, most of it will be done in the afternoon. As I say that, NVIDIA comes down another 60 cents. Okay, NVIDIA now up $2.07 into the open, and there's Tesla making a bounce off those 52.50s.
Yeah,
this is what was concerning me from earlier. We actually might get a decent rally to the upside. That's why I stepped away from it. I don't care if it goes back to 150. It's just the danger of being short into a move that's going to snap back, that has snapback potential of $4 or $5. Not worth it. So we're out of Tesla. I'm not going to go for the long either because the stop then needs to be 150, and I don't want to get caught in that mess either. So we're just going to walk away from Tesla. We have walked away from Tesla a while ago now. Just going to carry NVIDIA as it still carries to the downside. Not a whole lot of imbalances, like I mentioned. 800,000 is your biggest. Second one is NCLH, sell side, 379. We're about a minute and change going into the open here. And I'm looking at the market, and it's finding some stability around the 75. We've tried these 75s a few times now. 80, initially we tried the 80s, then we flexed a little bit into the 70s. Now the 75's catching some action. This is going to be an interesting open, just not because I'm very curious to see how we bounce. If we do bounce back into the 80s, around that 85 to 90 mark, I think it's going to be the indication of whether this is going to be a sell still, or we might actually catch a bid and take off to the upside along with Tesla.
And with about 30 seconds to go, just lower than that, I saw people asking about NIO. Same story, like any of the Chinese ADRs. It's going to be they're moving with BABA. They're all going in consortium. As it pulls back, remember $12 from the afternoon yesterday? Brief breach in the pre-market. I'm looking for a bit of a dip in front of that. I'll start it at quarters, but I'm giving it all the way into 12 even. I did get Moderna just here at the open, so I'm in Moderna. I got Intel. You're in position on NVIDIA. There. It's just not showing on the position board.
I just got to refresh it.
So we're going to get Justin on the bell. It is Thursday. I almost said Friday. Wild action post-Fed here. Chinese ADR is going nuts. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it. Jam.
Moderna's already at 207.79, by the way.
No, I know. I got the 08 fill pretty much right away.
Oh,
and it's immediately jamming back down into this 06. When I get an early fill like that, if I get 06s, I might scalp some out and then just try to work the position. BABA's already starting to go again. I might not get that dip buy that I wanted down at 91s. Ooh, the wick on that chart. Give me a break. I'll go to my 3-minute for you guys. I might not get that 91 to 91.5. It's right back up at those highs. I'm going to get out in front of said 94, 95 area because I do want the opportunity to take a breakout of the high of the day. Pindu will do a very similar story. And then Tesla making some moves back into the upside. Yeah, I didn't get filled. So Tesla came back into that 155 area, didn't give me the fill, but I did just get Alibaba out. So we'll ring the register on that and look to buy some more dips on BABA.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we avoided that mess on Tesla. We're still watching NVIDIA here. NVIDIA catching a bid around that 173.
Here comes 155.
I don't want to walk away from it. I think this is a much better setup off the daily as well. So we're not going to step into aggressive. We're not going to walk away from this like we did with Tesla. I'm going to leave. I'm going to let it trade around. And that might also mean letting it go negative for a little bit there. But look at the daily. I mean, gap through the 175s. Yeah, I got to give it a chance to get going. As the futures market comes back into the mid-80s, this is what we're going to see. This is the inflection point on what the futures is going to do the rest of the day. We are either going to catch a bid through these 85s and 90s and go up, or we're going to lose
Tesla.
these 85s and 90s and come back down. Where's Tesla? They're 157, is that correct?
Well, whatever that wick was, I got wicked out of my short in front of 155 on Tesla. It did not print to 157 on that print, but it doesn't matter. It's at 156 now. So I was short right in front of 155. It's now making that gap fill and looking like it wants to continue to go higher. Snapchat just came down in 9 even. I got stopped on Moderna, so 0 for 1 on Moderna, but I'm not taking 6 swings at that stock. If I take 6 swings short in Moderna today, then somebody slapped me in the face. But wow, 9 just happened. Like an absolute, I was just long 9 before I could even bring up the stock. It had taken out $9, and I didn't even get the reversal. No reversal because it got slipped all the way to like 92s, and I was trying to catch 95 short. That's as far as I was crossed down. Snap is dying, Brendan.
I remember aftermarket yesterday, guys. Bloomberg was reporting the U.S. Senate voted to ban the platform in as an entirety, TikTok, from all government issued devices. We've seen individual states do this, but that was aftermarket yesterday. Again, Bloomberg was reporting that the Senate voting in favor of banning TikTok from all U.S. government issued devices.
Yeah, there was no chance on that short of not TikTok. I almost said TikTok, Snapchat. You had no chance at that. And I mean, I got out of the law because you can always cover it. And then there goes Netflix, and no chance at the break there either. I just saw my order go out there when 30 broke, and no fills to be had on Netflix. So all I got right now is short Intel, which happens to be in the money. But I missed a Snapchat turn at 9, no fill. No fill Netflix there at 300. The wick on Tesla needs to get back beneath. Yeah, it needs to reclaim that 156. Oh, and by the way, Alibaba. I wanted to dip buy in Alibaba. The market starts coming down. Oh, you'd think you'd be able to get a dip on Baba. No. It's just only going further to the upside. So yeah, we end up getting the win on Baba, but I'm more disappointed that there's been no dip for me to get back in. 95 still a monster breakout. And then remember Pinduo. This is giving it all back. I'm focused on Baba here, but PDD broke that 93, and then look at it charge back into the downside. So this might give the chance to bounce off 90 even. I'll check out NIO in a quick second.
Yeah, Apple, keep an eye on Apple too. That's the index name that's heavily weighted. So if Apple starts making a move, you know the markets are going to go with it. And here goes Apple here trying to tempt these 140s now. We're at 140.27 to the downside. There goes 70 on the futures there to NVIDIA. Oh, okay. All right, come on now, NVIDIA. We've got to move here. Another 50 cents, 50, 60 cents, and I should be able to get my first out there to the downside in front of 170, and then we'll just let it play. Obviously, Tesla being strong. I'm trying to get an offer in here on the futures. They did exactly what they needed to do, but they just did too damn fast here, which was 85 to 90 inflection point. We're either going to catch a bid and take the level out, or we're going to do exactly what we did here. This opens up the short to the downside, so now we got to get some offers in to get the futures in play as well. Netflix obviously through 300, but bounce has.
Yeah, now it's back through.
It has bounced back to 300. A couple other names that I'm looking at here: Nike to the downside.
Nike.
Yeah, Nike to the downside here, below 110. Opens up a nice gap. I wanted to look for a pop above 110 to fade. Nope, they opened down and then they just kept going. So there it is. And then AMD as well, going along with the other chips to the downside as it takes out 68 and already has moved quite a bit here. And this is a pretty decent daily too. So I would like to get my offers in there on AMD as well, but I don't want to go too heavy, especially with NVIDIA already on the table here for me.
So now at least I got a couple of shorts out there. I just rang the register a little bit on, I'm showing you Intel because it's almost on the bid, but I just rang the register on the first couple of levels on Netflix for the scalp trade because it came back to me. But 27.70 about to come into play for Intel. The other short, as I mentioned, Netflix, that's starting to go as well. Oh, this Novavax. I type in Novavax when I'm trading Netflix. That just shows where my head's at. We're not getting that 15, by the way. You can forget about that, Arun. Sorry about that. But now Netflix just popped back. I didn't get the fill when it broke 300, but leave the order in, and it came right back to 300 to get me in. Took some out 99s and 98s. Now we're just going to let it ride. This one's arrows down. Looks like it's absolutely failing. Alibaba's starting to come back into me. Repeat what you just said there, Fahad, because I missed it. But I'm trying to get Alibaba on this reclaim of 92. It looks like it wants to bounce here, and I want to be buying the dip here in Alibaba. Brendo?
Not a lot of volume behind this, but worth a note. Nucor downside in a big way. They revised their Q4 earnings to the downside, so big move down, 5.8% right now. This is 145. We're just taking out 140 downside.
Yeah, it's weird because like you say Nucor, and like the first thing I pop over is like, where is U.S. Steel, and is it at a level I can trade it? Answer, not near 25. Probably going to stay away from that one. Sorry, just thinking out loud here, because if it was at 25 and Nucor was going down, I'd definitely be shorting at 25, but it's not there, so I'll get away from that. I just got Alibaba. I want to dig into this one. The market's heading downside. I do have Intel and Netflix. Netflix is now at $96. So continuing to flush down. That 300, it was crowded. It had to come back to it. But if you're looking for strength in the market, for the time being, these Chinese ADRs are trying to hold up. So I want to play off this 91. I grabbed some 92 halves there, but I want to be all over this, playing 91 into 92, all the way up to 95 before 95 for potential breaks. I want to stick with the long and give it some room here. Tesla continues to go counter trend, so at least I'm glad I got away from this one once 155 broke, and I said I'm sitting it out till 160, 161 over there on Tesla, because this is screaming to the upside now. I almost said Brendan, but Arun.
Yeah, okay. Moderna, by the way, has come right back through that 208.
I hate you, Moderna.
Just in case. So now that sets up the short for me.
Patience.
That's what I was waiting for.
For
the
Neil.
break and fail. I think Neil's got a story for you with Moderna, but Moderna essentially break and fail through that 208, and now we're short here, right around that 208 mark.
I have to take
I'm going to give it to 212. Like I said, this was kind of the plan for me, anyways. That pop, that fail, then go for the short. The daily looks solid on Moderna, and Apple's big dog taking out 140 to the downside, opening up the market actually. With this 140 break, the market does open up to the downside, especially because Apple's the biggest weight. And I'm just trying to get some fill. I just want to fill, man. Come on, let's just get a small balance. Can I get a fill off of this move to the upside so we can actually get going and participate in this short a little bit more, especially with the indexes? There goes Apple. NVIDIA is still kind of flirting with this 171, but we're sitting closer to 170 for our first target. So for now, you see the two shorts, Moderna and NVIDIA. NVIDIA is up 250, Moderna is up 50 cents. Moderna being up 50 cents doesn't mean a whole lot because the spread itself is like 30 or 40 cents.
Yeah, like
take it for what it is.
I'm not trying to chase the spread. Like I got wicked out of Moderna, so like my entry, when I get wicked out, if I get a chance on a higher time frame, in a 3-minute it looks ridiculous. So I guess when in doubt, zoom out. That's what it looks like on a 15-minute chart, and that's what I'm usually trading off of there. So I got wicked out of it. I'm just jumping right back to the same sort of notion and then give it a little bit more room. Alibaba's starting to base out a little bit, and as it does so, I want to go back over to NEO because NEO got really close to filling my dip in here at 12.25 and is now already back up to 12.25. But now that we're back above 92, I'm going to go ahead and add to my Alibaba position, but I just missed getting some NEO shares in there. That's going to sting. If NEO ends up breaking out from here, I'm going to kind of be kicking myself. Do not forget, we've got 10 minutes until Mullen opens up. I do anticipate I'm going to want to be trading this. There's no indicated theoretical auction price as to what price it's going to open up. I think closer to 940s or 950, we'll be able to see that probably within 5 minutes of that. I'll give you an indication once we do have that, but nothing just yet. Tesla's just going the other way, man. These wicks are crazy, but that 160, it's about to come up to this 160 level. So I said I'd sit it out from 155 to 160, 161, because now it wants to turn into the upside. Tesla proving that patience was the way to go here in terms of fighting that short. You don't want to be fighting it too hard. If you're checking back on Snapchat, I chuckle with Snapchat because there was zero chance. I don't know if anyone got the short at $9. You couldn't. I got out of my long at like 93 and was not chasing this one far enough to the downside. I'm going to try and join this party, but I want it a little bit tighter to that $9 level if I can even get it.
Yeah. We made a decision on Netflix, or not Netflix, on Tesla, which was to not get out of the short, but not go long because I didn't want to fight against that 150. Oh, talk about regret right there, right? That's the decision.
No regrets.
Against that wall. I knew something was going on around that 152.50. There was way too much buying going around on there for me to stay in that short. But anyways, okay, that's done. We got to move on from that. Okay, with the futures market bouncing, somebody was asking me, am I trying to get shorts? Yeah, I'm trying to get shorts, but I'm not getting the fills at the prices that I want. The market and I are disagreeing at the moment, and obviously the market's always going to win here. But if we can come to an agreement at the price that I want, I might be able to get my hands on the short. So it's going to be in the mid-70s. Just to control the risk on this trade, it's going to be mid-70s against 40-10 on the upside if I can get it. I do think there's going to be some decent action, especially with with Apple moving to the downside. When it comes to index names, obviously you want the index names to be on your side, right, to the downside. If the futures market is going, you're going to want the top dogs, the ones that are heaviest weighted, to be on your side. So you want the Apples, the Microsoft, the Amazons, the Googles, all on your side. And for the most part, we are all negative except for Tesla. Tesla's there as well. It's doing its own thing, but Tesla's been kind of doing its own thing for the last few days anyways, and now we know why because of all the selling from Elon. But here it is, Tesla making a nice little bounce after having an issue for the last few days to the upside. And okay, maybe I can get filled on this bounce there, Brendan.
More positivity, guys, from EV land in the form of Lucid as well. I just saw it taking out pre-market highs. Bank of America resuming their coverage with a buy on LCID. So a nice move up there, now up 1.3 for LCID.
Ooh, Lucid, I know you. I'm probably going to stick to what I already have, like a bunch of positions on here, adding to the shorts when I was able to finally get into Moderna again after getting stopped out. But Netflix just came back to 300. I just missed it because I was pulling up Lucid to have a quick look at it. I understand like Nikola's in play as well off that $2 level, but Lucid, that's a heck of a wick down and potential breakout. The only issue is overhead resistance, which I always have a bit of a problem with at $8. So Lucid, I like the setup, and maybe there is a 780 break in there. But do I really? I'm thinking I'm probably going to end up taking a shot at a long in Mullen when it opens in 8 minutes. So getting into Lucid might not be par for the course. But almost said Netflix, Nikola does come down and start testing that $2 level. So I got run over on Snapchat going long 03s and taking a 10-cent hit, but I'll be on the 2 bid of Nikola. I said I'd be there. I actually didn't throw the order like I did over on Snapchat, but I'm going to do it here on Nikola. I just like that bounce. I like that scalp play, so we're going to go ahead and take it. Moderna, Second time, hopefully a charm. I'll probably take some out in front of 205 because it would be reckless not to, just given what happened last time. And Tesla, show a little bit of patience, and it starts to, on the 15, you can't really tell. But it starts to make a bit of a curl here, or at least slow down off this 160 level. So right in that target range of 160 to 161, it looks like Tesla's trying to calm down here and maybe follow the market. I'm going to see if I can't get the short, give it to 61s here, and see if there's a bit of a pullback to happen. That's the key. Only traded at the key prices at that 155 and now up here at that 160.
All right. Keep thinking. Maybe this is the bounce where I get filled. I actually stepped down a little bit too. On the futures. Obviously, the other two positions I've got, they're doing well, right? Obviously, NVIDIA up 232, and Moderna, both Neil and I have Moderna. Almost similar prices. You couldn't just get the 97s?
I had a better price the first time pre-market that I got stopped.
He has to beat me by 1 penny in terms of better price.
Oh, but I'm 0 for 1 on the stock. I'm not beating you on anything.
Oh, that's fair.
It's not a competition.
You're starting from behind. Yeah, anyways, we've both got Moderna shorts. I've got the NVIDIA short as well. Futures market, can't get a fill. That's the one I really care about. These stocks, yeah, whatever. But the futures position is where I care about because the majority of my risk goes there anyways. Okay, a couple names that I've brought to you guys before that we're setting up that have now kind of done what they needed to do if we can just get that move. AMD, we talked about 68 to the downside. If we can just get a bounce, it's starting to base out around 67.25-ish. So that could be enough to get us back into this little previous lows from a few days ago here. There should be an issue here once we get there. I'm going to reset the alert, see if we can't actually make a move on it if it gets back into, because based on the way the 5-minute looks, I feel like we can get a bounce. The market, I suspect, has enough for a bounce. This does look like it should set up a decent bounce, but I'm going to set the alert. I don't want to step in too low here in the 67s. Nike as well making a move, but Nike just won't even get back to that 10 mark. I just need the move. Yeah, okay. Nike is actually pretty thin. Let me take a quick look at the level 2 on Nike because for whatever reason, yeah, this looks like, okay, maybe I don't want to trade Nike.
Nike's a thinly traded stock. You gotta be careful. I've traded Nike in the past, and I've always found at the open, you almost want that first half an hour to play itself out a little bit here. But watch out, market now coming down heavily. I just got NIO on the bid, and now you're starting to challenge the close price on Alibaba. So if it doesn't bounce here, this is where my line in the sand is going to be drawn at that 91. If it doesn't bounce here, I'll just get sort of cleaned out on that long up at 92. But if it bounces, I'm looking to add to it here, give it one last shot at a salvo back in. NIO, I'm giving to $12. Remember the news being there was that press conference, some of the Chinese $80 all going up in concert. I do have to jump over here quickly to Tesla because I did eventually get the fill in Tesla off that 160 area. I got 159.70. So, if it comes down in and gives me that first buck, I'll probably just go ahead and take that. But I wanted to wait patiently for Tesla to get up to my price. Like, this is what burned me on Moderna yesterday, was just only not shorting at the key price levels. At least I'm going to do that here in Tesla. If it gets down to 57, that is going to be solid for me. I'll take some more out. Netflix is almost at 295, by the way. That one's still cruising for a bruising. Ooh, that's a bad term. I shouldn't have used that one. Yeah, whatever. It's cruising for a bruising. It's going to break 95. I don't think we see a level like 295 on a 300 break and fail to break that. I think we're going to see a break of that level at some point here today. I'm holding out for that break and looking to see it trend lower.
Yep, and we got our first exit on NVIDIA as it kind of fell off here, and we were waiting in front of 170, right? So here we are out of our first exit is out in front of 170. We're walking away with about $3.20-something here on the first exit. Now we're just going to protect the rest of this, try to maintain this trend. I'm thinking north of 172 should end this kind of downward trajectory. We know 170, I talked about the daily, right? 170 was going to be an issue going down to 168. I just don't know how flexible it's going to be there. So we do need to protect now that we've got the first exit out. So I'm going to move the stops around and put it north of 172 and change, somewhere in the between 172 and 173, somewhere in there, and then we can just go from there. But for now, we've got our first exit, and that's all I really need. Well, apart from the futures fill, but that's all I really needed. Brennan.
Another one of these Chinese ADRs is popping up here. I guess recent highs, coming into play for TAL, up 15% now on this news that these audits apparently are going better than expected. So $7 gets taken out there. We're coming right back in, but ton of volume here for TAL.
So just a bit of a weird thing happening for me on Mullen here. By the way, I'll go to Tesla quickly because Tesla just broke channel upside. So I was able to get the scalp, take the dollar, and then it comes right out, breaks channel to the upside. So I'm again out of Tesla. But a strange thing on Mullen because it's still halted, although on my system, it's like it's showing that it's open, but obviously it's still in that halt. It'll open up in 1 minute or so. I want to be a little bit focused on this as it opens. I'm getting an indicated auction price of 32 cents, so it looks like it's going to gap. 33 was a big level that I was monitoring for yesterday's trade, so that does set it up for a bit of an entry off of that 33. I'd much rather play off 27. I don't think we're going to get a chance at that. Obviously, if we get a chance, then we're going to play there. Moderna, I looked at gift horse in the mouth on mRNA, only to watch it. So it's got the wick top. I re-entered after making a wick high. And then it looked at gift horse in the mouth. I said I'd take some out in front of 206 and then backed away to 205. It's now re-challenging that high of the day. If it makes another run at the top and puts in another wick, I usually favor adding to the position in that particular case. So I'll go ahead and do that. Netflix is on the bid right now at 295, and there's nothing there. There's essentially nothing on the 205 bid. It's bounced off of it, but I see 1,000 shares. I'm not making up. There's no size there. It's 1,000 shares on the bid of Netflix at 95. So no significance. This is still absolutely cratering. Snapchat, I mean, I don't even know what to say about this one. I can't get into position here. I'm just going to cancel. I might have to take 75s on the way back to the downside if I want to be in the short here on Snapchat. This one's, it's completely gotten away. If I had only tried to go short, maybe I would have gotten it.
Yeah, as the market breaks through these 60s, obviously now NVIDIA is actually below 170 mark, but we're still going to trail somewhere north of 172 to protect this. And Moderna coming back up. But Moderna, I mean, like we knew what we were looking for specifically, and this could just be noise as we trade in between. You don't want to over kind of think your trades once you've got into them. You know what you're looking for. You know what the trade is based off of. So once you take it, just give it a chance to work out. So that's what we're doing with Moderna. Yeah, it's going to do whatever it's going to do, but at the same time, we know the daily. We know how it's going to play out or how it should play out. Futures market still continuing on down, so we've got two shorts, one out of the money, but at least NVIDIA almost $4 in the money now as it cracks through that 170. A couple of alerts that have come up. I'm also.
Wow, by the way, Mullen's open.
Oh, there you go. Okay, you want to take it over from Mullen?
Mullen's open, and there was a chance to get that 33, so I'm a little bit salty about this. Don't get me wrong. I ended up taking the 35 break on Mullen. It opened, and it looked like it was at 32s. I tried punching 33s. I couldn't get the 33 break. I didn't get the 34 break. I got the 35 break. Was able to get a bunch out 37 and 38, and now it's starting to pull back in here. So I'll call it like a mixed bag for me on Mullen. It was a winning trade, but I should have had it at 33. That was the price I loaded to. I hope somebody got that bad boy. It was sort of obvious that when it took a level like that after a halt, this is going to have some shorts probably covering up here. I think 40 cents makes a lot of sense. 40 cents makes a lot of sense to take shares out in front of. Oh, for the love of Neil. Anyways, it's an even dollar level. It's an even level, so it's going to make a lot of sense to get some shares out. So I'm going to take more out if it gets into 40, and then just look to play any kind of a bounce off 33 is where I want to look to get it. Netflix did a wick bottom just now off of 295. So wick bottom on Netflix through 295 and still trying to trend down. I'm holding on to this through that level. We'll see what happens on Netflix. I do want to give it a chance to continue to trend for the rest of the day. By the way, SSR down 10%. That's almost an automatic out usually for me on stocks like this. And Mullen, ring the register again. It just got to 40 cents.
That's big, is it?
What?
Is it big? I don't know. I mean, is that a big thing?
It is.
It is? Okay.
And if you're holding from 20 cents, congratulations.
Oh, true. Yeah, okay.
Just a word of wise, I would consider taking profit on Mullen at some point.
20 cents to 40 cents?
It's a penny stock penny stocks are penny stocks for a reason. I'll leave it at that. Take profit and run at some point. Pay yourself out on the way up. These things usually come back at some point.
Yep. Okay. Futures market making a move. Maybe a move. I don't know. It's in the 60s and change. It needs to bounce a little bit more for me to get involved. I do have offers out on Apple, by the way. I'm trying to play Apple through that 140. Now we're kind of well below that 140 mark. I'm just looking for that bounce. The daily is set up for Apple, so why not take a shot here, especially with the market being as negative as it is. If Apple can just bounce another 50 cents or so, I should be able to get my hands on these 140s. And then I'm using 143 as a stop, so it's going to be a wide stop, $3 stop here. but we do have a decent amount of space to the downside, so why not take that shot there on Apple? I got some potential names here on AMD, Boeing as well. We'll talk about when we come back from Brendan.
Another one of these virus vaccine-related stocks starting to go. ICVX just popping up on volume here through day highs. Took out $10 there after a big day yesterday, a couple days actually, to the upside here. So ICVX starting to go again.
Yeah, Bob was starting to go, and it just, I dug that line at 91, and it held 91, so I was able to get the reload in there. But if it rejects that 92 where I was getting in before, then I want to be playing off of this level again. And it's just, I think we can be trending to the upside, but I want to play this at least a little bit cautiously. If I want to continuously be adding it in the 91 level, I need to be trimming some off at 92 when it does get down there. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I haven't done anything with NEO just yet. It has bounced, but I didn't get full fill in here. Remember the $12 a big level? So when it got a bounce off 12.25, I wasn't that aggressive thinking about VWAP. That was obviously a bit of a mistake. And here's the thing. It should never matter what your share size is. It should be completely irrelevant to your trading. Like, you should take every single fill and every single decision you should make, whether it was max size or min size, and trade the decision. So when you get a small amount because you don't have the full lot on it, it shouldn't matter. And I should have taken some out there when it got up to VWAP. I know it's $12 I like better, but that's just making excuses, and it's utter nonsense, so in my humble opinion. So I want to get away from that notion. I should have taken some out when I had the chance on NEO up there at VWAP. But $12 is the level I prefer. I want to get back over to Intel because the chip names are continuing to show weakness. You're now down at 27.50. And I know I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here when I say short Intel every single day, but short Intel every single day and every chance you get. It's just been a golden trade. And when it starts trending, you know what can go. It's taken out the 50 period here on the daily. So as far as the next level down, I'm thinking 27, and I'm thinking where can I short any kind of a pop? That's very likely to be somewhere in the 27.75 range, if not just right back in here on a 27.50 break. But I'm holding out hope that this can pop and give me a better entry.
Yeah, Moderna not helping again, Neil.
I hate Moderna.
Moderna got us there.
It's always my worst stock.
We went for that 208,
but it hasn't broken the top
212. Yet. I mean, I took the 212 out. I'm good with it. I mean, that was a play off the daily. They don't want to do it.
The high was 12.50 though.
I mean, you can put that high in, but I'd rather just work the 12s. So I'm kind of walking away from Moderna. It did what it needed to do, which I thought was enough. No, it wasn't enough. So here we are kind of walking away from Moderna. We've still got NVIDIA to the upside, to the downside, actually, up $3.40. We're going to ride that one out. Boeing. Yes, Boeing. As it comes through this 185, that's what I'm looking for here. If we can just kind of, we cracked it a couple times. We just need to stay underneath that 185. Why do I care about the 185 as much? Well, that's what the daily looks like through that 185 into 184. So if we can actually stay underneath 185, that makes me think that, hey, we might actually take a shot at going after these previous highs that were acting as resistance and actually crack it to the downside. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. In the top corner of my screen, I'm seeing the futures market get to 50. We're probably going to take 50. That means, all right,
here comes Mullen pullback, by the way.
I'm going to have to cancel my futures orders. That's just way too far at this point. I can't get that fill. Okay. As this market comes back down through 185 into 184, if you can just stay underneath, that opens up the daily shot to the downside on Boeing. So we'll see how this one goes here. But Boeing potentially on the table for a short as well, on top of Netflix now at 296. So if you can control the risk on Netflix, which I'm still trying to figure out where the risk is, because I mean, south of 300, yes, but now if it sets up, and we just took it in the last little bit here, where we've kind of tried to bounce and then couldn't, and then goes down. Do you put 306? That's still a $6 risk. It gets pricey on Netflix. The trade is there, but I think you got to be willing to put up the $6 to $10 that's going to be required to take the trade. So for now, Netflix on the table south of 300, Apple on the table south of 140, AMD heading on down as well south of 68 and change now below 67, Boeing flirting with that 85 mark. So I think that's going to be the next potential trade here as the futures market looks at 39.50 in its face.
And okay, I'm reloaded on Mullen. Remember, I'm like, take some profit. 40 is obvious. Well, 40 was a little more obvious than I realized. Look, if I was that convicted about it turning at 40, I'd be short at 40 cents. right? But I wasn't. I was just looking for a pullback. It does dip. It gets to that 33-cent level. Remember 33 on the daily, bounces off 33. I get some just shy of that, around that 34 price range. Obviously, it's going to show me at 35. I have 34.5. It just happens to round up. It doesn't show the decimals. So I did grab that bit of a bounce play. I'm going to take some out in front of VWAP on Mullen. And again, maybe it's not your cup of tea, but this is probably, I want to go out on a limb and say Mullen is going to be the total volume, not notional value, but the total volume leader on this market is going to be Mullen today, just in terms of raw values. Now, the difference between, so remember what I was sort of saying about a Moderna there, where if it gave a wick high again and failed at that previous wick top, which was 212.50, that's a re-entry for me. That did just happen, so it gave a test of the high. Then I want to add to position if it fails the high. So it did, stop was in, added to the position, but when it goes back to 208, I got to take some out. One of the biggest mistakes I've made recently has been not taking the profit where it lies and getting greedy. So when it goes back to that key decision price, that first $3.50, take it. Yes, do I want 205s, maybe 206s for the next leg and hold for a break? Absolutely, because I think it could go to 200. But I got to get some out here. If you're not ringing the register, especially on a stock that was literally my worst one yesterday, I better ring the register when I got a winner on it. As it's already 10 o'clock, Brendan, and happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, more negative numbers happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversal, and many more. They're having their biggest sale of the year right now, 40% off. Check out the link, bottom of the screen there. Here we go, a red board to have a look at once again. 2% right at the top for the S&P 500, the Dow about the same, 1.8 right now. If you move down to here, NASDAQ Composite and the 100, 2.2, 2.3, both tumbling right out of the gate this morning. If you're with us pre-market, we discussed Tesla. Yeah, I mean, a bit of a reversal to say the least today, but still showing a little bit of weakness overall. Moderna trying to fail here, but overall just going sideways. Day 3 after that positive cancer vaccine data out earlier in the week. Jeffries with the downgrade on Snapchat today. Yeah, trying to fail. Here is Tesla at that high from yesterday, 160, after a nice move back higher, guys.
Yeah, this market's starting to slip quite quickly, and that means a lot of the names that we're trying to go for, some index names, we're not getting fills on, right? Apple's not bouncing. We're not getting any bounces here on some of the other names that I've got. AMD's not bouncing. And Microsoft, let's actually check Microsoft all day since the open, actually. And Microsoft, okay, it's 255, breaking down to 254. Now we're trading at 250. Maybe a 250 break for you, Neil, on Microsoft, because that's probably going to be a momentum play to the downside. But
well, speaking of downside,
yeah.
I'll slap the fail on Alibaba. So we got a couple of good bounces. You know, the funny thing is the early trade was definitely the best one. The 91 bounce gave VWAP, but I just reloaded and got stopped out of that channel. That's coming to the downside. But Neil's also at 12. You'll see I'm long in front of the 12 level on NIO. Yeah, so the only longs that's left that's in the money for me is, oddly enough, Mullen, and even barely so, it's the shorts that are starting to come into play once again. And look, I like even dollar levels, but when you're this far gone in the futures, sometimes it's difficult to want to take this trade this far away. Like, oh God, I got a crazy wick there. And sort of this far away from any kind of key resistance or support levels or resistance levels, and you're $5 away on Microsoft. Am I going to scalp it? Probably, because I like levels like that when they do break. But I want Netflix to break 295. Like, that's almost a bigger line in the sand for me at this particular point. Moderna's about $1 away from my next profit take. And then keep in mind, like, if I get the next $5-6 on Moderna here, you had to give this one some room. And I did get run over the first time I took it. But 250, it does stand out. I'll probably have the break. But that's more of a scalp half of it and try and hold on to the rest than think I'm going to swing and get an absolute home run on it.
Damn, futures market. That would have been a huge one, too. 30-something points. Okay. Missed that. I missed my fill by like 3 ticks. Okay.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, especially watching this go. I'm just
that sucks.
Like, ugh. All right.
But it's always like you can't chase a past trade. You can't chase, like, you know, it happens, man. Like, you miss a fill by a few pennies, and that's generally the best one.
Yeah.
It's always the best. It's the one you can't get that's the best.
All right. I mean, NVIDIA's up $5. Great. But the problem with a market that's just screaming to the downside is led by some of these index names. Is what do you do? Like, you can't. If you don't have the entry already, you can't find a new way in. I mean, you can go for even dollar breaks if you really wanted to on the futures market, but it is just taken off since we've gotten to the open here. We were stalling for a little bit, and then we finally, what is that, around 9:45, we started opening the door towards the mid 60s, and we just took off. Right now, at this point, if you're not already short somewhere up here, it's gonna be hard to catch a name that's breaking now. And if it is breaking now, you wonder, why is it breaking so late in terms of movement, right? Most stocks should have already been gone by this point because the market's off quite a bit here. So at this point, I think all I can do is ride my NVIDIA short without putting on too much risk because the risk of a bounce is high now. The lower it gets, the risk of a bounce after chasing after stock is way too high, I think.
Look, that's exactly where I'm at. It's sort of hang on to the shorts that you got. They're in the money. They're absolutely banging at this point. But chasing the short outside of like just a clean level break like a Microsoft in there for a scalp trade. But I wanted to address a question. Someone was asking what futures contract you're looking at. Not to speak for you, but the forward contract for next year, the H23, that's what you should be looking at for the futures, whether it's the ES or the NASDAQ. It's the H23 contract. Just to answer that question, it came up in the chat. Brendo?
SMMT, one that Lewis mentioned, if you're with us early on this morning, just popping back up to day highs here. This is today, obviously, and then yesterday, and then if you go back to Monday, that was the big day to the upside. We got all the way to 4. So we're still in that range, but starting to get going again for SMMT.
So this is where I always get into trouble. And I'm talking about Netflix here. Like, when you take a big level break, it's like, okay, scalp out and then hold for trend for the rest of it. Now I'm getting wick bottoms through 295, and it cannot seem to hold below 295. Every time it gets below it, it snaps right back up. And this is generally where I put a trailing stop in. And then I just kick myself over getting trailed out when this thing eventually goes to 290. So I'm going to back away from putting that trailing stop on until I have a better reason to engage that exit point, and then just hang on for dear life. The trend is your friend, and I said earlier that my hard out would be if we got to SSR down 10% on Netflix, and I want to be able to hold out for that move if I can get it. NEO's now under pressure, so Alibaba came all the way back. NEO's now at that $12. I'm not even seeing a big bid at $12 on NIO here as it tries to break it right now. Like, it's at 99s. Once it ticks below 99, I'm out of this thing. Is that a wick bottom? So it just broke. Now it just broke. Did not print through 99 and then held 12 even, which every single time. It's kind of like Moderna. That's just a re-entry point for me. If I can get 1s and 2s, add to the position, throw the stop beneath that low, which ended up, it did not print 98s. I was watching level 2. So if it gets below 99s, then I'm going to be out. But I always like that entry point because it's tighter risk, but you can add to it and then play for a more shallow bounce up there in NIO. So I'm in this. I'm in Mullen to the long. Everything else is a short trade for me, and we're just holding on for dear life. Moderna just bounced off 07s again. I might have to take 7s instead of 6s for my next leg out.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a whole lot here with this market the way it's moving, but I do want to kind of show, let's show my screen here. And I want to, when you're trying to figure out where to go in terms of contracts, or if you just need information on futures, just go to the CME Group website. What I would suggest is just going here to see what the front month is. And I noticed on their when you go to markets and you go to E-mini S&P 500, they still have the Z contract up for whatever reason. As the front month. It is not the front month. If you were to now go to quotes, you'll see the volume is being done in the March contract. So the H contract is the one that's taking all the volume. So this one expires on Friday. So until then, I guess that they're going to keep it up here for whatever reason. But at the same time, just be aware that every quarter, when we go into the third Friday of that quarter month, so March, June, September, and December, the third Friday is when that contract expires. So the week before, there's a rollover that happens. So right now, we rolled over, technically we rolled over Monday. I mean, most people didn't roll over until the beginning of the week. But anyways, we are on the March contract now. The Z contract is not going to run any volume. It's not going to be worth the effort. And you run the danger of taking it into the expiration, which means you need to settle up, and you do not want to settle up. It's cash settled, but still, you don't want to deal with that mess. So I'd rather you just roll over the week before the third Friday of the quarter month. Brendan.
I just saw Carvana pop up in front of me. Nothing new, it looks like, on CVNA, but taking out this high from yesterday, which was around 550, back to the upside again for CVNA.
Oh, let's get over that one. I'm just adjusting my order here because I said I would take some 207s as the next out on Moderna. But even the last longs that I just had in just came out. That's going to be the reload off 34 and Mullen. Forget about a 15-minute for a penny stock. So we reloaded Mullen off 34 the first time. It got it to 35.5. Took the 34 again in front of 33, and then that's going to be stopped out. Like I said, take profit. You got to do it when it's a penny stock. These tend to pump and dump. If I'm looking for another play where it could bounce, outside of 27, there's just the even 30 level. So if it's not 30 even, it's going to be 27. That's what I'm going to have to respect. Netflix is now, I'm glad I didn't put a trailing stop in. It's now at 94s. I think we're churning on our way down to what could be 10% to the downside on Netflix. I shouldn't have got out of that even stop on Netflix, the original one at 303, but I did wait for the 300 break. Now that's cruising to the downside. Intel as well, just going to be going over some of the positions here. Once it breaks 50, the next out for me, next decision point is usually that quarter. I'm seeing it bounce off the quarters now. I want to give it a chance to churn through there and get to the evens. So if it gets through 27.25, I'll just put a trailing stop on this one because I think 27 is about as low as it's going to go. Microsoft should have just gone long 250. I don't know what this wick's about, but it just bounced off 250. I'll just zoom in. It just bounced pretty nicely off that 250 level, so I guess just jamming on the bid in front of an even dollar level would have worked out pretty nicely for you on that 250 the first time through. I tend to not like to play that the second time. So you're either sitting there the first time to get this nice little scalp trade up $1. If it comes there a second time, I think it breaks the second time, and I'll just go short it. But hang on to Netflix, hang on to Intel, hang on to Moderna shorts. Those are all tending to work out there, and then just getting back over to Snapchat. This is the one that got away, but it's not really doing a heck of a lot. It never came back to 9. It's now barcoding. Might just have to sit this out. It was that initial push through 9 that you wanted to have. Now we're just waiting for it to do either. It either breaks back up and gives a trade at 9, or makes channel break to the downside, and we can get in that way.
Yeah, I just sent some orders into Boeing, by the way. We talked about Boeing earlier being a potential sell through that 185. It finally kind of made its move, and now it's starting to sit around 184. Maybe we can use this on a bounce to get short here. I do like the daily. I do like the fact that we're still here. This is the daily chart on Boeing here. This is starting to work its way through. The last thing you want to see on a move like this is going to be a snap and then bounce. But if we can do some sustained selling, which is what I'm starting to see here, maybe we can trust that effort here to the downside and actually short the pop if it does end up bouncing back towards 185. Of course, this doesn't need to go too far for this to be a failed trade, right? We short 185. If this ends up back above 186 in any meaningful way, we're done. That trade is just going to be a low-risk shot against the daily low, see if we can actually take a move through that 84 and open up the downside. So for now, 85 and change against 86 on a bounce back up is the only play I've got here. Netflix still at 294. Can't do anything with that one. That's too far away. And then AMD is at 66.78. What's AMD doing? How's that going to work? Oh, man, AMD. This is not the kind of sell you want to see when other names in the same group are falling apart, right? This is just way too sustained for whatever reason. This is way too controlled. Yeah. AMD shows me relative strength with this kind of move. So for me, if we're going to be short and we're going to work shorts, I want to see this kind of movement, which is just straight down, not controlled moving down. So for now, I guess AMD, we're actually going to back off the idea of potentially AMD longs or shorts, I mean, on a bounce back up. For now, though, we'll keep the NVIDIA short. I'm keeping an eye on the futures. I want to see how far this bounces. Maybe it bounces just enough to set up another short leg, but it does depend on how it bounces through these 40s and into 50s if we even get to 50s.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it's all about. I love that analysis. Like, that's the thing. You go over to AMD, it doesn't have to show you what you want to see. You can always change your opinion once you start looking at that chart. As always, guys, it is absolutely free here. But there's one thing I want you to do. First, if you're noticing a delay, some people are like, oh yeah, you're talking real time. We're absolutely talking. These are live trades. We're both trading, real shares and actual real contracts as well over in the futures, and then making these trades in real time. YouTube sometimes has a bit of a delay on it. So if you hit the refresh, it's usually 5 to 10 seconds. It should not be any worse than that. If you're experiencing worse than that, then just refresh the feed there. And then as always, hit the like, hit the subscribe if you enjoy what's going on here. It's not always fun when the market goes down, but as a day trader and a momentum trader, you just hang on to your shorts, not literally speaking, figuratively, your short trades, and then let them try to get paid out there. But I'm watching a new one here, and thank you guys for pointing this out. It's the best community ever, RNA. So RNA is churning back to the upside. This went absolutely ham yesterday and got to 21 bucks. Now it's starting to get to the afternoon high, this 18 to 18.50 area. And when I'm looking for a reversal trade, I always want to see usually either a failed break or a big resistance level. This is not a big level on the daily, but it could fail a break at 18, fail to get through 1850, and then you'd have a bit of a reversal for this stock. Now, it's not at a significant level on the daily chart per se, unless it's beneath 18. That's why I'd look for a failed break at that 18 level. So I'm watching this one. I am on it. It is one that I want to play. I felt like Microsoft was going to come in that 250 break. It looks like that's getting away from us at this particular point. Tesla, just to come back to at least one of the EV names, hit enter twice. I did have a short. I did make top wick there after taking a scalp trade out, and it's now running right back up to that high. If Tesla fails this high again, that 160, 161, it's got to be a reentry for the short to me. I understand it's relatively strong there, but that'd be a little bit of a lower high. Yes, it's making an upward trend, but it's still beneath that resistance level, and it needs to clear 161 to completely convince me that I can't look for that short. I think we were talking some Lucid because Brennan brought that one up. It never made that breakout to make the run to 8. As a matter of fact, it completely reversed the move. So I'm staying away from Lucid here. That was the other EV name that we're kind of talking about. And I'm not really seeing the trade. I was favoring a breakout if it could have got to 8. That's come and gone.
Yeah, I mean, you may have to hang on to your shorts. Actually, hang on to your shorts. You see how windy it was today outside? If you're wearing shorts in this weather, good for you. But
I walked from Union today, partly because it was an issue in the subway today from Union Station in Toronto, and I was like, whatever, it's a 25-minute walk, and I get here early, so I'm like, I'm just gonna walk it. Yeah, it was windy as hell. Mm-hmm. It was at one point I was actually fighting to not stay upright, but like I had a toque on. I'm like, this is blowing the toque off my head. A bit of a wind channel.
Well, I'm sure if you guys in the States, there's an issue with a potential snowstorm coming across the eastern seaboard there.
Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, good luck. We were talking about it earlier. I'm just like, depending on how bad it is, I might just leave the car here and take the subway home. And I'll just deal with it tomorrow because I do not want to be driving in that mess if it ends up being as bad as it is.
That's the smart play, man.
We'll see how it goes. We don't know how bad it's going to be or when this whole thing is going to start up. But which then makes me wonder because if it comes down, and we've seen this before, when the weather gets bad, and I doubt that's going to happen tomorrow because of how big tomorrow's supposed to be, when the weather gets bad, things get quieter, especially if the weather's in New York. Right?
That's so true.
Right? If the weather gets bad in New York, things tend to slow down quite a bit in the markets as a whole. But given that it's an indexing day.
That could make it better. So my theory about that is if you get a major snowstorm and things kind of shut down Jersey and New York, New Jersey, then you have maybe less eyeballs in the market, less people in. That just might mean less liquidity on an index rebalancing day. So if there's less people active in the market and less liquidity on a day you're expecting moves, the moves just can end up bigger, and that's better for us as traders. Bit of a bounce happening in this market. So this could be where the shorts get put to the test as we start bouncing here now. Oh my God, Softy. I should have just taken the damn 250 long on Softy because it keeps bouncing off that level. But this is where the shorts can get put to the test. When you start finding support areas and you get these nice little pullbacks, when you start retracing some of these key levels, Netflix is right back at that 295. If it takes out 96.5, 97, I probably have to get out of that one. I'm still watching Mullen pretty closely. It bounced off 30. I thought it could have gone to 27. It did not. And then Carvana, which Brendan brought to our attention. This is still going. It's now 9% to the upside. Why is that still on NASDAQ? It's now 9% to the upside. When I go to my 15, when in doubt, zoom out. If you haven't traded a stock that day, always zoom out to make sure you're not missing out on some key levels. Carvana, $6, right? Like it's not rocket science. Ever since the gap fill would be, the top gap fill will be like $687. But if you look at since it gapped down, it is a $6 level that's going to be key. So until this thing gets through $6, it's still within the channel. That does set it up for a fail at 6 and a potential short at that particular price. We haven't mentioned DWAC. I understand there could be an announcement something. Trump could be saying something today. I don't have any idea what time that could be, but we did see that come through. So I have my eyeballs on it. If something happens in DWAC, I'll let you know. It's $6 in Carvana. That's what I'm interested in next.
All right, I see you guys mentioning XOM. I'm not going to trade XOM, but
Where's
I
oil?
will look at oil. Let's see. Oh, back to the. If it's going to go a little bit lower, then I think potential for a range trade here in oil. But at 76.50, in the middle of the range, right? I'd rather prefer closer to 76 even if we're going to play against 75, or if we're going to play shorts against. When we initially talked about oil, it was up here at 77 and change. But I already said that I wasn't going to range trade oil, and I think I'm going to have to stand by that. Because at this point, with the way the market's moving, I feel like this market might actually be setting up for a decent move. Not back to the upside. Regardless of the direction, this kind of action just opens up the door for another setup. And that's all I really care about at this point, which also means if this is bouncing, I got to protect some NVIDIA as well. So NVIDIA, if you remember, I mentioned something around 170 to 168 is going to be a problem on the daily on NVIDIA. And we're starting to catch a bid here around that 168. Let's see if they take it out. If they can't take it out and they bounce back above 170, I'm going to have to walk away from this. Futures market catching a nice little bid here in the low 40s. And if NVIDIA is also going to bounce back above 170, then that's probably done here. That's been a nice trade, obviously, but at the same time, that might be done for the time being on NVIDIA. And that also means I've got a couple orders out, which I got to check. I've got Apple and Boeing. Do I still want them is the question. Apple. Yeah, I still like Apple to the downside, so whichever play, if I can get some 40s. Oh, I might be able to push some 40 halves in there. Okay, no, we'll leave it at 40. See if we can get some Apple fills to the downside there. And then what's the other one? Boeing. Boeing is maybe not. Okay, you know what? Boeing, it doesn't look that great in terms of a bounce back short. That could actually rip up a little bit more. So I'm going to walk away from Boeing. For now, I'm just going to reset the alert to 185. So if it gets back above 185, I'll take a look at it again and see how it handles in that area. But for now, we're just going to protect NVIDIA, see if we can get filled on Apple on the way back up. And that's about it for now.
That 140 even on.
Yeah.
What's hilarious, Apple was at one. It's not funny because Apple's down. Apple was at 141.30 or 40 in the pre-market when we were talking about this. And I'm like, oh yeah, I guess we're close. I wasn't even watching Apple because he's like, yeah, 140. I'm like, oh, we're close enough to 140 to pay attention to it. I didn't set an alert. I didn't set a stop order. And it wasn't until now, I'm not going to complain too much because there's other shorts out there, but that 140 break was clean. And if it comes back up, that's the level. The way I got into Netflix wasn't taking the break at 300. I missed it, and when it came back to 300, I was able to get it. So if you get a second opportunity in the market and it's at your price, you just jump ahead and take it. I want to talk Delta, but it's already time for the small cap recap. So let's get to Brendo.
Hey guys, brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 exits from Masterworks have produced over a 20% return. Go to masterworks.art/tradertv.live to find out more. A few interesting names this morning to have a look at in small cap world, including Mullen on that new order news. Gave you a quick resume long. Neil was covering that as well, but had to chase that a little bit. This level over here on the daily chart is 34, or 34 cents, obviously. Once it got above that, took that for a little scalp to the upside, but coming back in, holding below that right now. Plug Power, if you remember yesterday, we were looking at 15. That worked out pretty well to the upside for Plug, so just took that again versus 15. It was holding that very nicely, came back, held it again. So I actually just got back in above that high, 1550 now for Plug, back to the upside, showing all kinds of strength. I just tried this RNA as well through that high, which was around the 1780, 18 area versus 17. So you got to give it some range. But that 17 was a ton of support late in the day yesterday for RNA, guys.
So I came back thinking I wanted to talk specifically about I'm going to get to Delta in a second because I just got into position in Carvana, so whatever. You got to talk what's actually moving. So wick high on Carvana, it wasn't to $6. It failed at about $5.89. Generally speaking, when it gets to the level I like and I see that sort of setup, I look for the scalp trade in there. If I can get it at a decent risk to reward, I end up getting 79 short, which is 10 cents plus slippage worth of risk to the high of the day. This is not where my stop is. This is how far I'm crossing. I don't use market orders. It's like a marketable limit order where I'm crossing essentially $6 if it breaks the high of the day, and then I'm just looking for a VWAP retracement. So I'd be getting out on the way down into VWAP and get my orders out and locked and loaded to go. When you said Boeing, I thought Delta. I mean, like, same sector kind of. It makes some sense, anyways. But Delta right at the 50 period. Right at previous support. They did just have earnings. I think the company's probably, if you had to pick one, and this is probably going to the more like the higher end look and investing look, Delta probably has one of the better looks of an airline. But I'm just talking the trade here. If you get below this 32 3/4, that's 75 beneath the 50 period, there's a lot of room to the downside for Delta to flush. But until it breaks that support, it's still pretty solid. This is the bottom from the week. If there's any kind of a bounce here, the R&R is pretty solid on Delta, down that 4%. So once I see it consolidate, I'm kind of hoping this will just go sideways, throughout this up until lunchtime trade, so you can just get a nice little consolidation long in front of 32.75. So I am looking at Delta. Carvana I added to. I said if it got down to 207 again, I would take some out of Moderna. I did, but I'm still holding on to that one. And then Intel's right back at that 27.50. And you said protecting NVIDIA there. Well, I do have to protect what's going on here in Intel. It bounces off that 27.25. I didn't get the fill down at 30, and now it could clear that 50 level. Now, if Intel clears that 50, I'll just get out, look for re-entries. I can cancel this stop, which is completely there's no point having stop above 28 when it's this deep in the money, but I am looking to trail this one out. If it cannot hold 27.50, I'll get out of Dodge. It's just one of those things where you trade what you're comfortable with. Whoops, I went the wrong direction. And for me, Intel, I like trading Intel when it's a chip space. Sean loves trading AMD. It doesn't matter. Trade what makes sense to you. There's a million chip names out there, or you could trade SoxL if you want. It doesn't. Who gives a hoot? Just trade whatever makes sense to you, and trade what allows you to hold the trade, enter the trade, make quality decisions. Maybe it's the price of the stock. Maybe it's the liquidity on level 2. Maybe it's the way it trends. It doesn't matter. You just want to do whatever works for you and what ends up making money. That's why you see me kind of in Intel every single day.
All right. With the market doing what it's doing around the low 40s, I'm actually setting up some potential long candidates. Dare I say it? Long candidates? Not yet, but I do have to set some candidates for potential longs here. Yeah. I think MasterCard is one here. Against 340. Now, we're at 345. We've obviously been trending down. The reason I say MasterCard, and this is entirely dependent on how this market stabilizes through the 40s here. Look at the daily. If we're going to bounce, I would imagine we're going to bounce somewhere in here on a move down. If we're going to catch a bid on MasterCard, it's got to be somewhere around here in front of 340. So I'm like, okay, well, if this market does turn and we do set up on the long side, what can I take? And this is the kind of stuff that I want to take, right? At support after a big drop here with the market as a whole, and now we're starting to catch a bid. Doesn't mean the trend's broken. Also doesn't mean it's a long right now, but I'm just saying that it's a candidate. As long as everything gets checked off, all the boxes get checked off, then there's a potential for a trade here on MasterCard against 340 to the long side. So as much as I am defending NVIDIA, I'm also setting up the next potential trades. I like to set up my trades in both directions. So if the market turns, what am I going to take? If the market does not turn and actually continues on, what am I going to continue taking or leave offers on? As I said, we're still waiting for Apple shorts to come in if the market bounces. But if we end up turning here as a whole, MasterCard would be the first one I would step into on the long side. It's down 3.5%, yeah, but at the same time, it's more solid in terms of the daily levels, the trend itself. Visa it's also there, but Visa's trend is kind of weird, and I can't seem to get a read on Visa, so I'd rather not step into Visa. Visa's kind of acting somewhere in the same line against 205. You could argue for it. I just don't like the way Visa's daily look compared to MasterCard, so I'm going to choose MasterCard over Visa in this situation.
That's all that matters, right? Like which chart speaks to you, or I don't know, makes sense to you.
Yeah,
but
speaks to you is the right word. I would use speak to you.
I don't have a lot of graphics, but any chance I get to use that one. I haven't had popcorn in a while, and I just saw that, and I'm 1,000,000% having caramel corn on Friday when it's movie night at my house, because I'm boring. I'm a family guy, so we have movie nights on Fridays, and I won't be watching Avatar. I'll be watching probably something crummy on Disney for my daughter, but I'm going to have some popcorn because that made me hungry. AMC's on the run. I love it when AMC goes, because Quite frankly, I don't have any long positions, so I'm just looking for something that can actually be a long. And this is breaking out, breaking a good channel here at 585. I'm assuming a lot of people had these breaks already. So if you broke 75 here and we're watching the stock, or you broke 85, you're thinking about where to take profit. And then $6 is obvious. It just made a run to 650, so that's going to stand out there. I keep going right when I want to go left. Just keep in mind, if something crazy happens, I don't see this getting through $7. Previous support turning into resistance. I have a gap in my chart there for some reason. But yeah, this is the kind of move where it can make a consolidation, and if that consolidation is above 585, there's a secondary move to be had. Moderna. Moderna's going through 205. I'm going to get 200s on Moderna today, and I'm still not going to be happy. You want to know why I'm not going to be happy? Because I sucked at it yesterday. So I'm just kind of just trying to make it back. Greg's laughing in the back. He knows I sucked on Moderna yesterday. It's just true. So look, if I can get 200s on Moderna, I'll be pretty happy to. Maybe 201s. That's flushing. But I want to go on to the next. Looking dips here, 585, 590 on AMC as it turns off a 6 even. This Carvana trade. Here's the problem, and I think I hear Luca say this, and I always believe it too. Like when you get that wick top on a key level on a running stock and you grab that first consolidation short, it should work faster than this, right? Like it should give you, see this one here at 575 when it just immediately wicked down, it gives a wick top break, immediately does a retracement of 20 cents. Like this is starting slowly coming down, and it doesn't mean it won't work. It just means it should, to me, already be halfway to VWAP, and it's giving me some pause here. So I am on the bid. Oh, I just got a fill. Complain about it enough, and you get a fill. So I'm going to ring the register, first fill at 1-to-1 at 10 cents, and then try to get some out on the way down into VWAP. But this is not working as quickly as I would have anticipated, and that's giving me a bit of pause or cause for concern here over on Carvana. I think I'm going to get trailed out of Netflix, but that's just me being paranoid. It's creeping up in here to VWAP. Look, I could have trailed it out at 95, but I was channeling my inner you, or my inner Arun, that said, no, I thought it could go 10% today. I did the scalp trade. Now I want to play it to 10%. It needs to break out probably past 97 to get me out, which will probably be a bad out. And then SSR, or that 10%, is still a ways away from it, and it could trend into the downside. So as it does that, because I don't have too much to monitor, I'm going to cancel my automatic stop and just go like area stop. I'll monitor it at this level, and if it rejects it, then I can maybe even get into more shares here and then hold it, not just to the low of the day, but through the low of the day and further. I keep saying 250 on Microsoft. This time, I think we actually break it. So we'll see what happens. I keep saying it over and over again, and then it never actually breaks 250, but it's about to charge 250. I've got my order out. Let's see if we can take it. I just took another leg out on Carvana in the 60s, so that's continuing to work. But here comes 250 on Softy. I know the boys in the back are probably taking this.
All right. Damn. Okay, futures market bouncing back. Well, not bouncing back. It's coming right back down here through 40s. Back into the 30s, now 38. We're a few points away from taking out the lows here at 35 on the futures, which also means now NVIDIA has taken out that 168 level after hesitating here in front of 168. Remember, we moved the stop on this all the way up to 170 to try to protect that short from earlier. Well, now we got to, I'm not going to move the stop actually anymore, but this does open up the downside because, well, it being $6.08 in the money, which is great, but I think what the bigger thing here is NVIDIA on the daily here has nothing below it. Like after that 68, we are wide open. If NVIDIA wants to take a shot down here towards mid to low 60s, I'm talking like 62, 63, we could do it. Why not? We've got a ton of space to the downside here, especially with the market doing what it's doing. It's stalled here in the 40s. I was considering Boeing longs and whatnot. It's catching a nice little sell wave here. If they can just keep this going, we should have a decent chance to open up the downside here on NVIDIA. If you thought $6 was enough, let's go for maybe $10. I mean, I'm at 73 and change. 63 and change sounds about right here. I'm looking for the next target here somewhere around 63 and change to the downside. Futures market, and this is a conversation I was having with another trader. He's like, well, 3,900 could be in play. And this is what we were having this conversation when it was at 80. I'm like, that's a long ways down. Well, we're not that far away now. We're about 30 points and change here as we were coming through the bottom. So as we move, and that bell and the bear there is he's fully ready to go. Remember, a few days ago when I was on, that bull that we had, he was kind of face planted. He was having a rough time of it, and then he came back a bear, and ever since he
This
came back a
bear
bear.
needs a cigar and the bear's chilling right now. He doesn't look like he's chilling because it's all I don't know. It looks all disheveled when it's on the bear.
I'll give it.
I need to fix it there.
We'll
but
fix it. He'll come back hanging out.
the bear's doing like the what's the Monopoly guy's name? He's got the cigar and he's doing that. What is the name of the Monopoly guy?
The Monopoly guy.
No, it's not the Monopoly guy.
gotta be
There's
the Monopoly guy.
There's a name to the Monopoly guy.
Okay.
I'm like 99% sure about that. It's past 10:30, which does mean we need to go to Brent. And time for the crypto update. That just reminded me I haven't even looked at Coinbase today. Probably in the tank, I'm guessing.
All-time lows, in fact, for coin this morning out of the gate. Let's talk about some crypto market. What a wild day it was yesterday coming off the Fed. We had an initial move higher and then came back to the downside right across the board for Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of the major ones with equities. Here's an interesting headline I saw this morning coming out of Hong Kong. Brand new Bitcoin and Ethereum futures ETFs going to launch on the Hong Kong exchange over the next couple of days. Nowhere near getting those in the U.S., but not only can you trade them here in Canada, now you can trade them in Hong Kong as well. This was the move I was talking about to the upside initially and then right back down off the Fed yesterday. If you remember, it rallied all day, Bitcoin did, into the Fed and then just got absolutely hammered with stocks as well. Here we are back below 17,500 now for BTC. Red numbers right across the board, 4.8, 3.3 for Ethereum and Bitcoin today. But top to bottom here, pretty negative for crypto markets, guys.
Yeah, our bear's working on it right now. He's got his red pen out. He doesn't have a cigar though. He's got his red pen out. I'm gonna put some glasses on him too. He's just hanging out, just taking his. He's just hanging out right now.
There's the name. Thank you guys in the chat. It's Rich Uncle Milburn Pennybags. That seems like a really long name, but I'll take your word for it. Lamont Hutchinson and Paul via Sidonia in the chat. Both of you have said, and a lot of you have said Rich Uncle Pennybags. Milburn apparently a middle name, so I'll go with that. I don't mind.
Well, technically, Milburn is his first name, right? Because Rich Uncle is not really a name. It's just
okay, fine. So Milburn Pennybags, but then Rich Uncle. Yeah, I don't know.
Who's his niece or nephew? That's what
Look,
I
man,
want to know.
I'm just reading.
I don't know. Yeah.
Moneybags.
Moneybags.
Moneybags. Just leave it at that.
A fitting name.
Why am I not short Coinbase? $40. Remember $40 on Coinbase yesterday? Well, look at $40 today. Right here at 8 o'clock, pre-market, tips up to $40. Oh, then go to the 3-minute. What do we see at the open? There's 930. There's a push. That's last time I checked, that's a pop. And then there's a consolidation beneath 40. And then a fade. That's an easy short setup. So I say this time and time again, if you like a level on a stock and it's a key price level and you get a chance to look at it the next day, regardless of what happened the day before, worked or didn't work, sometimes you just go right back to the well being 40 and the short on Coinbase, which pretty much always pays off. Of course, I don't go long softy, right? Like I take the breakdown. It's always a scalp trade for me, so it's not as if I'm not giving this all the way back to VWAP on $1.50. Like I'm just taking the breakdown, doesn't go. It ends up supporting that 250 area. So for the third time, 250 longs and on softy are paying you guys out there. Just an update on Carvana. That's continuing to be okay. It did get to VWAP, so this can't lose now, but it's bounced off VWAP and it's now consolidating higher. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is slap on the 565 and get another leg out. If it breaks VWAP, I'm holding down to about 35 to 40, but that short, I'm always out 75 to almost, sometimes all of it, quite frankly, but a lot of times like 75% on the way back in. Now the reason why I'm not out 100% is just this, right? Like it's a multi-day level. The first day that it pops up and pulls back, usually on the first day I'm like out of everything. The fact that it just keeps on making this range over and over again, I want to give it a little bit more room because it's shown me that it could pull all the way back. But what it's also told me is I don't want to reload the short. If it ends up putting in it'll be a bull flag, that's what they call it. If it ends up putting in a bull flag up here, then all you have is absolute capitulation downside, a series of lower highs, getting back to the gap fill, which is about $6, and then holding the last lower high. So consolidation, potential break. If it bull flags from here, everyone and their mother is going to be stopping out at $6, if not the high of the day. And there's going to be a lot of longs in here on Carvana because it's got short interest. It has squeeze potential. So you take the money and run. Yes, will I hold out some for like 35, 40 range? Sure. But bulk out, no reload on that level. To me, that's just asking to lose 10, 15 cents if you reload the trade. So I ain't doing it. Moderna here, it's not a revenge trade. Because, quite frankly, yesterday when I shorted it 6 times, I was revenge trading it. But it did give that short setup, right? I wanted to short off that pre-market high. I got wicked out. Once it put that wick top in, I shorted it off that wick high. And I have another bid at 200 here, just because that's where it really jumped off yesterday. I think that's going to be a pretty solid target. It's down at 205. I'm holding on to this one for dear life. I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense. I wish I could say I reversed NEO, but I did not. If I had reversed NEO at 12, that would be fantastic. It's now headed down toward the low of the day. All I did is get out of my long, gave up the ghost. The Chinese ADRs did not hold up whatsoever. I should have just looked at what was going on at Pinduoduo and then taken that as like, yeah, they're not holding up. That was a complete pump and dump. And PDD was already turning well before NEO, well before Alibaba, and I kind of ignored that and took a couple of extra longs that I didn't need to do. The initial longs were great on Baba, but once Pinduoduo was through 90, I had an opportunity to get away from those longs and only play with the shorts. I didn't do it. Now we're just hanging on to the shorts that are working for us here, and then making a couple of notes. Like the long I did want was Delta. I was looking for that consolidation, kind of setting that trade up. It decided it didn't want to consolidate and just bounce. So the reason I'm not in the Delta long, because I was looking for it to go sideways for a bit, which from the moment I talked about it, it actually only just bounced 30 or 40 cents here. I'll try the longs off this key level on Delta. When it breaks, or if it breaks eventually, I think there's going to be a short, but that's the 50 period. That's a double bottom. It's holding support for now.
Yeah, I'm seriously considering potential longs here at this point. It's a lot more than the first time around. I'm still looking at MasterCard. It is making a nice little move here off the 5s, the 345s. It's going to be expensive, though, to take it against 340. So I'm trying to find other names I could potentially get involved in if this does end up being a solid long. UNH is a name. UNH catching a nice bid off the 528s and 530s. If we can get above 532, I can probably use the low of the day. Daily looks half decent, so I can actually take a shot here. We are kind of congested through the bottom there, so it makes sense that the low would work. We have enough space between the low of the day and the next level. So if I'm going to go for the shot here, I think UNH might have to be the candidate because MasterCard is getting a little expensive for the long, especially at the prices that you want on MasterCard. I would want it somewhere 5s or lower. But if this sets up, we shouldn't be even getting 5s or lower, right? So that means if I'm getting 5s or lower, I'm probably wrong after it sets up. So I think we're gonna have to pass on MasterCard here for now and then just look at UNH for potential longs here. We're not in it just yet. I am still waiting for a little bit more clarity, especially around these 50s to the upside if we can get it. We don't need it on the futures, but if we can get it, I think that would kind of make things a lot easier for me to kind of just go for the shot. But for now, I'm still waiting for this market to just give me a tiny bit more to confirm this potential long, if it is still there or not. And then we'll go for that, right? We'll go for that against the low of the day and see if we can't take a long back into the mid-60s and into the low 70s. But that's kind of the play I'm looking at, just waiting for a little bit more info there. NVIDIA has caught a nice little, and this could turn into a problem. 68 was meant to be the break point. Well, on a 5-minute chart, it just looks like they took out stops and came right back, which could turn into a problem, meaning they just flush the stops below 68 and then now are going to bounce back up. Stop is still north of 170, but I'm just curious if this market's going to set up on the long and NVIDIA breaks that 170, at which point, dare I say it, reverse on NVIDIA even after the great move to the downside because, well, remember,
I shouldn't say
168 was meant to be the bottom. Well, that should have opened up the low. If we trap there, then I would suspect that 172 to 174 gap should be a target that's available. So we'll see. It comes down to how NVIDIA and the market both time their reversals if there is one that's coming. If the futures market can time a 50 break or even a 50 move at the same time that NVIDIA decides to take 170, I might have to consider the reversal idea in play because, well, as you saw on the 5-minute chart, they've taken the stops already. So if this ends up going back up, then we may have to switch, but not there yet. Still waiting for a bit more, but for now, we do have to consider the other possibilities. It's been a great morning for shorts, but we do have to factor in the possibility of a turn at this point.
Yeah, you got to respect it. Now, speaking of turns, I did just get the dip buy in AMC. You'll see the long positions in there now. But I wanted to talk Mullen very quickly because it's getting to VWAP here and trying to test it. Now, look, the initial break, this was off the halt trade when I got the long. And I know I like 33, and I said 33, but I wasn't able to get 33s. I got 35. On the way back, 33 worked once, and then it was an absolute failure the second time through. So I need to see it get back above where this last little, I don't know, it's not a death candle, but where you can capitulation, pullback, whatever you want to call it. It needs to get through this. So either I'm playing off of 30s at this point, or I'm playing above 34 for the momentum back into that 40 level. Like this nonsense in here, like I wouldn't go personally anyways. Like I wouldn't take a 33 half long because where am I wrong if I go 33 half long, where's my out? If I'm out at 30, then I'm not taking anything out until it gets up to like 37, 38. And that's just not the way that I would play a penny stock. I'm usually scalping more out on that initial move. So I need a better risk to reward, which would suggest 31 to 31 half on a dip, allow it to break this 34, get 35s long if I have to, and then my out can become 33 or 33 half. I prefer to structure it that way, so I'm staying away from it. I did jump into a little bit of AMC and then realized I think I was in a bit early there. It's dipping back down. And that breakout, when I was saying 580, I looked back over, and on volume since the open, that's 575, where the pre-market high is, and where it was trying to break through in the early morning. It was a bit of a wick top. So I need to see it bounce off 75. Forget about VWAP. We can always get anchored to VWAP sometimes and just go long in front of it. But it needs to bounce 75. If it can hold this, then I want to go long consolidation above the 575 level. So I'm not adding to this position until I see it hold said level. Just got Delta long as we go to sector watch. Ooh, there's something green on there. Let's see what that is, Brendo.
Yeah, more than one, actually. I was just noticing green names on here. 5% right now for this one, which is Charles River Laboratories Incorporated in the pharmaceutical group. Everything else, though, in this group, very, very negative on the day. But healthcare among the leaders to the downside. It's all about this group up here. This is tech leading the way. Not a single name green in this group, however. Hardware, software, and semiconductors all downside in a big way. NVIDIA leading 4.8%. They were the one with the negative note this morning from HSBC, leading as they should to the downside. AMAT. QCOM here, they're all here. Micron as well, 3.5%. I just saw there. Back in negative territory. Here's some positivity. Insurance names as well. A few of them popping up to the upside again. But diversified financials, individual banks, all red on the day. NDSN down here as well. And the industrials group positive on the session. But only just. We mentioned Nucor earlier, 6.2%. There's Netflix, 6.8% to the downside. All of the ad-related names, though, on that Netflix note, under pressure today, including Paramount, Warner Brothers, Google, and Goog still here. Dish as well, if you're wondering, just different class shares there for Google and GOOG. Both about 3.5%, though. Almost 2% there for the S&P guys.
Yikes. And I knew there was another name that I forgot to go over. Roblox, man. Like Roblox is down 15% today. It's kind of barcoding now, but there was a trade at the open now that I look back at it. And understandably, right? Like at the open, Tesla was going nuts. Moderna was getting into Moderna. Obviously Intel, I'm not Intel anymore, but was getting into Intel. There was so much happening at the open. You were going to miss a trade or two. And I'll kick myself for Roblox because it went right up, tested $30, and is now just chilling at 28. This is another. We keep talking about these setups, and I know this morning I was beating a dead horse, sort of talking about all these recent support levels the last couple of weeks that were coming in and getting taken out. And when you see that, as a day trader, you're going to be looking mostly shorts for these types of moves because the new price action is to the south side and support's getting broken and stops are getting run. And then everyone's sort of looking at this like, oh, goodness. If I was long on a swing, this is where I would have placed my stop, maybe 29s on a 30 long swing, and then it doesn't get to the 50 period, and then all of a sudden you're rejecting. So this is why we're favoring shorts, at least I was anyways, for most of the day here today. Couple of long ideas. I did just get AMC and Delta. I don't want to add to Delta. Again, this is the 50 period. This could break channel down too, and then it sets up for a short. But Delta, I just grabbed some at 33 here. Yeah, okay, it's a round number, but I want to add to it. That daily and that 50 period corresponds with the current low here at 32.80. So until it breaks that, I'm giving some room to that long. I'm glad I didn't trail out of Netflix. It's continuing to trend into the downside. We'll continue to do this one, try to hit the home run, but it needs to break this low. You're at the time of day where if I see a double bottom in the market and a double bottom on Netflix, maybe I just go ahead and take $6 on the trade. If it bounces off 93 again, I got to be able to respect that and not give it past that 95. But I still think if it cracks the low, we could see 10% down. So I'm trying to resist that temptation to always get out of the trade. Carvana, just to give you guys a quick update on Carvana. If you're long, it did get through VWAP. I said, as usual, get most of it out in front of VWAP and then give it to this 535 to 540 as this one works back into the downside. And just to recap what the idea for the short was here, I'll stick on the 5 minute. Ooh, no, the 3 minutes, no good. I have to go to the 15 minute to show you guys the level here. Yeah, so it's just looking at since the gap filled down, you had a recent high at $6. The second it failed near that $6 level, shorted the first consolidation, which happened to be 580. Take a bunch out in front of previous highs, and then I'll get the rest out in front of this little consolidation at 535. So it's not really too crazy of a technical trade, but it's a tight risk to reward trade, and that's why it's counter trend.
All right, I'm just looking at Apple. Do I still want to get that short on a bounce? I don't know. Apple.
It's not there, is it?
No, it's not there. I'm just got to consider the possibility of Apple ripping through 140. Is that a possibility? I mean, it looks like it's just consolidating after a trend down, so we probably have a nice extension available on Apple. So I'll leave the order out, but I mean, it's at 140, which is a ways away from where we are right now. So if we do get up there, it's entirely possible that Apple just takes off to the upside. So I'll leave the order there for now. We'll just see how this market handles this little dip down to the 40s and change.
Quick question for you on Apple. And I'm probably going to answer this one for myself as I'm asking it. But you have VWAP here, and you have you've got this little hump that it's making, and it's like a double, whatever you want to call it. It's not a double top, but it's like a nice little consolidation, 139, 139.5 at VWAP. So what's the reason for not just saying, okay, it's beneath 140, trend down, short 139, give it to the half, bit of a tight risk to reward, but you're 2-to-1. I'm not talking myself into this. So you're 1-to-1 to the low of the day. You're 2-to-1 to the even at 38. It's not that bad of a setup, and I'm kind of talking myself into it right now.
You could. I mean, that's a very tight trade, right? It's a very
I should have just done that.
I mean, it could work out well, especially with the way the futures market is moving. It's just, for me, I like to work with wider charts and wider ranges. So if you're looking at the 5-minute chart and you see this, you're going to see a lot of this. That's the problem. When you look at a 5-minute chart, I'm sure you're going to see a lot of consolidation, potential breakouts, ranging highs that you can potentially fade or whatever. I just want to work with bigger charts, which then limits my potential on the smaller charts, right? Because I'm using the smaller charts to time my entries. So if I don't see this trade on the bigger chart, then I'm not going to see it on the smaller chart. And that's just a matter of me kind of figuring out that, hey, when I go to the smaller charts, I end up seeing way too many things.
Well, that's what I was getting at, because on the bigger chart, like the trade is just, can you go to my 15 minute? And I'm the same way. The reason I'm not in the Apple short is when you see this, I see 140, and then you see like the range top here. You know, you probably can even give it like $2. And I don't know, do you see a 135 today on the daily chart? Your next support is in the 135, and then that's like 2.5 to 1. Like like I was kind of answering my own question there, but I just wanted to make sure everyone gets that opinion. Because yes, you could be looking for, as a day trader, some other entries into some short trades. I'm just hanging on for dear life, and I have a couple of bottom picks. I'm looking at you, Delta, that I need to work out here. But everything is absolutely cratering, and I wanted to get to this. I see Amazon and Meta going. I wanted to get to this RNA because I'm just only sitting in Moderna right now. RNA did wick top through 18 even. As I sort of choked down there. It did make that fail at 18 and is now consolidating lower. So this is at threat. Usually the way I would try to trade this is short it off that high of the day, and $1 on a $17 stock, I need to be getting better than $17.50 to be able to short this. I'm probably not going to get that fill. I don't want to say never, but I don't think I'm going to get that fill. Meta, just to go over to Meta, this is channel bottom broken. And you know, unfortunately, I was looking at Netflix and Intel and a couple of other ones and Moderna for the short. So I did miss out on Meta. It's going to happen, but it's just another channel breakdown. And then you're looking for this 115. If this gets to 115, that's where I think maybe support comes in on Meta. It's just absolutely dying a slow death here. And then Amazon, pretty similar story. A level I like was 93 yesterday, and I don't know what that wick is at 3,000, but you're too far away from 93. 90 was your secondary level to play off of. I'm not chasing this into the downside. I have shorts on that I think can work, and in terms of the bottom pick, it seems weird that Delta, which the other day I was looking for shorts on Delta, on any kind of a pop after the earnings that it had, but it's now bouncing off this. If it gets into VWAP on the 15-minute, that kind of corresponds with the last time it bounced here. It got to 33.25 and started failing. That's where I want to be getting some shares out. You're not thinking counter trend, hit home runs. You're thinking counter trend, get the W, take the win and run with it, because not everything is bouncing. The market just made another leg down, and Delta's holding the low, if not bouncing a little bit. And I actually just gave up the chance to take 15 pennies on it. I'm going to take that 15 cents the next time I get it, because this market's headed the other way.
Yeah, this market's still deciding. It looks like it wants to put some pressure on the downside. And we'll come back from Brendan here with Money Talks.
Hey guys, volatility continuing in currency markets once again today. If you missed it early on this morning, we got both a Bank of England and ECB decision on interest rates as well, 50 basis points for each. So big moves downside here versus the overall dollar. We saw the dollar bounce back a little bit late in the day yesterday. It's continuing back to the upside. Today's a daily chart, so we had some wild action yesterday. Back higher again, though, for the DXY, 0.5% right now, back to 104.3. You can see the euro downside 0.4, and then down here, the pound getting hit, 1.6, back to 122. 50 basis points to the upside again for both this morning. Australia, New Zealand, both negative as well in a big way. 2%, 1.5 to the downside. But all about that hawkish Fed talk coming through yesterday, guys.
We're going over Moderna, and I'm looking at it, and it's like we keep talking about different time frames on charts, and there's a reason why I have a 3, a 15, and a daily, and everyone was trying to convince me to look at a 60-minute chart. I don't want to have too many out there. I typically have a 3-minute, and I had this execution, and I kept saying 207 on Moderna, and I had this execution to get out. And you look at the 3-minute chart, and you can see all the reason why I'd take another leg out and then hold for more. When you pop a 15-minute up, and then you look at what this looks like, even zooming out a little bit further, right? You've got a monster move upside, huge move the second day, breaking this 208 level, giving you that wick top, kind of like that head and shoulders look, and then that same 208, a couple of wicks higher, I'll zoom back in so you can see, and then it gives this wick up to 212.15 here. So if you're playing the short off of this 08 to 212 level, okay, fine, makes some sense to take 07s, 08s out on a pullback, but the next exit point is not till 205. So I gave up $3 here by taking an exit at 205, and now I'm waiting for it to give that sort of 200 gap fill back in. I don't think this is weak enough today to necessarily see a 194, 195. I think it's holding up a little bit too well. And it was good news. That's the reason why it's up. So I'm looking at that 200 level. But sometimes you just have to stick with the higher level chart. If you're executing or giving the reason in off the 15-minute, then maybe I shouldn't even be looking at a 3-minute chart when I'm looking for an exit point. And that was a mistake there. Gave up $3 on it, still holding some. But I tend not to, when I'm trading something like a Moderna, I don't ever think I should have 10 exit points. I should have 1 or 2 at most entry points, usually 1 ideally, and then 3, maybe 4 exit points on a stock like this because you're trying to get that bigger move, so you want to trade it as such. So anyways, that's just the idea for Moderna. Netflix, it continues to go to the downside. Now through that, so now that we're through 293, I can forget about the 97. At this point, like you're completely channeled down. This is your next consolidation point here at about 288 to 290. So if I just get out in this area, I'm going to be perfectly happy with it. But I am really starting to think trail. It's $4 in the money here on that 300 break. I did the scalp trade off the 300. Now you're just holding for the extended move. And I think 88 to 90 is where this could turn around. So Netflix starting to work in here to the downside. And Diamond Realty of Miami, haven't heard of Airbnb in a while. You know what's hilarious? I'm going to open up my iPad. I'm not an Apple user, and sometimes I have to put in the code for this, and other times I don't, and I don't understand why. Sometimes it goes to sleep when I have to put the code in. Sometimes it goes to sleep when I don't. I don't know why. But I had down for Airbnb 91 to 91.15 for a break, but there was no catalyst for it this morning. So anyway, let's see what happened here. Okay, yeah, it broke channel down and is continuing to flush. I think there might be a trade. There might be a trade here still left on Airbnb, just because last time it got through these levels, or got on the way back up to these levels, you had $3 or $4 of air. So if we trend down and continue going, there's still a trade left in Airbnb. Maybe it's not at 91, but it could just be off this 90 break here. But it's my first time looking at it. Punching in on a low of the day break at 10.58, I don't necessarily want to do. I'd rather be playing any kind of a pullback in here, 90.5. Yeah, I see something for us here in Airbnb. I just don't want to take a break of the low of the day at this time of day. Where'd the position board go?
Oh, great. We have to restart. I'm not restarting it. No, that's not happening. You still know I'm in NVIDIA. I'm up $5.55. It's doing absolutely nothing at 168. So we're going to just stick with it. That's all we can do. Just stick with it, see how far this trend goes on NVIDIA, if it does continue on to the downside or not. Futures market taking a look. They actually put in a new low by a couple ticks to the downside now, trying to bounce back a little bit.
Market be fallen.
Market be fallen is right. That's the right word I'd use.
There we go.
I
just took a fill so the position would come back.
Yeah, there we go. Apple still hasn't bounced enough. We're probably not going to get that bounce. So I think Apple at this point, that trade, that read around 40, at this point, I think we just got to cancel it. If it does come back, it could become a problem. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel that Apple order. We're just going to let the market do its little thing here. Whatever it's doing, let it do its thing here as it works through the bottom end. And it's not really... Let me take a quick look at some other index names. What's Microsoft doing? Are we breaking down on Microsoft? Yeah, we are breaking down on Microsoft.
It's finally going.
Yeah.
It just took 250 again.
Microsoft finally working through 250 to the downside as the futures market put in a new low. So it does look like it's getting some help to the downside. Apple's not there yet, but at least Microsoft is helping carry some of the weight to the downside in these indexes. Yeah,
with the under a minute to go, when I looked over, you might have seen my eyes light up there. Yeah, I now have a trailing stop on Netflix. That 93 that was the previous low. If it gets back above that, I'll probably just get out of it, take it and run. It's gotten close enough to target that it makes some sense to me. But it's been a wild one. It's been a fun one. Arun, I want to thank you for filling in for Sean here today. He'll be off just a couple of days. We got to take time off and enjoy our time at some point. I do have a single and solitary long position on, believe it or not, and somehow it's holding up. So I'm gonna. Oh, I was offering 18s and it's at 17. I'm just gonna get 17s out. I'm just gonna take something out on Delta before I absolutely hate myself for not playing this bounce. Nothing is working long right now. So the fact that I even got something, I'll be happy that Delta held that low. Now it's time for the midday boys. Although I don't know where. Okay, we'll go to Shreve. I don't know where your partner in crime is, but Shreve looking sharp in. Is that royal blue? Go get him.
I call this Pepsi blue, Neil. I don't know why, but like whenever I describe a car that's this color, I call it Pepsi blue, maybe because it mimics the Pepsi can look. What is up, people? Welcome to the midday show. I'm Sharif. Momentarily to my left will be Luca. He's just on repose at the moment. Guys, we've got a lot going on. I mean, on repose? Yeah. Just give me a second while I look it up. Rude. He's gonna have fact check me. I'm gonna look a little bit bad. All right, guys. So we got some stuff moving. We got some small cappers in the hopper here. ICVX. How many times did this one halt up? Once, twice, 3 times. Oh, geez. And then here's an aggressive halt down. That's the candle of death right there. That's the reversal candle. If you got that short, all the power to you. But yeah, ICVX, I'm going to stay away from it for now. It's definitely still setting up for a possible move into the afternoon session. We're above VWAP, which is at $12. So that is a good look at the moment. The other look that I'm looking at, guys, are these big cap charts. You guys know how I love to talk about these flat bottom breakdowns, flat top breakouts, yada, yada, yada. Each and every one, with the exception of Tesla, is setting up for what I like to term a flat bottom breakdown. Likewise, so is the general overall market. Look at that. We have that move down, that consolidation sideways, and I'm willing to bet we may see some more weakness coming into the afternoon unless we get some sort of bullish catalyst. So that's the way I see things at the moment. I'm going to continue to keep my eye on these small caps. I'll continue to keep my eye on these big caps as well. You know, that's an exception for me. But I like the way that they're all setting up today. They look relatively weak and more poised to go to the downside. So I'll be looking at that. Let's bring in actually the scanner. Let's go through some of the scanners before I take you through some of the trades that I had this morning. Here we go. ICVX, leading gapper in the overall market. This was up a lot more, guys. This was in the 80, 90%. Low 80, high 70%. It's done 20 million shares, 19.5 million shares on the day. I was looking at this one, and then I heard Neil as well talk about RNA. You guys remember RNA from yesterday? We were on that one. That's a sympathy play for mRNA and their use of mRNA technology to cure ailments, etc. It's only up 4% today, but guess what? It's above VWAP. And I bet you this one will be a slower mover. We'll be able to predict the levels a little bit more on this one. So I'll be looking to get into some RNA as well. I'll have that to my side chart. I see a lot of messages coming into the side. I'm unable to look at them at the moment, guys, as Lucas sets up, but I will be responding to them soon. Now let's get into some of the trades that I had this morning. I took that short on Netflix, a little bit below 300. I wish I had that 300 short, but I waited a little bit. I probably waited a little too long. 297 is where I got short. Yes, 297 right after the bell I got short. I held that for about $1.50. It retraced on me, actually retraced back into 300. And that's when I said to myself, add to your position. I didn't add to my position. So I should, not add to my position, get back in. I had already scalped out down here. What I was looking for, I knew that 300 was going to be a top. Have a look. We had a dip into 300 here, another dip into 300 here, and then their break. So this area of former support, again, we talk about this all the time, is likely to act as an area of resistance. And that's when you wait for the retracement and then shoot back into the short. If I had done that, I'd be, $9 in the money. So shoulda, coulda, woulda, but Netflix set up real well today. You guys know the catalyst. Brendo let you know about that, about the revenue for their advertisers not being what it was, and then them actually offering to give money back. It looks as if the business model for these advertising schemes or setups is that you basically the advertiser deposits X amount of cash with the advertising body, and then essentially it's used up. Right? In this case, it's like, no, they were promised certain amount of viewers, and it looks like they only hit about 80% of those numbers. So the remaining 20% basically they deployed back to the advertisers themselves, and then those advertisers will probably redeploy that elsewhere. It seems like a more fair business model if you're asking me, but obviously not good for revenues. Are you all set up? Are you good to go?
What's going on, everyone?
Guys.
Just get a little bit late to the party here. Someone saying Luca putting on the costume. Yeah, no, I just kind of, getting my mind right over here. Had a great morning, but I'm just kind of tired. I got 4 hours of sleep, so I'm just sort of I'm not feeling 120, I should say. But yeah, no, all is good. Luca must be looking for Bass Pro hat. Yeah, no, got the hat on. Life is good. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the morning, enjoying the show. Yeah, kind of crazy day today. Apple 140, Tesla close to 150. Not really sure what my plan was going into today, but I'll share a couple of my trades to start the morning. And then, yeah, for sure get a couple nice trades going. Yeah, guys, hopefully you guys are doing well, man. This week's been pretty good all around. I think everyone can agree on that. Starting the day looking at Apple, thinking, 140 is going to break, putting my scalping hat on, just kind of scalping it in and out, just covering. When we get to a level like 140, it's a scalper's paradise, I think. It's going to print 140 over and over and over again. And this is a situation where, if you have the kind of skill and it's a part of your playbook, this is where, you take size on scalps and just kind of recycle over and over again. So held a little piece for the move back down here, kind of covered here and then covered a little bit over here. Flipped long for the scalp, which, little bit wary of just because it's a short day for sure. Here we are now breaking the lows, I think, on Apple, going to the downside. 138 test is probably going to happen today. I don't know if it's going to happen right this second. I would just gauge the tape on that one. Then kind of try to long over here, sort of like building into it. And this kind of big sort of down candle right here, and maybe I can zoom in to show everybody. this kind of, figuring, maybe we run to the 50 period, which is here. I don't know why it's not on this chart. And yeah, then we kind of flushed, so I just punched out of that one. So this was smaller size, so it didn't really give back anything. Things were good, man. Things were good. Apple was my best name. Beautiful scalps. I love trading Apple when it's doing volume at these key levels. If every day could be like today, oh boy, man, I'll make tons of money every single week, and life would be good. Second trade I had, which I think a lot of people had, or I think Neil was actually talking about this, was the Netflix trade through 300. This was a back burner trade for myself just because Netflix is a little slower to my liking, so not really sizing up too much on this kind of trade, just kind of taking the size, and I'm like, if I could get 296, 295, I think that's reasonable. And what a clean flush, man, straight to the downside. Covered a little bit, and as soon as I covered, I was like, wait a second, I should just cover this all because this is the win. So got the rest out, and yeah, sure enough, we popped back to the get a 300 test. I think you could have justified a reload over there, but for myself, I didn't really care. Kind of make the money, keep the money, and move on to the next one. Someone's saying the hat looks big on me. Yeah, trying to fix it over here. No, it's like it's a good hat. It's big on me. Maybe I got a big head. I don't know, a combination of the both. And then the last thing I traded was Meta for a quick scalp. Somebody on the floor called out size below, which was around this level. Pretty interesting. It was like 1,500 lots. It did get filled all at once, but I almost want to say that 1680 level is a key level today on Meta, just because that's where size traded. It's sort of held. Now it's sort of breaking down below. I wonder if we get back to 1680, do we reject and stay below VWAP? Obviously, Meta down 5%. It's below VWAP. Netflix down, Apple down, Tesla down. Or I shouldn't say Tesla down. Tesla's actually super strong today, but started the day down. So yeah, definitely an exciting day. I think if Apple gets back to VWAP, that's a short, so that's my plan for the afternoon. And yeah, man, Tesla, Elon sells, he's done selling. I guess the long is not wrong. 153 all the way to 160, but interesting how the 160 area holding, right? The 160 area holding. I think something to note that I noticed, I didn't trade Tesla today, but something to note is that there was a pretty big iceberg selling at 159. And then as soon as that filled, so it took from 1021 all the way to 1027, it was reserving, right? So that's quite a bit of volume, like selling, reserve 159, breaks the reserve, gives the pop, doesn't break 160, never comes back to test 160. So key level on Tesla is pretty obvious for myself, 159 going into 160. Key level on Meta, I mentioned just below 117. Key level on Apple on the downside, 138. On the upside, I would say VWAP. I don't think we get back through 140 today. I don't think that's going to come to fruition. And yeah, Netflix 300. I'm not trading Netflix for the rest of the day. I'm definitely keeping my money and running. Netflix is a nail and bail, man. It's a nail and bail for myself. Made the money, keep the money. Will not give it back on that name, that's for sure. So yeah, we'll see what we get going. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Staying profitable. It's exciting going into some rebalancing tomorrow. So yeah, lots of volume coming in. Feels like we're going to get a little bit more volume tomorrow, and we'll see what happens there. And last thing I'll say before I pass it back to Sharif, there is a small cap mover. I'm sure Sharif's all over this one, or he will be all over this one. But ICVX.
Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, this is our RSV. So they got a RSV drug candidate, and they got cash on hand. They're not looking to raise, to my understanding. So that being the case, a lot of the times you see these small caps move. The question is, are they going to start raising capital? What's cash value? Like, what does it look like on the books? For this particular one, it might be good. So kind of, obviously you're getting the run up, a lot of halts on the way up. These down halts, man, are pretty nasty, I have to admit. You get the first up halt, prints flat. You get the second up halt, prints down. You get the third up halt, prints down, blows through 15, kind of, wick off top, and now back to VWAP.
I think the time to trade it is now, Luca. I mean, like, look at that dip trade that you could have just had off VWAP.
I think
that's a no-brainer trade right there. I mean, VWAP's clear. You just punch in there. You put it at like 12.10. Don't even bother putting it all the way at 12. Forego those 10 pennies, and you're already $1 in the money. It just touched up 13, and then you're out. I mean, that's really like, you don't need to chase it like this. You just play the ranges. You know where the indicators are, and then once the slower time of the day comes in, i.e. right now, and you start taking it off key levels. It's defined itself already. You have so many different levels to work with. You have the halt level over here, the first halt level at 1150. You got the second halt level at 13, I want to say 13 and a quarter, then the fourth level and the high of day. These are all levels that you can obviously play off. And then you've got VWAP, you got your indicators. So many different ways that you can approach this. There's no reason to give into FOMO early on and punch in. Obviously, everybody wants that. I mean, like, look, it just came off 850 there and it went up to 15 and a quarter. So that's obviously a lot better than taking a dip off 12 and selling at 13. I get that. But in terms of managing risk, this is where it's at. So I'm going to be looking for trades off this. I'm already lamenting not taking that 12 off right there off VWAP. I saw that. I'm like, okay, let me set up for this Apple short, which I'll get into in a minute. But yeah, I should have had that dipped off 12. Anyway, so here's what I'm seeing on the futures, which will lead to the Apple short I'm about to speak about. This to me is a bearish, completely bearish setup. We got the move down on the news, God knows, whatever news. And then you got a consolidation sideways with consistently lower lows and lower highs. So to me, this is the 3-minute chart, by the way, on the ES March contract. And so this, to me, looks like a continuation south. Obviously, anything can happen, but that's what triggered me to go short Apple. Now, is Apple the weakest of the bunch? No. So after I looked, and I looked a bit more thoroughly, I kind of felt that Microsoft was a bit weaker, but not potato a little bit here. Let me just bring this down so you guys can have a look. Here are the big six. Meta not looking as weak as the bunch. Obviously, Tesla, the strongest of the bunch on that news that Elon was selling. I think that a lot of people were concerned about the fact that demand had slowed down, and as a result, the investors or big money was flying out of here. And it turned out not to be the case. He sold over 3 billion, 22 million shares or something like that over a period of 3 days, Monday to Wednesday. So I think that this got bought back up, especially taking advantage of these depressed prices. So Tesla, not weak. For the moment at least. Amazon looks like to be a little bit weaker, but I'm going to stick with the Apple short. I'm going to look between Apple and Microsoft. I like where this is headed. Obviously, if the trend changes, it changes, but already in the money on this Apple short. Let's flip to it. Let's have a look real quick. Yeah, getting in here. Where am I? I'm short 21s. So yeah, like 10 pennies in the money. Nothing really to write home about, Luca.
It's kind of funny. You're short 21s. I'm long 20s.
Okay.
Different perspective here. For myself, I'm willing to add into this. I think 138 is going to get tested right now, and yeah, there's about 2,000 shares on the bid there. This is a scalp trade for myself. I'm not really going for anything too crazy. I'm sort of kind of willing to add into this. So yeah, I'm going to add a little bit more right here. And yeah, we see if we can add into this kind of thing, playing off 138, let 138 break. Where do we go if it stays below? Like, we could easily just kind of pop back, and I'm thinking we could probably get to
we usually do, yeah.
like 40s for like obviously the trend is down. It's down 3%. And you know what? I was like, what am I missing on my chart? And it's the 50 period, and I think it's because I'm on this side of this computer, it doesn't have it. So yeah, there it is now. Dark blue line is the 50 period. So things are good. I could kind of see that there, and I got to find a way to move simple moving average there. So maybe I'll fix this. Yeah, we'll see what happens with this Apple trade. Still didn't break the 138, I don't think.
No, holding.
So yeah, I'm going to have a couple offers out. My average now is 14. So yeah, if I can, again, I'm kind of going for like 10. I'm not really going for the moon here. If I can scalp some out and take the winners as they come, stick to the plan. My scalp game is pretty good. That's kind of my strong suit. So yeah, I'm going to make sure I continue to scalp over and over and over again, trading the playbook and making the money.
Yes, sir. Scalped a little bit, so I'm holding about 45%. Took a quick 20 penny winner there at 138. Gonna wait for, I'm looking for the break of 138. We got some size coming in, obviously, there. I'm seeing, how many lots is that, Luca? Like almost 3,000 lots or something, a little bit less than that. So we got some good size there protecting that level, but we're testing it. I'm gonna be patient. Let's just see what this one does, and let's go on to something. Oh, did it break?
Yeah, I think so. Broke.
Okay, yeah, I see a 137.94 and then it popped back up. That's to be expected, guys. I mean, some of the trades that we were taught when we got here, these key level breaks, right? I'm gonna scalp a little bit more right there. So we're well in the money on this one, scalping with decent size. But let's go back to ICVX quickly and let Apple do its thing so we don't micromanage it. Yeah, I'm looking for another dip back into that 12 level. Do I want to see it make its way all the way back to 12? Well, not really, because I want to see consistently higher lows on this one, right? If I see consistently higher lows, then I know that there's an uptrend and I can take more size to the long side. That's my thinking. So if I don't really want it to come back into 12, so I'm going to take it in front of 12 by a bit, like maybe 12 and a quarter, 12.20, in and around that area. So that's what I'm thinking for ICVX as it makes its way down. It's looking like it's respecting these moving averages, or at least VWAP for the moment. If it doesn't, we again, like I want to keep mentioning it again, but we have a lot of levels off which to play on ICVX, so there's no shortage of data to use there. Apple still flirting with that 138 level, looked like it popped back up, and now testing again. When we have a look at the futures, let's see what we got here. We got a possible reversal candle here brewing, at least not a reversal candle, but you know, it looked like we got off the bottom there at 39.21, moving up to 39.26. These are all really micro moves, guys, and it's just me having to comment on it. If I was back at my desk, I would try not to look at it, to be honest with you. Let's see what the chat is up to. Dave Campbell says, yeah, I agree with your short on Apple. I appreciate that, brother. Let's see if the trade pans out or not. RNA, yeah, RNA looking good. Neil was trading RNA. How come I didn't get filled on my dip trade there, man? You guys see it crossed? That is unfairness. Look at this. So I had a dip trade there set up. I would have been 40 pennies in the money on this one. I don't know why I didn't get filled there. Maybe there wasn't enough liquidity. All good. We'll wait for another setup to brew on this one, but this one looks good. You know, it's a slow mover. We don't have to worry about it too much. We have a lot of levels from which to work. We got yesterday's levels. We got some good levels from today. So let's see what this one does. I'm going to be looking at those three: ICVX, Apple, and RNA.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, definitely don't want to go back to the same stocks here. Just kind of update. I am kind of long scalping this like a madman. I'm going to hold a piece for the break of if we go back up and then try to get out 138.40. So that's my play there. I just don't believe that we're going to go straight to 137 right now. I'll go hour, play the games. That's kind of my plan there. I want to look at SMMT just very quickly to kind of bring myself up to speed on this, because this one is, everybody remembers this was a mover. And yeah, maybe it's not, you know, you can't justify a day trade on this right now, but it obviously had the move up. And something to note here is that the fact that it's holding, right? So that 4 level is interesting. That 450 level is definitely really interesting. And I don't know if, I guess we'll see what happens. And, you know, kind of feels like giving a little pop today. Probably no trade for myself, but we'll have to see what happens over there. And, you know, go from there. Meta, yeah, back down 116, now kind of curling back to the upside. Overall market, you know, very weak today, down 2.5%, kind of making that low, now really dipping back to the upside. I would say the one thing that's kind of pretty obvious for myself is that because these names are down, you can play the long, right? There's money on both sides, but just understand that if selling comes in, the soft side is down. So, you know, we could pop, you know, violent pops, kind of short squeezes. It sort of makes its way up. You know, the only reason I like the long right now is just because of the volume extension. But, you know, as it goes down, a little bit of selling goes down 15 cents. A lot of buying only goes up 7 cents. So that's kind of the feel that I'm getting. So I'm just kind of playing that game. I already covered the first portion here. I'm basically I'm going for like very small. Like this is like as you guys can see, it's like long, build the average, kind of out, long, kind of out over here. You know, pops here, now back down. So I'm just going to recycle this. Like if you see me in Apple positions, just understand that what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of recycling the 138 level. And, you know, if it starts to really sell off for whatever reason, best believe I'm not holding that against me, right? Because, yeah, down is kind of the trend for the day there. So, yeah, I want to look at Microsoft here very quickly. That 250 level lines up with the 50 period. So maybe something is there. This name's down 3% today, kind of like everything else. I kind of feel like that 50 period might act, you know, as a magnet if we pop. But we sort of already, you know, dipped below 149. Dip below 149, now kind of pop back up. If we can dip again back to, call it a quarter, 129. If we get a little bit, I'm not going to chase you. I'm not going to just punch long. But if we can actually dip, you know, even like 20 cents, I'll try the bid there for the move into the 50 period. So I'm thinking magnet to the 50 period. We kind of sold off. It's probably going to gravitate back there. I don't want to punch here just because, you know, that's going to give me maybe a 50-cent win. If I can get a little bit lower, it kind of dips a little bit, gives me the fill, and then goes to the 50 period. It just gives me better risk to return on my money on that one. So I'm going to go for that there and, you know, see if we get the fill. If not, if it runs to the 50 period before I get that fill, I'm out of the trade. That's kind of my strategy on that one. We'll see what happens there. And yeah, this ICVX, the problem is I was not watching this name in the morning. So I can't sit here and be confident in the long thinking, oh yeah, it's pure games, it's holding up, maybe it's going to continue to rally. I mean, from the look of it, it kind of looks good. Got that little dip into VWAP, you play off 12, didn't actually break 12, but I almost feel that if it gets there the second time, might be a little bit of games where we kind of dip and then pop again. So yeah, I'm gonna have to revisit this one. I'm not really gonna get long right here. If it goes through 1350 to the upside, like it almost feels like that level of 1350 is like a hard level. So if we get through 1350, one of two things will happen in my mind. It'll either blast right through and we're going back to 1450, potentially high of day, or it's gonna be 1350 break and reverse and then back down. And then if it holds, if it does a break kind of upside, back down, and then holds, yes, maybe the rest of the day we'll try to hold and then go up. If it goes straight up, then it's a scalp trade. It's good. These are just kind of different scenarios that play themselves out. Just kind of giving my opinion of the feel of like what the potential is for that particular level. But yeah, I think Sharif, you might be right on that one. With I mean, the dip buy looks pretty healthy there.
Yeah.
Holding VWAP, halting to the upside. You guys know the rules. Use the halt levels as your kind of gauge. It's kind of showing you that 1325 where the halt level is sort of that resistance level now. And yeah, this is 1134, which is like well below, but didn't trade below, right? Kind of halted, did a little bit of volume over here, and then just blast off. So didn't trade below 1150. I almost want to say 1150 for myself, if I did get involved in the long on this, would be like my bail point. Like if we break 1150, like, yeah, no, this thing is probably going back to 10. But if we dip below VWAP, I wouldn't necessarily say, yeah, no, this thing is done. Like I would probably use 1150. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. I think no fill on Microsoft, so this one's just kind of hanging around.
Luca, we have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
It's actually Bears versus Bulls on behalf of somebody else. Would it be possible to get Luca to explain the rebalancing tomorrow?
So essentially there's indexes, right? And indexes have ETFs, and these ETFs follow the index. And so it depends how it's weighted, but essentially you have the S&P 500 companies that are in the index, and then they create ETFs, right? So the S&P has the, obviously SPY, which is kind of, it holds the shares. And so what happens is as the share prices move from quarter to quarter and deviate, the size of each company in the ETF has changed. So it doesn't follow the index the way that it followed it on day one. And so what happens is every quarter they rebalance it to kind of rebalance it back into position. So it could be market weighted, it could be, it really depends. Essentially, to keep things simple, there's a tracking method, which is like the index, and then there's the ETFs, which you can actually buy and sell. And portfolio managers who are managing the ETF have to rebalance it to track the index again. And so, they kind of release this. They say, look, listen, we need to buy this. We need to sell this. We're going to do a bunch of volume here and there. And essentially, they're releasing this information so that, hedge funds and other institutions that want to actually make bets or take positions, they can come and pair that volume, right? So it's nothing special. I mean, I would say, it's like Apple's very strong, so they have to sell it. And then, a hedge fund comes around and says, oh, sick, okay, I'll take that because I want to go long Apple for like next year or whatever. So it's, to my kind of experience, it's nothing really special. Maybe there's opportunities there, maybe there's not. But it's kind of interesting. That's kind of like the rebalancing. It's just a lot of volume that's being done. And so as a day trader, when you're looking at these things, as a trader, swing trader, day trader, when you see a lot of volume in any aspect, that's where you're like, okay, I can participate in this because it'll be exciting, right? It'll be exciting. There'll be a lot of volume. You don't want to participate in things when there's no volume because then you're kind of seen, you're showing your hand. It's just kind of more obvious, and you just get taken advantage of. So, yeah, that's my thoughts there. Hopefully that answers your question. Somebody's saying, Luca, watch for RNA or Trader Gordon.
Yeah, I was just letting them know that RNA is moving, and it's frustrating the you-know-what out of me, especially because I didn't get filled there. 1736 or 1735 is where we had our dip trade, and it weaseled its way all the way up to 1830, so it's like a 95 penny move. I'm leaving my order there. It's at lows here. This one looks like it's going without me, and I'm not chasing it. So RNA will have to wait for a setup on that. I just want to build on what Luca was saying on ICVX. I am a little hesitant of it at the moment, and let me make my case as to why. We're consistently getting lower highs on this guy here. So We got this peak over here around 10:48 or so. We got another little peak here, 11:15. Another one over here, 11:25. So they're being consistently lower. You know, what I'd like to see is a gradual move up with retracements, and then gradual move up with retracement. That's if you're looking for the long, obviously, right? So let's have no bias on this one. Let's just see what the price action dictates, and then we'll look from there. Obviously, you guys know how I roll. If this breaks VWAP and maintains its price action below there, then we'll definitely be looking to set up for the short. Maybe we'll let it make its way down there and then wait for a retracement back into VWAP, where we'll then initiate a short. So no reason to rush on this one. It's done 18.5 million shares on the day, leading gap for the entire market. A lot of eyes are on it. So we'll have ample opportunities, I think, to play this either long or short, whatever develops, guys. Yeah, RNA continuing to run away with it. Apple, you know, still flirting with that level. I got out of the Apple trade. I took
Nice
a
call on 18 on RNA.
Pardon me?
No,
Yeah.
I wanted to say quickly, nice call on RNA if it didn't break there.
Yeah, it's continuing to go, man. I mean, it looks very slow. It looks like a sensible stock. You know, it's increasing and it's giving you opportunities, retracements, but nothing too wild to scare off, to scare you off, so to speak. So RNA, I mean, it looks great. I got an Apple. I took everything out. Where did I get out here? I just below 138 by a second. Looks like I got out 137.97-ish. So. Yeah, I didn't really want to wait for that fight to develop. I took the 20 penny winner plus and got out of Dodge, as Neil likes to say. So let's flip back here quickly to ICVX. Yes, this one continuing to make its way down. We'll look for trades on this one. Team PJ saying short PayPal at 70. Well, let's have a look at PayPal. It's been a while since I even pulled up this stock. I have a funny story about this one. Maybe I'll get to that later. Okay, so intraday PayPal. You know, it's got, for a $70 stock, it's got basically no range. Yeah, it's down 4% on the day, but most of that's the gap from yesterday. High of day today, 71.66. Low of day, 69.95. Not what you want to see if you're an intraday trader. You need a bit more action than that, unless you're going to really size up share-wise. Let's have a look at the hourly, see what we can get in terms of any recent trends. Not much, guys. You know, it's tied. Not really tied to the market per se, but it obviously does fluctuate with the indexes, but it's been in a range. I mean, 69 to the downside, looks like 83 to the high side, at least for till late November. Looks like we're at recent lows. The most recent low that we had was back November 3rd. I think we touched 69 in and around there. So 69, yeah, we're currently at 69.95 low. So that'll be an interesting level to look at, Luca, on PayPal. If we can make our way down to that 68, yeah, sorry, it's not 69, it's actually 68. That 68 level will definitely be interesting for a dip trade. I don't know what this was here. This looks like earnings, to be honest with you. That's like an earnings wick. Usually, because I used to do earnings trades. This definitely over here, November 3rd, yeah, that one looks like an earnings wick, to be honest. Anyway, PayPal, it's not my cup of tea today, to be honest with you. Let's move that one to the side. What do you got?
Yeah, so I'm going short Apple here. I think we're going to get another test of 138. It's just recycling the level. I'm not going to, the thing is I like the long. Now we might kind of go up from here, but I'm also in the Microsoft long, sort of adding to this and building there. So it's, yeah, Microsoft long. I probably should, I think I'm going to add one more piece here. Yeah, I'm going to add one more piece to the Microsoft long and then probably get that test going. Not really sure where my out is on this. I think it's more going to be discretionary. If it starts acting a little weird at 249 going down, if the rest of the market goes down, I mean, I got the Apple short on, so that's probably going to get another test of 138 where I'm going to cover the rest of this. And yeah, Microsoft, maybe it gets that little dip through 249, kind of dip down, pop back up, and then rally from there. So yeah, I'm still pretty confident that the 50 period will get tested, but see how we were kind of running up? My thoughts were maybe dip and then quick pop. Now we're kind of curling down. So maybe as it gets closer, it's like now it's like the trade is less good, I would say, for like the scalp trade. But it's sort of like a robotic trade in the sense that, you know, I kind of have the general idea that, you know, we could break 249 and then hold down there, then I just have to get out. But if it kind of, you know, takes 249, pops, holds down here for whatever reason, then, you know, I just kind of discretionary on that. So yeah, Apple now kind of fading it down a little bit. I guess the rest of the market's sort of pushing down just a little bit. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm bidding just in front of 138. I think it shows that the low is 93, like 137.93. So I'm not going to be too greedy with that one. I'm just going to take the win as it comes. Yeah, I'll probably get 06s. So I'll just
Have you
bid
seen
06s
that
there.
Roblox is down 16.2% today?
I know.
What is the move on Roblox? So, I mean, is there a catalyst for this? I'm trying to look over here.
I was wondering that, but I'm not.
Roblox
100% sure.
reports 15% increase in November daily active users. How could that be bearish? That's new as well. That's from 9:52 a.m. this morning. And then here's another one. Roblox stock tanks after disappointing November billings number. Okay, so it looks like we're more concerned with the billings number. Roblox shares were falling more than 14% in Thursday morning's trading after the gaming company posted November booking metrics that seemed lower than what analysts were expecting. The company said in a press release it saw estimated bookings of 222 million to 225 million during the month of November, up 5% to 7% from a year before. I guess that's not good enough for the analysts. Maybe it's Jeffrey analyst Andrew something wrote prior to the release 237 million. So analysts were looking for 237. So that is a sizable miss. That is a $12 million miss, I guess. I don't know if that's sizable or not for this industry, but yeah, I had Roblox on the side chart today, but it's kind of made its move, guys. I mean, like, I don't really know what to do with it at the moment. I saw it too late this morning. It was after the bell. It was around 10 o'clock, and I thought, okay, the meat of the move is over. It's since basically sold off another 40, 50 pennies or so, but the meat of the move is definitely gone. 16.5%. Let's see the daily chart on this one. What has this one been up to lately? I haven't been trading it. I haven't even been looking at it. Yeah, it's range bound with consistently lower lows. So at least it's not down to May lows. May lows was bad. What was that one at? That one was $20 to the T, $20.01. It made its way down there. Currently trading, well, low of day today is 27.58, and we're near low of day. So Roblox, interesting, Luca.
Yeah, somebody also wanted to have a look at Carvana. I'm just gonna, I think I'm gonna bail on this Microsoft thing. Yeah, I'm bailing on this Microsoft trade because it's not giving me a good feel, so I'm out of that trade. CVNA, it probably still will go. I just don't want to hold it 50 cents against me. That's basically my logic. Okay, CVNA, somebody was asking, CVNA 5, what do you think of this? I didn't even look, oh wow, it went to 580 today. CVNA 580.
Wow.
Damn it. And not SSR. Guys, I said this from yesterday. I was like, 580 is the level. This is the problem with myself. I can never manage like 20 things at once, which is unfortunate because I have such good ideas. And yeah, I just can't trade them all. But yeah, guys, 580. Hopefully somebody was watching that. If you guys were watching this, this 580 level, like this was a very strong move to the upside. And that was kind of my level, right? Like 580, playing off the 6. You kind of, take the short, hopefully above 580, risk off 6. And this thing is like, this is a parabola, man. This thing, is this today? Like, I don't even believe.
Finance on us over here.
Man, I don't believe that this is real. I don't believe that this is real. That is like too good to be true. Like all the way to 580, back down to 520. Guys, this is a move that you want to be all over because this is giving you 60 cents on a $5 stock. That's not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
That is really, really good. And it's guaranteed it's pay for shorts. Yeah, definitely, 100% pay for shorts. Anyway, sorry, I'm not tooting my own horn or anything. It's just I'm actually genuinely surprised. Yesterday I'm shorted, no size. I'm like, yeah, 580 is the level. And guys, this is the reason why 580 was the level, because the day that it actually did a lot of volume and went crazy, like I had the shorts on it, and look what happened. It halted to the upside. It blew to the upside. The high was 594, and then flashed down, went up a little bit, and then that's where the size started to slam it. But it was SSR on this day, I think. Yeah, SSR on this day, and then kind of like flushed to the downside, never really popped back. So for me, I was like, okay, 580 is very obvious. I'm going to be all over this when it gets there. And no, I was not. I have no trades on this today. Ah, man. That's, yeah, I'm actually pretty rattled about that. That was an absolute banger. Yeah, so hopefully somebody had that. Anyways, going back to your question of 5, I think the opportunity lies in the fade. So like, just to kind of give you my perspective on this, I think it goes up, you short 580, it goes down, you cover. I don't think you long 5. like you could long 5 as like a 5, and then maybe it goes to 515. But the real trade on this is 580, and it's giving you the extent. Like, how many times do you see this, right? Like, rarely does a $5 stock give you this. So yeah, really good opportunity. Hopefully somebody had that. I don't like the 5 bounce. I'm not going to trade it today. I'm just going to say, can't catch them all. Anyways, we're going to go to Brendo real quick.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll just wrap up the European day here. European session just coming to a close. Just seeing a few numbers popping in as we get some final prints. Here we go. Downside for the most part, right across the board here. It looks like Italy might be the worst off, 3.4%. Wow. Europe down about 2.8%, 3.2 there for Germany's DAX. The FTSE 100 down about a full percent. But following North America to the downside are all of these today. Pretty ugly numbers, in fact, 2+% for the most part, right across the board for Europe, guys.
You guys have been following the interest rate hike today out of the Bank of England, going up 0.5 point. It seems as if there were a couple of voting members that actually wanted 75 basis points, but that was not to be, and they were going to go with 0.5 point. I guess I don't know if that has anything to do with today's flush or whatever, but just a noteworthy little news item there. ICVX continuing to trend sideways, so we've got no trade on this one at the moment. What we could do is we could look for a dip trade. Now, this is why it's nice to kind of watch these ones develop a little bit. Now, we're not seeing consistently lower lows and lower highs on this one. We're seeing a fair amount of distribution between newer highs, newer lows. This is a 1-minute chart, by the way. So it kind of gives me the feeling that this one does want to hold VWAP. But you know what? It may retrace back into that level. That's completely normal. That's to be expected. So let's set up right now a dip trade. Now, it's just going to be about where we want it. I'm going to put it at 12.25, okay? And I'm going to give it to below 12 because we have upside potential of about 15.25. So that gives me about $3 worth of potential upside profit. That should definitely be a good risk to reward ratio if you give it about 35, 40 pennies worth of risk to the downside. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to put it at 27 just because I'm feeling whimsical. And we'll buy 12, and then we'll give it, the stop price will be there, and we'll give it to like 20. So in case it just like blows by there. I'm going to take double the usual shares that I take because it is a dip trade, so I'm feeling a bit better on this one, and I'm only going to give it about 35 pennies worth of risk. So let's see what this one does. It's popping up here, like it just broke 13. Like these whole dollar levels, I'm getting the feeling are not, especially to the high side, that 13 level it breaks, and then it comes below it. So let's see what how this one acts around the whole dollar levels. I just want to see what levels it's respecting. Luca pointed this out this earlier. Look at this 1113 candle here on the 1-minute chart. It corresponds exactly with one of these halt levels. So trying to figure out what areas or what levels, what indicators this stock is respecting in order to get some sort of decent organized trade on it. RNA, it's making days highs. It's very frustrating. So I'm going to cancel this trade, the dip trade that I had here. It's no longer valid. The better trade now is going to either be, again, off that whole dollar level 18, or we do have this good peak here, which will act as an area of support. Hopefully, 18 or 1780 is the level I'm talking about. So we have that 18 level possibly and that 1780. You know, this one seems like it's putting a move on, so I don't know if it'll make it all the way down into that level. We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe we'll have a trade here at 18 and we'll put another half position at 1780. I'll have to decide once I look at it a bit more. Flipping to Apple now, the other trade that we're on. Yeah, this one's zigzagging here, but it's still looking like a good flat bottom breakdown candidate. Here we go, flushing back down to 138. You know, you're going to get up there. I mean, in this instance, it retraced back to the 50 period, and then it rejected off the 50 period, and rejected quite decidedly, too. Look at that. We just dropped like 40 pennies and 2 1-minute candles. So this one looks quite aggressive. The market not looking as aggressive at the moment. This is a 3-minute chart on the ES. Kind of looking sideways a bit, but Apple, you know, Apple's a big guy. Apple leads the market. The market doesn't lead Apple.
Yeah, you know, I see some.
Out of my rear end, you know.
I see a couple questions in the chat, so just to quickly comment. Somebody saying, "Why are you guys in and out of trades in 2 to 5 minutes?" So, hey, my name's Luca. I'm a scalper, especially midday when I know things are gonna, you know, not give the range. Not confident in the short. Look at this. Apple right now is that it was at 138 when I started the trade. It is exactly in the same price. So I would much rather just long take it, short take it, long again. Yeah, and here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go long again here, but this is the one that's
138
probably
level,
gonna
baby.
break a little. So less size right here, and then hopefully it breaks and get a little bit more size on the dip. Yeah, okay, punch in 38.05. But this is the thing. It's like, it's got to be done. You know, it's got to be done. Some days there's going to be really, and again, you know, you're either short the top, nursing the short, I think, or, you know, if you're not in a position right now, and if you're a scalper, like, I'll just kind of recycle these levels. So sometimes it's going to be like that. That's just kind of my thoughts there. So yeah, that's that. I think, and then, you know, sometimes I'm not feeling trades and I just go, whatever, like, I'm not into this one. Let me just get out of this one and I'll find something else. So that's just my personality. So, you know, I'm just going to continue to trade my own personality. But yeah, guys, feel free to, you know, if you have questions about tickers that I'm not trading, I'll always pull them up and have a look there. It's just easy for me to do that. And just going back to somebody was asking, what does fade the pop mean? So like, when fade just means reverse. So if something pops, like this is a pop, fade the pop just means like go short. That's basically what I mean by that. It's like, oh, fade the pop because it'll fade back to where it was. So that's kind of the lingo there. Somebody calling out Amazon low of day. Let's have a look. Amazon low of day here, 87.61. I had the 90 level on watch. We had the short last time. It was really good, and it kind of went down to that 88, 87.50 area. Today it kind of opened below 90. I didn't really know what to think. This was a very quick flush right off the open, and so you either punch into that short. I think the 50 period short is probably a better short, but it kind of held this level, and then, you know, flat bottom break, as Sharif likes to say, and just boom, just holding trend the whole way down. I think it kind of feels like you're nursing the short on this one if you're in it. Maybe a dip buy on something down 5% is really not a good idea. You want to kind of pick your spots and yeah, just allow it to make sense to you. You know, the market now is going lower, and I said this, I say this about a few names where I'm like, yeah, I don't want to short here because where's this really going to go? But then, yeah, Apple could actually be at 137.60, you know, in the next 30 minutes, right? That's kind of what is possible. But for the time being, you know, there's a lot of selling that kind of subsided over here, and then it's just kind of robotic. It pops to the 50 period. That's a good short if you had it. Kind of missed that there. Now we break the level, dip down. We're kind of holding the level. So for myself, it's going to be rinse and repeat over and over and over again. Still a green, good short. DHI, yeah, I was going to pull that up as well. DHI, let's have a look here. DHI. DHI on New York, $88 stock. Let's see if this thing wants to load. Didn't look at this today. This is kind of, this is like, how many shares?
CVX is moving aggressively if you want to.
Yeah, 1.2 million shares. Personally, I'm staying away from this just because, yeah, it's just a little bit too light volume for myself. Yeah, oil names. The oil names have been interesting. I haven't traded them for a while, but you know, whether you're looking at CVX, whether you're looking at XOM, like today, it's like a fail, right? This is actually failing to the downside, making new lows now. I'm sure XOM looks very similar, unless there's a specific catalyst on one of the names, then I tend to gravitate towards XOM. I just kind of feel better trading that one, but not to say that there's no opportunities on the other ones. Man, this one, what a fail to the downside. And you know what? Let me just actually zoom out on this because I know that 103.50-ish was holding before, and that was kind of like a bottom. And so this not to say this isn't really like a huge sell-off, but if there's going to be a bounce, I kind of feel like we easily could bounce in and around this level. So like 102.80 to 103.50, like a sort of like a bounce zone. So I'm kind of zooming out here. This is the 15-minute for anybody curious. You had the sell-off, a little bit of sideways action, pops, gets to 108, rejects, and now you get a sharp move back into that area. I feel like if bids are going to come into this name, they might come in closer to 103.50 to 103. So yeah, if we bounce from here, I'm not going to take the long. I mean, it kind of feels like maybe we're going to break trend back to the upside. I'm going to let it. Actually, I like the long here. I do like the long here. I'm going to let it stay here for a little bit, maybe give it like 5 minutes. I'm going to reference back to this. If we can get a dip into 103.60 areas, I think I'm going to bid down 103.60s, and then hopefully we like kind of dip to 103.60s and then pop, and then my target will be 104. So I'll go for like a 40-cent scalp on that. I think that could be a good opportunity. Somebody's saying Apple going up. Yeah, no, I know it's gonna. Yeah, maybe I should have had offers out. Damn it. No, I think now I'm kind of more confident that the bounce is going to be sustainable because this is sort of like spending so much time here. If we break the 50 period, then we can actually get to like 138.60s very quickly, right? So it's just a matter of, do sellers continue to step in at the 50 period and slam it down? If so, then the bid is soft and we go back down. But if we break the 50 period with no sellers, the long is going to be golden. So that's kind of my logic on that one. I kind of want to wait for it. Maybe I'll add a little bit more if we can actually get another dip down there.
Yeah, Baba, someone mentioning Baba in the chat. Looks like Chinese, this one made a real big move up early on and then kind of faded and faded quite aggressively. Look at this range, guys, 94.08 top on Baba and an 87.86 bottom, and we're near low of days. We're very close to low of days. A bit of a bottom forming here on Baba at the moment. All right, let me just go to my Apple short. I got to cover a little bit here. Here we go. All right, so we take a little bit out of Apple there. I averaged in, guys. I got in at 138, and then I got in again on the pop at 138.17. There we go. Breaking down now. Let's take some more out here. So then, yeah, we're good on this one. Let's see if we can break low of day. Low of day on this one, guys, I believe is 91. So we are close to low of day. I'll just take a little piece out there as well. So now I'm holding a little bit less than half the trade, 43%, but we're still fighting at that 138. My average cost base is 138.17, so in the money. Just giving this one, I don't know, I'm just giving this one time. I don't think that this one is poised to break quite yet, but it really is setting up nicely for a flat bottom breakdown. But Luca brings up a good point. The more time we spend down here, the better the bounce looks, to be honest, because the buyers keep stepping in at these levels, and we've been seeing it the better part of, going on 45 minutes, half an hour or in and around that area. So we'll see what this one does. In the money on it.
Cancel my orders.
All right, so let's flip quickly here. Let me just move these charts. RNA retracing back a little bit, giving, taking a breather from that nice move up. ICVX kind of went without us though, guys. Looks like it broke through that halt level that we were talking about, created a new high at 13.90, not quite breaking through 14. Let me just flip quick back to Apple because I want to take some at low of day here. So we take out some at 92s. Let's see if there we go. Now we're getting the 80 prints. Are we going to see low 80s? If we see low 80s, we're going to take some more out. Nope, bounce back up into 90. So buyer stepping in again here. We're holding 33% of the position on this one, 138.17, Luca.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how, you get the, it's funny how we're trading the same thing on different angles. And somebody in the chat was like, I love how you guys are battling against each other. So the best part is we're both making money.
Yeah,
so it just goes to show that it doesn't really matter as long as it just makes sense to you. So yeah, I'm like adding that kind of dip and then rip back up looks really good for the longs, but it's kind of a magnet at the 138 level. So that's just kind of something to note there. Be careful, Luca, look out below. Yeah, no, I'm pretty, it's Apple. I'm not really too, it's, Apple is never something that I'm too worried about just because you just click the button and you get the fill regardless. So yeah, I'm just kind of aware of the general levels. Waiting for bid on XOM there. Someone mentioning RNA again, so we could have a look here. That 18 level, I guess, is holding on RNA, kind of riding the 50 period up here. So yeah, maybe this actually wants to make a run to 20 or 19, but I'm personally not going to dabble. I'm just going to hang out for a little bit. Yeah, see, Microsoft, it had a dip. I think I got out at a bad price. I do this a lot where I'm building a position and then I'm like, nope, I don't like this anymore. I'm done with this. And I just cut it very quickly. Probably could have gotten out closer to break even, but it just didn't do what I wanted it to do anyways. So yeah, I'm just going to let it go there. I'm going to add one more piece to the Apple here. And then, yeah, if we actually break down from here, I'll probably just be wrong on it and try to get closer to 137.60 if that sets itself up. Maybe this is bad. Maybe I'm seeing this wrong. And then there's something obviously that I'm missing here. But no big deal. It's okay. Just kind of rinse and repeat over and over and over again, and yeah, go from there. Tesla doing something. You got something going there?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, you're Apple short,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
So as I'm just like, oh man, you're just like, let's go.
My bad.
No, it's somebody said it. Blood versus Crips.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're wearing red. I'm wearing blue. That's hilarious. I didn't even notice that. All right, let's wait for. I'm gonna wait for more downside here. I've got 12% of the position left. So this is, it's kind of like a hold for the dream type thing. Let's wait to see what this one does. I'll put my stop. I won't put it at break even because it's too close. I'm going to give it more room to the upside. So I'm short 17s. Let me give it to 25s. Hey, what's life without whimsy? So let's go ahead and put 138, 26 as our out, and then we'll give it to like 136, 33. And that's for the remaining 12%. Otherwise, I'm just going to let this one run. The market still looks bearish to me. Obviously, Apple and the market not trading identically. If you compare the charts, they don't look identical. Let me just look quickly here before I eat my words. Actually, they look quite similar. I take that back. I was looking at the 1 minute chart on one and 3 on the other. But when you look at the 3 on both, they do actually look quite similar. So still looks really bearish. I mean, I don't see anything bullish here, Luca, to be honest with you. Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. So it's a bearish trend until it's not. And I'm gonna ride this wave.
Yeah, no, today is definitely a short day, 100% a short day. Watch the longs. If you're like I feel like scalping doesn't really, it's like irrelevant of long or short. You just kind of come into the day and you're like, yeah, let's just recycle and where can we get a lot of fills? Yeah, guys, look at this. So I'm basically getting fills now to the upside on Apple. And I'm gonna hold, like I built the position pretty good, so I'm gonna hold, like I'm gonna try to get out closer to 20s. What's the 50 period? 16s actually. Yeah, maybe. See, that's the thing. Somebody even said in the chat, they're like, it's gonna slam, and I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, it's a short day, but I'm gonna hold the last piece for the explosive move to the upside if we get that. If we get that, I don't know what we're gonna get. I have no idea what's gonna happen next. If we rip up, it'll be a miracle. Well, pray for me then, because I'm in the long. Let's see it to the upside, baby. But sorry, Sharif, because I know you're in the. You know what?
Oh no, I've got to stop. So like, if
I'm
it breaks through, I'm holding 12% of the position left, Luca.
Yeah,
I've scalped it out. I've given it 138.26. If it goes, that'll be 9 pennies against my entry on 12%.
Yeah,
it won't
exactly.
even be a scratch.
As
So,
long as it
like,
makes sense to you, then keep
exactly.
going. Somebody's saying need a good Atlas pump. Yeah, could you imagine like oh man, come on, if Apple could just pump here. I'm trying to pump this name like Apple. You know, it's done 35 million shares here. Yeah, no, it doesn't work
I
like
used
that.
to follow these guys on Instagram that had like a gym in their garage, and they also had their trading set up. So they'd be like getting pumps and stuff like that, and like banging shorts, and then getting more pumps and banging more shorts. No, I'm kidding, of course. So that was a interesting time in 2020. I don't even think they're afloat anymore. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
Yeah, no worries. That's funny. But yeah, no. Speaking of, you gotta stay healthy, man, in this game.
Yeah.
You gotta stay healthy. You gotta hit the gym. You gotta, eat light, feel right, or kind of at least eat healthy. Stay sharp. You can't be thinking clearly if you're, stuffing your face with that unhealthy foods and sort of living the unhealthy life there. So yeah, super important. Okay, I actually got the top fill. So now what I'm gonna do with Apple is I'm gonna put a stop in. I think, because this is the thing, just to kind of cover this one more time for anybody that's on this. Drink water, yeah, 100%, exactly, Logan. I agree with that. If we break lows, if we break 79s, I feel like, then we probably go down. So stop is in. If I lose on the last portion, so be it. Not really too worried about that. If I get stopped out and it rips without me, no big deal. I just wanted to manage that for the morning because, yeah, it's a good opportunity, man. Doing a lot of volume, just scalp. Looks pretty good. But yeah, we'll see if we get something else going. I haven't looked at AMD today. Got to meditate. Yeah, coffee's good. Meditation, tea is good too. All that stuff is really, really good. And my name is Luca. I lost lots of cash today. Oh, man, sorry to hear that. That sucks. I feel like I'm the flip side. My name is Luca, and doing pretty well over here. Things are good. But yeah, AMD is a flat line, man. I know I was recycling this yesterday. I was doing the same thing. Was this yesterday? Or no, the day before that I was. Or no, this was yesterday. Oh yeah, and then Fed meeting, yeah. And kind of just going off that recycling. I feel like now I want to do that. I don't really want to take part in that. It's not breaking VWAP. I think the short is better. I think if anything, I would try a short off VWAP and then kind of aim for low of day. But that's sort of like 25 cents. It's not really, I mean, today I'm just not feeling it there. So yeah, and yeah, guys, let us know what else is, what else is moving. No, see, I see someone saying, yeah, Prad is unhealthy. I've been telling Prad, man, I'm like, yo, Prad, you got to hit the gym. You got to hit the sauna. You got to, eat this, eat that. And he's been doing it. And he's like, yo, I love the sauna. And I'm like, man, I love to see it, right? You want to see people healthy and happy around you. That's kind of the main thing. So really glad to see that. I'm going to pull up Tesla very quickly to see where we are here. We're kind of in levels that I mean, Tesla, look at this, flat since yesterday, right? So it sort of had the big move up, then kind of gave you the dip trade maybe. But now, see how it's so flatlined? It's it's tough to justify. I think long into VWAP makes sense. Long into VWAP maybe makes sense. But I also kind of feel like this thing could just flatline. This is a dangerous long if I'm taking a long into VWAP. So I'm gonna stay away from that one and just chill. I don't really know what else we got. I know Amazon's at low a day. Maybe there's a bounce there. 187.50. I'm going to try this. Yeah, 187.50. I feel like that was a level. So I'm going to try this trade just in front of 187.50. It's been obviously, everything's going down, right? So again, short the pops. Yeah, stopped out of Apple, so I guess you're laughing here.
Money. The remaining balance. Good trade on Apple. Yeah, that's how I get my patience. I gotta leave the computer. Otherwise, I'm gonna be punching out, guys. I just don't have that type of self-restraint, sadly. Not yet, anyway. I depend on practicing more. So Apple, good short. We're flat on that trade now. Completely out of it. Pardon me? My mic. No, my mic is on. Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, things are good here.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I hope. Can you guys hear me?
I'm not sad. I'm just so tired.
Okay, you back on, they said. Okay, good. All right, guys. Yeah, all out of the Apple short there. Someone in the chat asked about Trump's announcement today. I guess they're interested in the DWAC trade. Trump shares bizarre video teasing major announcement. Let's see what that is. That comes to us via The Independent. Bizarre video. I'm not going to play the video, but we'll just read here. Donald Trump shared a bizarre video. Okay, so there's a paywall here, so I got to exit this one and see if there's a different one here that we can. The question Republicans dare not ask, will Trump drop out? Okay, that's not what we're looking for. Okay, so I don't have any official release time. Oh, okay, for the midday. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna right here. There we go. Oh, I gotta bring that in. Look at this. Look at what Neil said. This is hilarious. There we go. Oh my God. This is it? This is the announcement, guys. Are these NFTs, Brendo? They're actual trading cards, like back in
Trump
1980.
trading cards?
I love it.
What?
So apparently
What kind
there's
of world are
Trump
we in?
trading cards, guys, and this is the announcement. CollectTrumpCards.com. I don't even want to advertise this for him. Anyway, all right. So that's it. I don't know. Let's look at DWAC. Is DWAC doing anything on the news? DWAC. I don't want to collect these Trump cards. Not like I hate him or anything. I just don't want cards. DWAC doing bupkis, guys. No volume, no chart action, below VWAP. I mean, there's no
Short
range
DWAC,
on it, so there's nothing to speak of here, Luca, to be honest with you. So I'm just going to stay out of this one.
That's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. Somebody instantly is like short DWAC. I was like, I know, right? I'm not going to short it just because it's not really doing any volume, but it's kind of funny that thought. Yeah, guys, so long Amazon here. Maybe we get a test of the 50 period. I think if we get to the 50 period, we quickly get to 88. So my cover on this trade is going to be 88. I'm going for 40 cents there. I think it kind of feels like it's good for it. So I liked how we were holding down here. There was like some size on the bids. Obviously, Amazon, lots of selling, and now we're approaching kind of less volume. So it's shorts have to cover. And you either sold big positions in the morning on the volume. Who's selling right now? That's kind of my logic. So yeah, we'll see if we get to 88. I'm sure everything else is curling up as well. I'm just kind of deciding, what do I want to be a part of, if any. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Even Apple's not really curling. Where was the low? 71s. So yeah, I'm going to leave that for the time being. Amazon probably is the better long for myself. Yeah, I said Tesla long, but into VWAP, but I didn't really want to take it there. Yeah, just kind of chilling. Is there anything else moving today? I know Mullen was pretty interesting in the morning, but I feel like now it's, I think an interesting price for Mullen is the, like where it opened. So it looked like it opened at 32 cents, obviously had the run up. It rejected 40 super clean, like traded at 40 cents, could not break above 40 cents, flush back down, little bit of a bounce in front of the opening price, break the opening price, quickly reclaim it, and now look at this, just sort of flatline, not really doing anything. So I almost want to say that 32 cents area is an interesting level, and it bounced once, twice, 3 times, maybe you get a 4th bounce, and then it kind of runs up. I almost want to say if we break 35 cents to the upside, then maybe there's more upside on the name. Obviously, it was a halt, it was a news halt, I think it was a purchase order or something of that nature, and yeah, I would, as a scalper, maybe I would just go for 2 cents. So like take 32s, get out VWAP, or short VWAP, take 32s. If it breaks 32s, I think we could flush. But it is positive news, so I don't really want to go too strong in that direction. But yeah, no, I'm gonna like chill on that. I'm probably not gonna take a trade. Let's pull up Rivian to have a look at this one as well. And I'm just gonna check. Yeah, my Amazon offer's out, so things are good there. Rivian all the way up, all the way back down, kind of hovering here at the pre-market lowish area in front of 24s there. You know what? I like this. I'm taking this long. Yeah, I'm taking this long if I can get this right now. Give me the long. Give me the long. There we go. Okay, so I'm long here. I'm going to go for a pop through the 50 period. I think it's just kind of like this kind of look. Sometimes I look at things and I'm like, yes, 100%. And then other times I'm like, I don't know what I'm thinking. So I'm actually glad somebody brought this up. I'm taking the long here. If we break 24s, then I'm probably out of this trade. But I think there's a good chance that we could just kind of pop. This kind of feels like a good price. If we pop to 25.30s, you know, it's showing you that the top, I mean, resistance is going to be 42 to 40, so 42 cents. So yeah, 36. So there's, again, a scalp trade. Kind of in at 12s. I'm going to try to get out at 30s if we can get there. I think that's pretty reasonable. That would be my scalp trade on that one. So I'll revisit that if we go back to 24. And we're going to go to Brendo real quick for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, as we head into lunch hour, let's have a look at another red board. Unfortunately, more downside than we saw yesterday, even 3% now for the NASDAQ as we accelerate to the negative side of things, 2.9 there for the composite, the 100 leading the way. It's all the big ones getting hit today, 2.5. Meanwhile, for the S&P, 2.25 there for the Dow. The Russell about the same for small caps under pressure also. We discussed a few things. If you joined us early on this morning in the pre-market, Tesla, Moderna, and Snapchat. Among those, obviously, everyone focusing on this one today off those Elon sales earlier in the week. Moderna, yeah, a bit of a pullback after 2 days to the upside. Snap getting that downgrade today from Jefferies. NVIDIA, we mentioned as well, now 4.5%. However, we're trying to hold at the bottom low of the day here, guys, for some of the chip stocks, including NVIDIA.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, Amazon working. I was just saying to Sharif real quick, I'm like, yeah, sure, now everything goes to the 50 period. So Amazon's good, went to the 50 period. A lot of times when you get this kind of robotic move into the 50 period, it magnets into it. And then what could happen is one of two things. We either, like on a day that it's very red, we either break to the upside and then like a lot, or we kind of stop there and then slowly go back down. So took some out. I feel like it's the right thing to do just here. I was trying to get like 95s, I think. And it just kind of stopped. So I was like, okay, let me get some out over here, and then I'll get the rest out at like 88s, and that'll like average myself where I want it to get out anyway. So that's kind of, so instead of getting 95s, even like 99s, that'll kind of fix my average. I think we're gonna print 88s. That's kind of, I feel like the 88s are coming. I just didn't want this to go back down because it's a 4% to the downside. So these are things that you gotta be aware of. If something's down 4%, there is longs to be had, but be cautious of the longs because at any moment, boom, back down, and then you're just like kind of holding the bag for no reason, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind there. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny, that Trump situation. It's yeah, no, that's like, I mean, I don't even know, like, it's like this guy makes me laugh. He's hilarious. But yeah, okay, Lucid, Tesla, better EVs. I haven't looked at Lucid today. Let's have a look here.
Looked at, okay, so, you know, I traded Lucid a whole bunch of times, Luca. Never looked at their cards. I know they have a Lucid Air. I got it. But they got so many variations of this car. The car goes like 850 kilometer, 900 kilometer range and has like 1,600 horsepower. It goes 0 to 100 in 2.7 seconds. What?
Wow.
What?
That sounds good.
That's insane. I mean, it's very expensive, like especially Canadian dollar wise. We're talking in the 200s, high 100s. So it's definitely not affordable for most people, but what a car. And it comes in so many different variations. Like, and then they got like lower range models, lower horsepower models, touring models, grand models, whatever. They got a whole bunch. It's too bad they can't produce them in number. How many people can afford that en masse?
That's the problem with a lot of, not to say startups, but you know, it's if they can't stay in the game, then they kind of die off. You know, they might have a good product, but if it's not priced right, if they can't kind of find a way to make the numbers work, then it kind of dies off there.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, it's really, really cool cars here. Just kind of pulled them up very quickly for anybody wondering. I mean, I've looked at them before, but I've never really kind of dove into them and really like looked at them. I'm not an electric car guy. I don't think I'll ever buy an electric car personally. But yeah, no, pretty cool there, and yeah, some of the numbers on them are pretty cool, Okay, yeah, Rivian dipping down here. That's the last thing I wanted to see, the quick flush down. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna average into this position, and yeah, we'll see if we can get this here. Why is it so slow to fill? That's so okay. I don't know what's going on there. I'm okay to average in because I'm pretty light on the position anyway. So it's like kind of still the same thing, playing off the 24. You know, maybe we get the pop. If at this point we break through 24, I'm still gonna put my stop somewhere there. So yeah, algos, if you're listening to this and you want those free shares because you think we're going higher, then be my guest, take the shares. What is VWAP? Well, VWAP is volume weighted average price. I don't even know if, UV space WAP. VWAP is volume weighted average price. For anybody wondering, it's the red line on my chart. It basically kind of, measures the volume of the day and it maps it. It's essentially the mean of the day. That's the way you can look at it. And VWAP in general is sort of where people trade, where a lot of volume happens. You got big institutions that are running their algos, and their job is, if they're buying, let's say, if they have to buy Rivian for their clients, or if they have to sell Rivian for their clients on today, and they have a big order, their commission is based on did they get above or below VWAP on that particular day or over the session, over a period of, call it 10 days or 20 days or whatever, right? So, Rivian today, it didn't really do volume. It's not exciting. I wouldn't say that really applies there. But then to kind of give a flip side scenario, Tesla, Elon Musk sold Tesla yesterday. So Elon Musk wasn't sitting behind a desk the way I am right now and selling Tesla, punch, punch, punch type thing. Obviously, that order is given to whoever he banks with or whoever is kind of managing his account, and they run algos and they try to look at VWAP right now. And I don't know if this is accurate, but just kind of take this with a grain of salt. Let's say this was VWAP. What is essentially they're trying to do, or the algo is trying to do, is it's trying to sell as many shares as possible over the course of this period over VWAP. Because if they can sell it over VWAP, they can go back and be like, look, I got you a better price than VWAP. So you could have went to anybody and said, run a VWAP algorithm, and look, I did it this way, and I got a little bit better than VWAP, right? So that's kind of what they get paid to do. That's why they get paid the big bucks. That's why they kind of run things like that. So it's relevant.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's relevant on days when it's there. So yesterday when I was trading Tesla, I was mentioning, guys, the VWAP sellers are in full effect. So again, it's not me, it's not like a magic, like, like I called it that he was selling. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that my job as a day trader is to just sit here all day and say, like, what does it look like on the day? And we went up and we sold off so hard. And then we went to VWAP, we popped over VWAP, and there was just so much selling right over here, right? So much selling, instantly back down. So much selling, instantly back down. And so when the volume is there, the algos are in full effect, they are slamming over VWAP, and then as you get down to low a day, the algo gets turned off. They don't want to sell down here. They want to sell as close to VWAP as possible. So that's basically how VWAP is kind of used in general, but it's the mean. It is the mean of the day. There's a lot of players. They do different things. It doesn't mean that there's going to be VWAP sellers on everything on a given day, but if you can kind of spot that programmed selling and you add context to your trade as a day trader, you sort of say, yes, this is where I want to short. And so, I was actually long. I don't know why. I guess the fills don't show up sometimes. Or no, did I remove them? I guess I didn't. Oh, no. Yeah, sometimes the fills go away from the previous day. But essentially, I was actually long. I was long. Where was I long? I was long right here. And it's because, I was short here, and then I kind of got stopped out. I didn't actually make the money on the short, which was frustrating. But I was short here because I kind of saw it in the tape. And then as we were down here, you could see that the selling subsided. Then it was like a boom, like a short squeeze. So I went long, and then as soon as we hit 160, I offed the long. I got out over there. And the reason I got out is because I'm just watching, and then it was just so much selling, so much selling. So I was like, okay, what I didn't do is flip short. That's my bad. That was kind of a mistake on my part, to be honest. But, sometimes I'm long, I make the money, and then I'm just like let's go, when I really should be like flip short. Like, don't lose concentration as a day trader. Some days you do, but for the most part, you want to stay concentrated.
Neil putting in our work chat here that BBIG is moving. You guys remember this one? It's now a penny stock. It's sub $1. Looks like high of day 64.88. We low of day 51. 51 cents. 0.5115. I don't even know how to say this, guys. Like, how does this said, like, without just reading out decimal places? I rarely trade these stocks. So BBIG moving, interesting. They're setting up real nice, actually, giving you ample opportunity to get in. First retracement here, 3-minute candle pullback. Second retracement here, there's a 5-minute pullback giving you, you could have taken the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. You could have taken the first 3-minute candle to make a new high. That's how I play these typically, especially on the pullback. So I'm not sure what the catalyst is on this one. Let me have a look on my news blotter to see if anything is coming up. BBIG. Oops, mistyped. BBIG. Let's see what IBKR has to say about that. Okay, Vinco Ventures appoints interim CEO, court-appointed CEO, and his team depart. Okay, so looks like the court-appointed CEO. Are they in Chapter 11, or I'm not sure if they are in bankruptcy proceedings, but usually a court-appointed CEO. I'll have to look more into that. Vinco Ventures Inc. on Thursday said court-appointed Chief Executive Officer Ross Miller and his team have left the company. The digital media content technologies holding company said it is set to appoint a new permanent CEO, but did not disclose the information about the individual. Okay, so we don't know who it is. Said board chairman Rod Vanderbilt will assume the role of executive chairman and lead the company's team on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so it looks like they've got an interim guy in at the moment, hence the move. A little bit of a more aggressive pullback now. Looks like that 60-cent level, though, may be an interesting area of support. We have a nice consolidation area around there, so if you're looking for a dip trade, that could be your move. I will stay clear of this one as it is sub $1. Trader Gorno and I were having a discussion in the chat with respect to mRNA. He's like, hey, have a look at mRNA. It's setting up for your flat bottom breakdown. So I had a look, and to be honest with you, I'm not really seeing a flat bottom breakdown here. In fact, I'm seeing a range trade. It looks like at 5 a.m. we opened, 4 a.m. we opened up at 204. And so that's been, you know, the resistance that day. We broke it. Support. I mean, we broke it, albeit for like just a minute or two, and retraced back right up there to 205.26, so $1.50. I see a range trade. I see a range off that 204 level, maybe that 204.50 level, and VWAP as it starts to decline. So that's how I'm looking at this one. Flat bottom dropped 1.5 instrument, my man. Yeah, I know. I guess it looks good, but this is not what I would term a flat bottom breakdown. To be honest with you, I would term this more of a range trade. Let's see if it can make it above this 205.41 area. This is the area we retraced to off that big move that Trader Gordon was talking about. So we'll see. Well, I'll keep this one on watch anyway. Obviously, mRNA has been moving quite well actually the last few days. So I'm sure it'll present us more opportunities. Speaking of mRNA, the sympathy trade to it, RNA continuing to make new highs. It looks like today's high is 18.96. So just missing out on that 19 by 4 pennies, but still holding that 20 period. I mean, look back over here to this move. Okay, so this is the move off the bell, and you know we get a bull flag develops, and then we get another continuation, but this one retraces all the way down. It breaks the 20 period here. So the last time it broke the 20 period was around that 10.45 area. Ever since then, it's been trending off it. You could have taken multiple dip trades off that 20 period on the 3-minute chart for RNA. So maybe I'll look to get in using that method. This is a low conviction trade for me, I'll tell you the truth. What do we got
Guys,
here?
just a quick heads up. ICVX is running to the upside, so
Oh,
it
is
broke
it?
that 14 level. I didn't take the long through 14. I kind of was not late to the party, but I sort of saw it breaking 14, and then it kind of held, and then buying came in, so I just jumped into that. And these things can pop and drop. Everybody sort of knows the deal with these. So for myself, it's like I feel like it was gonna top out. This was the level, like 1473.
Wow.
So I was like, I don't know if we're gonna reverse at that halt level, so let me just take some off there. Now I'm holding the last piece because this is a name. This is a name that could get to 20. So if we go back through 14, I'll be out of this trade, and I'm probably gonna get stopped out of the trade. That's kind of the feel that it's giving me. But if I get lucky and don't get stopped out, my next target is 20. That's where I'm going. So I'm holding this heads up, ICVX. It's moving back to the upside. The dip by that Sharif initially called was the money fills, and didn't really give an opportunity to get back there. And now it's kind of, you know, I said 1350, but that was sort of like a little bit of a chop zone. Kind of glad that I didn't get involved there. And the high, it didn't break the high, right? The high is
we're close.
I gotta like zoom in because I'm like, what is the high over here? 1525 is the high. So I think one of two things. If we break the high, it's either over under flush, or we hold and then go into another halt. It showed that the halts before were bad. So I'm in over here. So then if it halts up here, okay, great. I'm not going to cover on the halt. But if I was like thinking to get long on the halt, like no, that's a big no for myself. It could like halt at 1550 and then open at like 1470. Like it could, right? So just be cautious of that. I'm already in the position. I already scalped some out, so I took the win on the name, pretty happy with it. Now riding the last piece. Gonna try to hold for 20, but it's discretionary. Like, yeah, this thing, okay, now
look at
1580
this
to
thing
the upside.
go,
So,
my goodness.
so that's the thing, right? It's like now 1580 to the upside. Guys, I'm saying 20 because I'm saying 15, 20, 25. Very simple, no logic to it. I haven't even really looked at the daily on this thing. But yeah, so I guess the top is closer to 1880. So maybe 1880 is the better.
Are we going to halt here, Luca?
Yeah, I think we're going to halt. It looks like we're going to halt 1596. Not adding to the trade. We could easily like reverse here. We could print down. I know the risk. I'm already in at 1422, so I'm not too worried.
False halt. The
yeah,
broke
false halt
through
to the
and
upside.
to the upside.
So yeah, just keep running here. I think we're at right now. I'm $1.90 in the money. Things are good. And you know what happens? I take these trades and I go, man, why didn't I punch like 10,000 shares? Like I should have just punched 10,000 shares. Now this thing runs to 20, make a clean 40, 50K, and call it a day. But yeah, no, I'm pretty light. What is this? Locates are free for us. Oh, they are. Yeah, dangerous. I mean, when it's easy to borrow, when there's kind of like a lot of shorts to go around, you guys got to understand that there's a lot of people that are involved. They're shorting this name, so then it's more susceptible to the squeeze to the upside. So that's why like the long is kind of good. And yeah, I mean, RSV drug candidate. This thing, it's got legs. It looks good. So yeah, I'm in the trade, but I would not be punching long here. Personally, I would not be. I'm just kind of like, yeah, 14 was that level. So. That's the thing, man. Luca, the hat is fire. This hat is sick, man. I like the hat. It's a great hat. It goes great. Trader TV Live mug. Yeah, the mugs are good too. I actually got a mug here, and I'll show it for you guys just to remind myself.
Hey, I
think
like
you'll
that
this
one. Of course.
Yeah,
That's
guys,
awesome.
no pain, no gain. Because as
No
a
question
trader,
about that.
as a day trader, you go through loads of pain. So I was like, you know what? Let me get myself a mug to remind myself. No pain, no gain. So yeah, first pain, then you get some gain. Then more pain, then more gain, and then, yeah, you know, it's just not an easy life. People, you know, a lot of other jobs, you're going to do the job and it gets easier as you do it more. Day trading is not the case if you continue to scale up. If anything, it gets more challenging because it just gets more painful, bigger size, harder to get the fills, and then everything is, you know, it's scalable until it's not. So, yeah, I think it actually gets harder as you trade more. So, that's just kind of my 2 cents over there. But yeah, this thing is running. So holding the last piece. I have no offers out just because. I mean, whatever. If it goes to 25, I'm still going to be holding. I'm going to watch 1880. And let me just before I pass it back to Sharif, I'll show the daily for everyone in case you're curious as to what I see. All I see on this is a big day to the upside, and I see the top of this. So this is kind of like support, and then dips below, resistance, and then fail. So now, boom, back to the upside. So 19, right? So it could get to 19 and then do like a big, like sort of blow off top where it goes 20, 22, but then it could be back at 19 very quickly. And so we could reverse from here. Like we could go back down from here, and I'm willing to lose everything because this is something that I'm willing to lose everything on. So not everything. Like this is something that I'm willing, like if this goes back to 14 and stops me out, then whatever, I should have covered. But this is something that I'm willing to hold at least for 19. So that's the plan there. Going to stick to the plan. There you go. Hopefully this trade lasts for more than 2 minutes. You know, I know it's not super exciting to watch kind of in and out the scalps there. So yeah, hopefully this one works. And
Well,
we'll
the most
see what
exciting,
happens.
baby. You get your money and you run. That's what I like.
both
Brendo
are
in the chat saying, in our group chat here, saying that Disney reporting that Avatar 2 sales far exceed Top Gun Maverick. So in response to that, I'm having a look at Disney, not seeing much moving there. You know, a bit of a bounce at the bottom, but so is the market. So let's have a look at AMC. AMC was supposed to perk a little bit off the news. It's since retraced. I mean, AMC's AMC. It's going to do AMC things. So yeah, not much. It's like a 10-cent move off that 54 bottom up to a bit more than 10 cents. 66, I think we topped out there. So interesting little news item, but nothing really reflected in the price action here. So we'll continue to watch that. ICVX, hell of a trade. Good on you, Luca, for punching in there. I missed it. I was, what was I doing? I was observing RNA. I was admiring RNA when I should have been admiring ICVX.
Yeah. Somebody was like, hey, Sharif, remind Luca to take profit.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm
right?
dying because I'm just like, yeah, this thing is going to go to 18. I'm going to be like in the middle of a story. And then I'm going to look back. It's going to be all the way back down. And be like, ah, damn it. So you know what? Change of plans. I'm going to have an offer out. I think I'm not going to be too greedy. I'm going to go for 18 instead of try to hold for 20. I mean, I want to hold for 20, but I'll just try to get out at like around 18. So yeah, offer set into place. Hopefully get wicked out at the top there. And yeah, man, see where that one goes. Looking pretty good. What else do we got on deck? Rivian is sort of flatlining. I took some out at the 50 period. It's now popping. I said I wanted 24s. It's probably going to get there. Let me actually cover a little bit more here because whatever, it's not a big deal. The last thing I want is 21s to be the high, and then we kind of go back down. It's not really, I know I said 30s. It's probably going to get there, but the longer that it takes to get there, look at this. It's just not even exciting. This is not exciting. So I'm not even willing to lose $1 on this name. So I will lock in the win. Next offer is up a little bit higher, closer to that level over there. And yeah, two longs on board, no shorts. Go figure, it is a short day and yet no shorts on board. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I maybe get another long here on Apple too.
Yeah, I've only been short. I've only had one trade today on the show. Had the Netflix short earlier, so it's only 2 trades for me on the day. Twice in Apple though. I got in short here, covered. Got in short again, covered. So, not really a busy trading day for me. Flip back to RNA again, touching day's highs. Not quite getting up to that 19 level, 1896, but. We'll see if this one breaks through. It's got a bit of a double top for me, but this one's got legs. Trader Gorno asking me what was going on with RNA. I was letting him know that this is just a continuation play and a sympathy play off mRNA. Well, we know offer is coming, very unusual. Usually an offer sends a stock straight down instant. Yeah, I guess not in this case, Gorno. This one, you just got to trade the price action, whatever is offered in front of you. 19.10 now, high on RNA. This one, yeah, I'm not punching into it because I know if I do, it'll just reverse on me. And I'm not going to punch in on these highs, but it's not really giving me any opportunities except, retracements to moving averages to get in. There's really no retracements to key levels. So you're going to have to rely more on these moving averages, and that's always risky when you don't have confirmation. If you rely too much on one thing without support from another, to me, it makes me a little nervous. So. Yeah, no trades on board for me. I'll watch ICVX, obviously. It's the big winner, and I'm sure it'll present us more opportunities now that we've moved to the upside and we have possible support levels here at the former high of day, possibly that 1480 area, maybe that 15-ish area for a retracement. This one's got ample amount of legs. What is it done now? 25 million shares on the day on ICVX, so I'll continue to watch that. What else we got over here? Let's look on the side chart to see Netflix. Yeah, Netflix continues to be near low of days. Let's bring in the side chart for the Netflix chart here. How to bring this down? There we go. Yeah, 291.19 low of day. We're at 291.40 at the moment, so 20 pennies away from a low of day. How much lower can we go on this one intraday? I mean, there is room to retrace on this. I mean, we've talked about this on the show. This is the hourly chart on Netflix, right? So we've broken a bit of a trend line here. Let's draw out this trend line. Yeah, possible break here on this trend line. Let's see how far back it goes. Let me go to the 4-hour chart on Netflix. Yeah, a decent trend line, actually, if I'm being honest. Looks like it's broken for the minute. We have ample amount of room to the downside. The first level that I see on Netflix, though, and this doesn't have to apply just intraday. This could be, for a swing. Definitely that 277 to 280 level. There's room there. Is a lot of support around that area. It consolidated sideways there for the better part of a week or two before breaking up, obviously, on this news. I think it was a subscriber news back in, what was this move here, Luca, end of November on Netflix? Do you remember? Do you remember what the news catalyst was?
Sorry, for Netflix?
Yeah, like end of November, early December. It moved up quite a bit. Look at this bottom here, 279.
I want to say, didn't they say that they're like knocking off the people that are sharing accounts? So they're gonna have to spend.
Was it that?
More?
Okay.
Yeah, don't quote me, guys. I'll know the news maybe the day of, maybe.
Earnings
and then
move,
I'll totally
people
forget.
are saying, but.
Oh man,
sure.
guys, ICVX. The dream is turning into a nightmare almost. I'm going to be stopped out of this. But no, yeah, if this level holds, maybe. Come on, man. Algos, do your job. Push this back up. Let's get to 18. Damn it, man. I know it's, I wasn't even euphoric. I was just kind of trying to say, like, yeah, let the winner run. But yeah, see what happens when you don't scalp? When you let your winners ride, it's like, it just reverses. Maybe I'm just wrong to cover at the halt price. Maybe I should have held, covered some high of day, and then I would have been out over here, and I would have been okay with this move. But that's trading, man. Some things work, some things don't. I'm still holding this. You got to scalp today, yeah. Well, man, I would say you got to scalp every day. You got to scalp every day. Scalper's paradise all the time. Building into this Apple long, I think sell, super pop, right? Like not super, but like back through 138. So my average is 97, and I added into this, so I'm gonna get some out at my average here. It's like add, take some off, because I'm fixing my average in the scalp mentality, take some off. Now I'm gonna go for the move, right? So now I got decent position left, and now I'm gonna try to get the top of this range. So next target is 19s. If we can get there, that'd be pretty cool. I'm gonna take some off at 19s, and then the last portion, I feel like this isn't even gonna come to fruition, so it's like pointless to announce this. But yeah, my stop is low of day. So if we break low of day, I'll be out of the rest of those shares. But if we get up, I'll cover some at 19s, and then I'll try to hold some for, I wanna say like 138.60 still. But the thing is, I've been saying this, and it's just not happening. So that's kind of why I sold at 99s there. So that's the logic on the scalp mentality. Hopefully me talking about my scalps in real time just helps people who are working on their scalp game and try to build it out. You know, like I have success sometimes, and then I kind of have a lot of failures other times, but I'm just kind of calling like what I see, and you know, it's oh, I see this kind of worked. Oh guys, this didn't work. That's kind of my logic there. So yeah, hopefully it's helpful in some way. I'm just trying to add as much value as I can. Yeah, no, Netflix, not to talk about the same names, but Netflix now down 8.3%. And I think one of the traders in the back called it. They said if we break 300 to the downside, like $10 move. And but yeah, I think you would have had to be patient with this one if you still are in the shorts. It probably breaks the low, and you probably get 290s. I'm not going to short this just because, you know, that was that looks beautiful, right?
Fantastic.
Beautiful trade. Not every day do I trade Netflix. I literally trade it probably
likewise,
4 times a year. This is probably the 5th time I've traded it. So yeah, pretty. Not too bad. Yeah, now only 40 cents on the money on IVX. Let me just actually make sure the order is in. Yeah, I think my stop order is in, so I'm good. This is like, yeah, these are where, you know, like it's, I've been in a few where I get the stop order and then boom, it's all the way down there. So I just wanted to make sure. But now that the 50 period's creeping up, hopefully it holds here and doesn't stop me out. The most savage move would be a stop out. My stop is below 14. Like I'm getting out of this below 14. I'm not losing more than I need to on it. But the savage move would be a kind of stop me out, hold, and then back. The real stop on this should be 1150. But that's way too wide for myself. It's way too wide for myself. I'm more of kind of a scalper. I'm not holding that far against me. That doesn't make sense to me. But you know, I'm aware that the real stop should be probably 1150 on this thing. If you think that there's upside and if you're going to actually hold for 20. But yeah, for me, I just kind of take the trade. If it's a winner, great, I'll hold it. If it turns into a loser, I'll just cut it. I'll just find another trade. And yeah, go from there. So yeah, that's kind of my that's my thoughts on that one. And yeah, man, people saying it helps a lot. Please keep sharing. Yeah, I'll do my best to kind of, you know, speak about my ideas in real time. I don't mind doing it. I mind doing it when it's not working and I'm just like getting super frustrated. But yeah, no, things have been good. So yeah, life is good. Can't complain. Let's look back here at Meta. This thing just kind of slow grind to the downside. I want to say that, you know, if we pop at any point closer to the end of the day, I really like the short for myself. I think, you know, the market down 2.6%. You know, you had the 2 big days come through, CPI and FOMC yesterday. This thing was, you know, look how high this thing was before. And let me just pull up 15-minute on the yes over here. Look how, like, this was CPI. We went all the way to 4160 area, reversed the whole move, FOMC all the way down, and now it's just like, today is just like, you know, like, we're going down. Like, we're going down. We're below 39.50. I feel like that's the level, 39.50. We're kind of below that level. You know, hold on to your shorts. Man, I wish I was able to swing trade, because if I was able to get a short here, we could actually never come back through fourth. I mean, I shouldn't say that. We've been up and down almost all year, but it kind of feels like if we start to fail now, kind of bearish going into next year, the Fed is still hawkish, inflation is still high, even though coming in lower than expected. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty. Yeah, we could go lower, but, you know, going back to a day trade perspective, I think, you know, on a day like today, if we pop back to VWAP going into the end of the day, I don't think we're going to reverse back and then parabola back to the upside. I wouldn't be surprised because, you know, things happen, but I almost want to say that, you know, into the end of the day, get a nice little pop. I'm going to try a short, like up over here for a move back down. That's kind of my play going into Friday. You know, free fall Friday. Pratt is not here right now, but if he was, he would be super proud if I kind of, you know, take that short, have that short ideology, and actually make some money on that. So yeah, that's kind of my play there going into the end of the day, just kind of my thoughts, thinking out loud. Someone's saying Netflix broke. We can go back here very quickly just because I'm curious. Yeah, no, it didn't break. I thought you meant it broke 290. I was going to say, whoa, that was quick. But yeah, no, it's still kind of here. I guess broke low a day. Yeah, man, you know, it's kind of, things are at the low now, so I'm pretty much in longs. And yeah, Ivy, this thing is probably going to stop me out, which is fine. Rivian, not really doing much. So I'm going to cover the rest of the position over here just because.
Guys, RNA created a new high of day 1915. So I had to look at yesterday's levels. It looks like the level that we need to concern ourselves with to the high side from yesterday is at 21.23. I mean, we're still a ways away from it at the moment, about a couple of bucks away. So we'll see what this one does. But keep in mind, 21.23, a big wick reversal candle on RNA from yesterday. But this one is up 100% in 2 days. It looks like we opened up at 10 yesterday. I mean, or a little below 10, and now we're flirting with 19. So this one, careful with it. I'm still thinking that the better trade on here is a dip trade off the 20 period on the 3-minute chart. I'll keep my eye on that one, but I'm not going to force any trades that I don't really that I have little conviction with. Moving back to Apple.
Can I share just one thing quickly,
of course.
which is kind of funny because I'm gonna go grab a drink very quickly. But I just want to share this. And again, guys, I don't really share where my orders are. I don't share this kind of screen of where I'm bidding and stuff. But there's times when I'm like, come on, man, come on. I said I'm bidding 60s. I think I bid 66. What's the low? What's the low? 70s, 4 cents away. And I wasn't paying attention. That's my own fault.
I hate
but
that.
I literally looked at this and it's like all the way down.
Too.
I'm like, yeah, this is probably where the bounce is good. And I'm 4 cents away from that. And then now we're all the way back for 104.80. So I just wanted to share. That's kind of funny. I'm canceling that XOM bid, obviously. No need to have that into place. But that's pretty funny, man. That's pretty fun. That's day trading for you. That's day trading. Pay attention to your positions. If you like it, just punch. Don't be passive.
It looked much like my dip trade on RNA at 17. You know, you remember like $2 ago now? So yeah, that was a little bit frustrating. I guess there was a liquidity vacuum at that particular level because it clearly crossed my my dip trade. It wasn't like Luca's where, you know, just came within 1 or 2 pennies. No, there was an actual cross, but you got to assume the spread was probably wider at that area. I wasn't looking at it at the time. RNA continuing to push to newer highs now, guys. 19.35 on the day. Woof. I mean, I want to punch in, but I don't want to punch in because it's just not. It's not good trade management at these levels, right? To be punching in at these highs. Anyway, so to me, I'm just going to continue to admire it and watch it, but I won't be getting into it. Interesting little tidbit from this morning. Actually, let's start from yesterday. So this is a kind of like a digression. I was watching the testimony of Kevin O'Leary on the Senate floor yesterday with respect to the FTX collapse, let's call it that. And essentially, he was telling people, and his theory of why it collapsed was that Binance bought a 20% stake into FTX, and it was kind of seed money. I guess they needed it at the time, FTX that is, to kind of get things rolling. And so Binance was a 20% owner. And so when FTX would go to different jurisdictions and try to get licensed, let's say, you know, Mexico, Argentina, whatever, and try to open up a system there so that residents of that country could access FTX and their services, they were told, well, look, I mean, who are the owners? We need vetting. We need to vet the owners, and we need disclosure from those owners. And so Binance obviously came up as an owner, and so they would go to CZ, go to Binance, and they would say, okay, you know, give us this and this and this, and then Binance would not comply, and FTX was having a hard time getting licensed in any of these bodies. So in response to that, what they did was they, meaning FTX, meaning SBF, went and used the company's money to buy out CZ's and Binance's remaining 20% in the company, so that when they went and applied for these licenses, they wouldn't be met with these constant rejections as a result of a lack of disclosure. So it looks like he over-leveraged the company. And this is the theory that Kevin O'Leary is positing. And as a result of buying him out in the summer of 2021, the company had experienced all sorts of liquidity issues. Then CZ came on this morning, and he was on CNBS, and he was being interviewed. And some of the hosts were hostile with him. Some of them were easier. But he basically called O'Leary a liar and said that he had been paid in stable coins by SBF, and the majority of that was not even stable coins, it was the FTT token, and that's basically worthless. So he's caught holding the bag, and he's as much a victim as anybody else. So it looks like this saga between Binance and FTX is just getting started. And to be honest with you, I was not really interested at all in crypto up until this point, but this saga has really got my attention, and especially from a regulatory perspective, having a legal background, it's always interesting to see how these things play out. Diamond Realty of Miami saying that's a lie. Binance has jurisdiction everywhere. Yeah, I get that, and I agree with you on that, but Binance is separate from FTX, and FTX was the one applying for the license, not Binance. In fact, that to build on your point, that's what he was saying this morning, CZ, basically saying that, that they're a much bigger global company when they were compared to Coinbase, and saying that they have a much bigger global footprint, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, in order to get a global footprint, you got to apply for a license. So an interesting story developing there. Obviously, many different opinions, many different stories coming through. It depends on who you're basically listening to. So yeah, but I think that CZ was a little bit walking on eggshells this morning, because he called O'Leary a liar, and you got to be really careful to call someone a liar on television, because it could be libelous. And so I wonder what O'Leary's response is going to be in response to that. I'm sure he'll take to social media and let us know. All right, guys, let's get back to trading here quickly. What's up, Luca?
So just to ask you very quickly, maybe you know more than I do. It's funny because I might sit here and I might be like, yeah, Jim Cramer, blah, blah, blah. But I hope that people realize that I'm always joking.
Okay.
And do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh
of
yeah,
course,
the invert.
yeah.
It's like obviously.
That's a big difference. But what we're saying and going on TV and calling someone a liar. I mean, it's a big difference.
And do you think there's is there more kind of weight to it if you're on, for example, a certain network?
Sure, because there's more exposure, no question about it.
Okay.
So part of the calculus in a lawsuit is the assessment of damages. So when there's a greater pool of people who have heard you been called a liar, the damage to that person's reputation is much greater than when a smaller pool of people have been exposed to it. So you have to be able to prove damages. In tort law, when like the tortfeasor is the person that commits the tort. That person, he's assessed on the extent to which he damaged the reputation of the other person. So obviously, the bigger the group of people, the bigger the extent of damage. So that does have something to do with it. But
cool. Thanks for that. Yeah. I was curious and kind of my own way. Yeah, guys, just an update. So I'm stopped out of ICVX. Man, this is the thing. This is why I take the win, because then I take the loss, and it all kind of evens out. You know what? Yes, guys, feel free to laugh at me right now. Look at that. In such a good average, 1420 or something, all the way to 1650, all the way back down and stopped out. That's
you took the bulk of the move, though.
Well,
didn't you take the bulk of your position out there?
Yeah, so for myself as a scalper, I like to say rule of thumb, try to get 20% of the move. So you don't really know what 20% of the move is. For example, when it's right here, you don't know how far it's going to go. That's why I let a piece ride, because I'm like, yeah, maybe this can keep going, and I'll just let it ride, man. We'll see where this can go. But now looking back at it, if this is 100% of the move, maybe this is, I don't know, maybe 20%. It kind of looks like 20%. So from a scalping perspective, it's good. I took profits, I got paid, and so this is my trade. When I let it ride, I'm not really letting the size ride. I'm just kind of whatever. We'll see where it goes. If this thing wants to continue to go, then I'll hold it. But I'm okay to lose on everything. But the thing is now it kind of looks silly because I literally lost on everything. And could you imagine that this is the stop out and then we hold and we go back? That would be the icing on the cake as to why I should just never not scalp. Just another reminder, Luca, just be a scalper. You know what you're doing until you hold that last piece. Anybody that was watching yesterday was I was shorting Tesla, taking the win, letting it ride, getting stopped out. And it was just a vicious cycle. And it's not tilting me because I'm scaling it accordingly. But could you imagine I only cover 50%? And then I get stopped out on 50%, I'll be like, oh man, what the heck's going on over here? So I leave a very light piece because I'm thinking, oh, maybe I'm gonna maybe I'm going to build good habits. That's what I'm like in my own mind. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to build good habits, try to hold and see where we can go. But yeah, it doesn't, I mean, if you're doing something right, like take the money on what you're doing right. And then, yeah, you know, try to, I guess, try to hold it in, you know, in some cases. Not sure if you guys were in that trade as well. That was a kind of a crazy move to the upside. But yeah, no, that's why you pay yourself as a day trader. You know, yeah, sure, this thing could be at 20 tomorrow, maybe, but it could also be at, you know, 10, right? So kind of coin flip. IVX is done. It's over. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, it's done. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, maybe no, it's not. But yeah, no, I'm probably not going to take another trade. I think this was like a kind of like, not, I don't want to say free. That's not the correct terminology. But this was like the move that you can kind of see happening. And now it's just kind of doing whatever it wants to do. So yeah, no, the correct stop. If I had the you know, if I had the will to do that, I don't know if will is the right word. Maybe another word should be there. But you know, maybe the correct stop on that is 1150. But yeah, what am I like? You know, if I'm going for 20, I should be risking 1150 because that's where the halt price was. But you should technically be long here, risking 1150. That makes a little more sense. But yeah, enough with that one. Looking at Apple, so yeah, Apple kind of long, scalp it out, takes them out at the top here. We're back down, so we're back at my average. I'm actually now losing on the position. I do have a stop in for low of day, which is probably going to trigger. My stop is 137.69 to trigger to the downside, so I'll be out of that if we go down there. I was kind of hoping that this run would get to 138.60, so I had an order up here, 138, like a hope order. But that's fine because it's like, you know, kind of break even on this, make money, and then try to hold for the, you know, same kind of theme. Hold for the move that doesn't happen, man. There's just, the move is just not there. I'm like, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, there's going to be a move here, but yeah, no, there's no real move there. So yeah, it is what it is. Somebody's saying boil. I don't know if is that a stock? No, I don't know what that means. I see that in the chat. Maybe I'm missing something here. Someone's saying I love Netflix. It's not, Luca. You can still take the trade again. Yeah, you could take the trade again. It's holding 14s. For me, it's you know, in and out. Oh, boil actually is a trade or a ticker. Boil on AMAX. This is kind of just one quick glance at this. Very range bound. I think trade the outer bands of the range. So you know, maybe you could justify 37.20 fade back to VWAP. You justify the dip buy there, kind of back to VWAP. I'm going to see, oh yeah, no, there goes the chart there. I'm going to load that up again. Okay, yeah, so there finally goes Netflix. So yeah, that 290 break to the downside, 288. Oh, I don't know if, yeah, hopefully
good.
Some of you guys are short this name. Still short now.
What?
I kind of.
You done? You covered?
You covered? Oh. Did you have the short at 300? Yeah, so Neil, okay, I used to show how loud my headphones are in the morning. Oh, 93 trail. Yeah, I had the short too. 300, cover 296. It's going to 290, but the problem is it's going to go back to 300. I'm going to get out at a bad price, not reload, and yeah, here we are, 288. So congratulations to all the Netflix shorts there. Pretty much a banger. It was down like 5% in the morning. Anytime you get something down a lot, yeah, there you go, bang. Not in the trade, but bang to anybody out there with that. Somebody's saying buy Boyle, Luca, say don't. If Luca say don't.
Uber
yes,
Drew saying Netflix
like
just paid
Luca.
for Christmas, baby. Uber Drew. I'm happy for you, Uber Drew. Kill it.
Congrats.
If you just paid for all the presents. I don't know if you're a family man or how many presents you got to dish out, but I know that I have quite a few that I got to dish out. So the credit cards will be used very soon. RNA,
natural gas.
Retracing a little bit here back into the 7 period on the 3 minute. I'm hopeful for an 1880 bounce, and the reason I get that level is that is the 20 period moving average here. How much risk am I going to give this? I mean, we're quite extended, but the volume isn't dropping off, so you know, I'm looking for indicators that the move is done, and I don't really see one quite yet. But I also have to be able to manage risk, because once you're in a trade, you just can't be looking for levels to get out. You got to have a trading plan. So I'm thinking maybe that break of this 40 level, so I'll give it about 40 pennies worth of risk. That to me is too much, because to wait on this one for 40 pennies, that may take anywhere from half an hour to an hour, you know? So I think 40 pennies is going to be a bit too much here. I may give it to the break of the $0.50. So if I get it in at 1880, if it makes its way down there, I'll give it to the $0.50 break, that 30 pennies. Yeah, I'll put my dip trade in now. Let's go ahead and put that, Luca. We'll put 1881, and I'm going to go half size on this one. I'm not completely. I don't have a lot of conviction behind it. I see Neil in the chat again saying BBIG is moving. Let's pull up the chart for BBIG here. Is that Vinco Ventures? It's called Vinco Ventures? Yeah, Vinco Ventures. Big move up again. Look at this 5-minute retrace. No, this is a 3-minute chart. Let me switch to the one quickly here. Let's go. Yeah, so we have about a 10, 15-minute period of consolidation and retracement here. It retraces back to this level, ironically enough, that 60 level that we talked about. A little bit above it. Didn't quite make it back to 60, and then boom goes a dynamite 68-cent high. So this one on its way up 30% on the day. What's the volume on BBIG? I just want to look real quick here. It looks like the volume on the day right now is 11.1 million. Nothing too great for a sub-dollar stock, but definitely lots of liquidity and lots of opportunities to get in. So if you're looking for a micro cap, there you go.
Yeah, guys, sorry. I'm just sending the ICVT, ICVX trade to my friends here so they can laugh at me. Yeah, it's just, that's the thing. Sometimes things go wrong, and I'm just like, I got to share this. This is actually pretty funny.
This is actually not a bad dip trade off the 50 period. What do you see on ICV? You don't have the 50 period on your chart. You don't use the 50
Where did
period,
it go?
do you?
Why is it not there anymore? Didn't I just put it on?
What?
The 50 period.
Oh, you put the 50 period? Okay,
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a different window. Yeah, it looks like it bounced quite nicely and holding that 50 period. I mean, it broke it to the downside. In fact, it broke the whole dollar too. Broke below 14. Didn't close below there though, guys. It closed at lowest was at 14.07. Now bouncing back into that 14.5, testing 14.60s. Let's see if this one can curl. I mean, it's had these erratic movements before. I wouldn't be surprised if we get somewhere around 16 again, Luca. Then maybe we'll like double top or something and retrace back down.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just updating this. I think, there we go, 50 periods back. The funniest thing about this trade is like, I'm not willing to risk anything on it, and therefore I get stopped out, and then it goes back up anyways. So yeah, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when that happens? Whatever, no big deal. Yeah, Netflix, oh, Snapchat. I wanted to look at Snap and where this is. Snapchat, you know, big down move, obviously. I think everybody was eyeing the 9 level. I'm not sure how much it was down this morning, but wow, that move through 9. I'm actually set. You know, Neil called it this morning. He referenced Snapchat. He's like, yeah, the 9 level, you know, maybe if there's size there, you kind of buy in front, kind of risk 9. Regardless, inflection point, right? Like 9 is the key level. Make your own decisions. And I think, you know, this kind of move through 9 all the way down. See, Snapchat, I want to say, is something that you can actually, you know, if you kind of, you know, short above, short into the level, short below.
What's the deal with this one?
I'm not really, they probably have mentioned it this morning. I'm not sure if there's any news on it. I didn't trade it today, right? So I'm not really 100% kind of locked into it. But the point that I wanted to make in terms of like sizing, because I know a lot of people have questions about like
Downgrade.
size and, you know, like what you're looking at.
Downgrade, yeah.
It's like downgrade, yeah. And, you know, with Snapchat, this is something that you can actually take size. Like there's the liquidity. Like if you're pulling up, for example, let me do this over here. If you guys are pulling up the book of Snapchat and you're looking at it, I think I have like the majority of the books here. So this is like a good gauge of, you know, this is what liquidity is showing here on lit gateways. And like this is, you know, this is 84 lots, 78, 59, 57. This is all at the 70 level. So, you know, if you wanted to clear out this level, you know, what is that? This is 900 shares, so that's 8,400 shares. Like if you punch 10,000, you could probably almost get the full 10,000 if you're punching into this. And this is pretty light right now. Like look where we are right now. We're really like nowhere. If, you know, it's the morning, there's a lot of volume, like Snapchat is something that you can actually, you know, punch in size, take 20 cents, and you actually make, like, you know, you punch 10,000, you know, it moves 20 cents, you make 2K, great. So just kind of because a lot of people ask about size and,
the bottom
you know,
just
like,
dropped on Apple finally, Luke.
Really? Well,
yeah.
That's why I'm not in the long anymore.
Yeah.
Great, because my stop was low a day, and I think that was a great stop to have there. This is why I'm never not scalping. I'm gonna.
I love that. Never not scalping. That's a shirt.
Yeah, never.
That's a shirt. If they're ready being made right now, I'm never not
flat
scalping.
And chilling, never not scalping.
You're
get
hilarious.
it done. You know, that's kind of, yeah. And, oh, yeah, AM, somebody was asking. Let me pull that up before I forget because they were asking.
Before you pull up AM,
Sure.
I just want to let you guys know BBIG continuing to head to the high side, 70 cents, 70.5 cents, I think right now is the high of day on this one. Excellent trend above VWAP and headed to the upside. So if you guys are looking for a reasonably priced small capper, the BBIG, Vinco Venture is definitely making the move today.
Yeah, and somebody was asking about AM. It's up 10% today. This is the name that was halting like crazy. So let me just pull up the 30-minute quickly to show everybody, in case you're curious as to kind of where this was, where it was trading. Yeah, so this thing from 80 cents halted all the way up, down, all the way back up, high a day, back to the downside. But look where it's actually holding. I guess, see, this is the thing. With these names, when you get crazy moves and then it kind of dies off, there's really no trades, in my opinion, on like the 3rd day, the 4th day. But something that you want to look at is, you know, like kind of longer term trend. And I'm not really one to draw, like this is like, these aren't real like crazy levels, but these are kind of, I would just say like, look at these levels. Or no, wait, that's not what I wanted to do.
Leanna Banks saying counter trend trading's prerequisite is to scalp. I mean, I don't like blanket statements like that, but definitely if you're going counter trend, the safe way to manage your risk obviously is to scalp, and that's I think that's exactly what you're doing here. So
yeah, I wouldn't even say like counter trend. I would just say, you know, if you're a scalper and you've been scalping for a while, you sort of know where to be scalping and where not to be scalping. And if you look at a lot of profitable day traders who have a lot of success day trading, what you'll see is there's moves that happen and then they're not a part of like the move. And then it gets into like a range, and then they're like recycling, and then it has a move again, they're not in that move, and then it gets to an area, and then they recycle again. So that's kind of scalping, right? You want to scalp in areas where you kind of understand this is the move, this is not the move. You're not going for the swing. When it does the swing, it's unpredictable, so you kind of take a step back. So that's kind of, I sort of want to have both in my playbook, but I'm trying to work on it and build it for myself. But anyways, back to this AM kind of example. I almost want to say 350 the top side, and what it looks like 180 the downside. So it's near the bottom. But if for whatever reason 2 holds and we start to curl back up, I don't even know like what I can't remember what the catalyst is. Ooh. And this did a lot of volume, so over 350 would be tough. Like if we get there's probably gonna be like a lot of selling that comes in. But if we kind of curl up, break 350, run for 5, that 5 level is interesting. It's up 10% today, but it's not really doing volume. 2.6 million shares traded on a $2 stock is nothing. There's no day trade to be had, but yeah, just kind of alternative perspective somebody asked. So I figured I'd kind of cover that very quickly. Living the Doge life. Scalping is a chasing game. No, man, scalping is just kind of where can I get the fills? Like where can I get filled, right? So like, can I get, like if I'm gonna participate in this action, can I get filled at this price and that price, and how much size can I take, and you know, is it a part of my strategy, my playbook, and then kind of go from there, and you know, hopefully the odds are in your favor on that one. And I think it was you who was asking, Luca for sure drives a Toyota Camry, and then you were like, do you drive a Toyota Camry? The answer is no.
I asked that?
No.
Oh, okay.
The Doge, living the Doge life was like Luca, because when we were talking about Lucid, I think.
Right.
He's like, Luca for sure, because I'm like, yeah, no, I wouldn't drive an electric car. And he's like, oh yeah, Luca drives a Toyota Camry. And the answer is no, I do not drive a Toyota Camry. I'm a Ferrari guy, man.
Hey.
I'm a Ferrari guy. I don't have a Ferrari, but hopefully one day, if you work hard enough and you save your money and you invest it right, you get a Ferrari. No, I don't know. You know, if you gamble large and it pays out eventually, then, you know, roll those profits into a Ferrari, and, you know, no need for a house nowadays, maybe too expensive. Live in the Ferrari, cruise around, live that kind of on-the-fly life. Vanilla Icing, I'm a truck man. Yeah, man, trucks are pretty cool too. A lot of my friends drive trucks. They work construction. And yeah, trucks are dope, but kind of expensive on gas. I guess if you can afford it, really nice. Anyways, back to trading. I could talk about that all day. Yeah, 160 on Tesla. We're like $1.50 away, but I mapped that. When I came on here, I said that 159 was my level of interest. And I've been kind of glancing back, and it really hasn't gotten to 159. It's sort of, you know, 158.30, 158.60, and then not really getting to 159. So for myself, because I said it's a level, I'm gonna have an order there, and yeah, I'm gonna play off the 160 level. Like I'm gonna try to short 159, play off 159.50, maybe risk 50 cents. Okay, if I lose the trade, same idea at the 160 level. Maybe we don't get there. It's kind of flatline. Like this is pretty muted action. So, but I don't want to short it here in case we actually get there and it becomes a good opportunity. So yeah, if we get closer to that 159 level, I'll have a short. I'll try to trade that, and we'll see what happens. Rager saying no one drives electric car apart from Biden fans. Yeah, people. I mean, some people drive them.
I
right?
like
Some
EVs,
people,
man.
Yeah, it's teach their own. You know, people.
They're just expensive. at the moment.
Man, what isn't? You know,
I
like
know.
everything.
Well,
It's,
used car sales. I don't know if you follow cars, but I follow cars often, especially on like Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
I'll go on, I'll have a look and stuff. And used car prices, at least in Ontario, guys, down markedly. Especially going back like 6 months to maybe 6 months to a year, they were really inflated. I mean, like, I don't want to name any prices here, but you know, everything was up 30-40%. Like, and some things were even up more. I mean, people were selling G-Wagons for like 400,000. Like people had G-Wagons on order from the dealership, and then a luxury used car sales dealership would come to you and be like, "Give me your G-Wagon, and I'll throw you another 75 on top."
Really?
That's just your money.
Jeez.
You know what I mean? So things
You know,
got
the thing-
really ridiculous for a while.
the thing with G-Wagons, so obviously in the U.S., if you have a business, you can write off
Yeah.
a car that's heavier, right?
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
G-Wagon is one of the cooler cars.
It fits
or
that,
If that fits the profile. So all these people bought G-Wagons, and it was super expensive. And then, you know,
They took it off?
Well, no, I read a
Okay,
headline
okay.
that said, "Oh, the crypto crash. All crypto millionaires are trying to sell G-Wagons."
So all of a sudden they go down in price because
yeah,
there's too many of them
there's
for
too
sale.
many sellers. Exactly.
That's hilarious. Well, that's not
but-
hilarious because some people lost money there, but that's
It's
fun.
the situation is hilarious. It's unfortunate. You know, it's unfortunate for some people, but other people's misfortune is, you know, going back to housing. It's like, you know, people who are in the housing market are like, "Oh man, like please interest rates, like I'm dying over here." And then you have the flip side scenario with people without a house are
down
like,
now.
"Send the rates to 15%.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go. I got
Crash
cash
the
ready to
market.
go."
Bring it to the ground.
So
yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, nobody has kind of control over what happens. So it's to each their own. Just you know, kind of place your bets and hope for the best. And yeah, hopefully it works.
Guys,
out
I
for
just want to
everybody.
interject real quick. Apple continuing to make lower lows, and we're at low of day now on Apple. What's low of day? 137.33.
Really?
This one broke that 138
good cover,
quite
Luca.
decidedly. I mean, look at that consolidation. We had consolidation from 11:15 onward to 12:30. So an hour and 15 minutes of sideways movement. Yeah, broke it, but look, retraced. Now it's decidedly below that. 137.27 now, low of day. This one really printing to the south side. Feeling uber silly for not holding these shorts, but you know, scalper hard, and hey, that's the way she goes. But Apple printing southward. Wow. Looks like I am long RNA now. I got that dip trade near the 20 period moving average. So we'll watch. This is a half position, guys, by the way. Again, my out on this one is going to be through the $half break. I'm not going to give it more than that. You know, I mean, I really should be giving it to this area here. This is where the price action dictates, right? That 1840 area. It also will correspond by the time it makes its way down there with that 50 period. So you could see a bounce off that level. So I really should be giving this about 40 pennies worth of risk to that 1840. It's just I'm kind of concerned that I may not be able to make 40 pennies all that quickly to the high side. So the risk to reward analysis kind of just gets warped a little bit there. I'm going to put, you know what, against better judgment, I'm going to put my out at 1838, and I will cover my entire position there. I'll give it to like, what's a spread? Spread 6 pennies. So we'll give it to like 32. So we'll give it 6 pennies at the moment. But yeah, retracing looks like it's headed south at the moment. I may have entered at the wrong time, but we'll see. We'll see what this one does. It's broken the 20 period here, so I don't like that. It hasn't broken the 20 period going back to about 1020 or so. So not looking good if you're looking to play that bounce off the 20 period. But the idea here is to try to take that bounce off the 50 period, which I think is probably the better level for these small cappers anyway. So that's where we're long. We're long RNA on that one. Apple continues to print short, Luca, and ICVX doing bupkis above that 50 period. But that looks like it's setting up for a flat bottom breakdown on ICVX.
I mean, sort of feel like I like the
You like the long, eh?
Well, I like what you're saying with flat bottom breaks. I like it when they're down. I don't like them when they're
Exactly.
up. Because the thing is when they're up, it's kind of like
Your
it could be
counter-trend.
yeah, it could be games. It could be like, you know, like pull the bids, stop everybody out,
Yeah.
and then put them back.
And that's typically what happens. So
Yeah.
let's have a look
Like,
here
look
for
at-
a second.
I know you were talking about Roblox. Yeah, go ahead.
So for what would happen here, and this has been my experience, is that you'd have that dip down, it would trigger you in, and then they want it to go down, whoever they is, okay? And then you'd have you'd have it right back up, and then you'd have the continuation down because they want to stop everybody out there and take
on
their
both
money.
sides, exactly.
And so I see that often. What's up with RBLX?
Well, I was saying, like, in terms of like I think you I don't know if you just spoke about this. I was just
Earlier.
looking at a couple. Yeah, but in terms of flat bottom break, it's like, look at this,
Exactly.
right? So this is down already 18% or down 15, whatever
Works
it was over
better,
here.
no question.
And yeah, kind of bouncing, not really doing much, and then boom, right? SSR, so you don't actually get the fill there, but in terms of like, you know, the breakdown, now it's not really coming back. You know, Roblox looks like it's sort of dead. I wonder where this is on the daily. I can drag it over and we can look at this together here. Yeah, breaking that, I guess, call it 29. The low was 19. So it was already down here before, but it kind of giving the feel that we're actually going to 25 and then maybe even 20.
Oh, sorry.
Were you
No,
gonna
no,
trade?
I was just annoyed
Okay,
that
okay.
I added instead of removing on
that-
RNA there. I hate when I fat finger mistake.
Yeah.
It's something that, you know, I do seldomly, but it always happens. It seems at the wrong time. I just added like a tiny bit instead of removing a little bit of my RNA trade, but it's all good. We're still within that range, and I'll set up my stop for that. I don't have any trades at the moment, guys. I'm sad I missed this Apple move down, but it really did take its sweet time to move down. Let's look at the scanner. We haven't looked at the scanner in a while. We've been looking more at big caps today, save and except for ICVX and RNA. Let's look over here. What do we got?
I want to say quickly in the,
for
before
it.
you cover that in the chat, somebody, Randy, is like, yo, I'm new to trading. I just started hitting random contracts and I made $2,300 by accident. I still don't know how I did it. I just want to say one thing. Making money early on by accident is a recipe for disaster. I've been there. You might lose it just as fast. So, you know, take that win and then do yourself a favor and like put in the work to try to learn a little bit and kind of go from there. It's, you know, nothing wrong with making money, obviously. Making money is good, but don't give it back because you think, like trading's hard, right? So you want to build a plan and you know, go from there. I think a lot of people in the chat will agree with that as well. Kind of my thoughts. And the last comment before I pass it back to you for what you were about to say there, but somebody was like, oh, what is the most amount of option contracts that you've held? And I don't trade options now. I'm kind of not really swing trading them, just kind of focusing on day trading right now, trying to, you know, build this out and see if I can get this going and, you know, make this work for long term. Definitely a lot of opportunities on both sides. But yeah, when I was younger, going back to even the situation of randomly making money, I think I was trading like 100 contracts on like Apple calls. Like, yeah, like I'll pull like 7,000 into like these Netflix call options on earnings because, yeah, it's Netflix. Maybe it can go up. And yeah, sure enough, you know, just kind of like earnings comes out, you get like 10 to 1, just like insane moves. And I'm just like, yes, I am a genius. I will make millions of dollars. But no, as fast as you make the money, you lose it, you give it right back, and then you're kind of, you know, where you started or hopefully still above water. And then you're like, okay, wait a second, let me kind of learn and go from here, right? So yeah, options can be lucrative, but they're also very dangerous if you're kind of blindly jumping into just calls or puts. Maybe you want to build out a strategy, right? Whether you're looking at spreads or straddles, like if it makes sense to you. But yeah, just do your own research, do your own due diligence. I'll say that every single time because if you think you're different, I promise you, you are not. And the market will humble you so fast. So why not humble you right now and tell you that, yeah, you got lucky, now learn and grow and get better. And that's the thing, and that's kind of where you go. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
We're about to test 137 on Apple, Luca. So we're 137.15s now. This one, it looks like it is headed to the downside. Last time we were at these levels, I picked up some shares here at 135 and I held them for a swing on my personal account for a couple weeks, and I was on a nice 10-banger winner. I'm like, yeah, I was telling my buddy at the time, like, yeah. I'm taking Apple long here. I'm going to become a long-term investor. I'm picking up a whole bunch of shares at 135. I'm holding to 190 again. And then a week later, I was out of the trade for a $10 winner. He laughed at me and he's like, "You're just a trader at heart, man. You can't do this long-term thing. Stick to what you know." So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening if we can get maybe another good dip trade on Apple on the long-term account here in the low 130s. We'll see what this market does. Not looking good for my RNA trade though at the moment. Volume starting to drop off. That's the most notable thing. I mean, it wasn't really a volumes monster by any means this morning, but it looks like the volume is dropping off, not significantly, but there definitely is a decline here in the volume bar chart. So I'm a little concerned about that. Keeping my keeping my stop exactly where it is in that mid-30s. So we'll see what this one does. We are currently out of the money about 11 pennies or so. Nothing really to write home about. What did Trader Gorno say? He's like, I can't beat that, Sharif. I bought Amazon for long-term at 90 a few weeks ago. It hit 102 the next day, and I was no longer long-term. LOL. Yeah, no, I get that, man. I mean, you see the money. You're so programmed as a trader to take those profits, that, you know, that long-term mentality. You got to work that into yourself. At least that's what I plan to do anyway, because, you know, a lot of this big money is made by holding long-term. Warren Buffett in the house, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm short. So short Tesla, I got the fill that I wanted, and it kind of like dipped and then came back up, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to add to this because I feel kind of pretty good about it for the time being. So I think we flush into 158s, then get a VWAP test. See how it's sort of bounced over here at like 157.50, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like move up. I think we're good for like another bounce down. So yeah, if we can flush through the 50 period back to the downside, I'm not really expecting, I'm not going to try to go for 156.50, even though maybe that could be a good look. It's up 1%. But yeah, no, it's looking pretty good right now. We're flushing into that 158s. So as I'm kind of in the winners, I'm going to take them as they kind of come and pay me here. So yeah, one punch at the 50 period, one more just below 58s, like trigger the stops below 58s, get me fills at 91s, and then take the rest at 157. Did Apple break 130?
Apple broke. It's printing in the high 90s, but it broke. A lot of buyers obviously stepping in at the whole dollar level, but Apple got, I don't know where, the market now, obviously, we're at low day on the market, 39.10 on the market, guys. So Apple obviously bringing down the market. Looks like we broke that trough right here at 39.18 or so. Where's Apple at now? We're still in the low 90s now, Luca. This one's going.
Yeah, guys, so I'm out of Tesla. I'm out of the full Tesla position. That happened a lot faster than I thought.
Holy cow.
I bid 91s, and then it kind of like instantly reversed, and I was like, no, I'll just take 10 cents higher. But yeah, can't make this up, these quick reversals. I should have waited to get that, but you guys know me, I don't really wait. So that was pretty good, like kind of short, cover for the scalp. We kind of show that we're bouncing here. I think, you know, maybe hold for 157 bottom there, but again, trading my own playbook. I'm trying to give multiple perspectives. Like this is kind of the scalp trade. You get the extension, you get the fade back down. It shows you that this is the top, this is the bottom. So kind of short the top, cover the bottoms. Yesterday I was like, yeah, let me hold for the move. And no, I lost every time, so I'm not doing that again. I'll just like take the wins over and over again. Yeah, guys, Meta's going to 115. Oh no, it already broke, sorry. So it already actually broke 115. I didn't even notice that. Maybe 115 is like a short-term bottom here. I'm going to get long here, closer to 6s if I can get that. 115 kind of long here. The plan is to maybe this can go 50 cents to the upside, but I'm going to take 20 cents if I can get that. I think that'll be pretty cool there. Yeah, ICVX is kind of back down again. Man, what a cover. What a cover. And you know what? I think if Arun was looking at my chart here, he'd be like, why did you not flip short? And I just kind of felt that if I'm flipping short at the bottom. But no, I should have covered the long, flipped short, holding trend to the downside, and then covered into 137. That could have been a 70-cent win. That was my own fault. I'm not sure if Arun's still in the shorts from this morning. But yeah, man, the shorts are money here. Somebody in the chat said 135. Okay, so long Meta over here, so I'm just going to make sure I get the bid out. I think we could easily pop to like 25s. So I'm going to go for like quick 20-cent win on that one. That would be great. And someone going, no, Luca. Yeah, I don't know what, sorry, I don't know why you're saying that. Apple, okay, yeah, back to Apple here quickly. Yeah, man, clears the size at 137. I missed how much size was there, but I'm assuming it was less than a few of the other levels. But yeah, here we are, down 4%. This thing is at 141. Finally breaks the 140 level. Now it's at 137. Somebody in the chat said 135. I almost want to say 128. 128 is a potential extension, and my logic is because this is the daily of Apple, right? It looks kind of sloppy, but basically down, up, down, kind of sideways action, flushing down. And I want to say the bottom of that move there is like just below 130. So I think it's reasonable to think that we could actually get to like 130, 128. If we hit 125, that'll be pretty interesting. I wouldn't discredit it. You know, we could get there. We could, but we sort of, Apple for the longest time has been in this kind of channel, right? So it's kind of like 180 is the top. It's sort of spent some time there, earlier this year. Everything kind of market not really doing well. I almost want to say that Apple's not really selling off. Now some sideways action. Now maybe we go down. We test the 130, the bottoms. Maybe we break. And then do we hold and then continue the downtrend? Are we going to 110 on Apple? Or, are we going to kind of spend some time at 130, 125? We're going into rebalancing. We're going into the end of the year. The new year's going to start. A lot of people are going to put money on, put positions on for the next year, the year ahead. And, do people want to be an Apple? And if that's the case, then there's going to be some value in their eyes at the low of this kind of range. Call it technicals, call it fundamentals, whatever you want to call it. So that's kind of things. I think, 128 potential. First, obviously 135 first, and then 128. But I think the full extension of the move, if possible, would be 128. That's basically my call on that one. I'm currently not in an Apple swing short. I'm just kind of calling it like I see it. And Meta now slowly kind of bouncing a little to the upside. Someone's saying crapple to 100. Well, I called 80 earlier this year. I was like, yeah, guys, Apple's going to 80. And I shook hands with Pratt. I bet him $1. I was like, this year, Apple will trade at $80, guaranteed. And it's like at 136. So like, I think I'm super wrong. And I'm gonna have to pay Pratt $1. He's probably not watching this right now, but it was more so like not so much for the money, more so for kind of who's right and wrong, right? So yeah, maybe imagine Apple goes to 80 on like January 4th. That would be crazy. Then I have to pay him, and I'm still kind of not wrong on that one. But that's trading for you. That's kind of making calls, is what it is. Luca, Apple, Microsoft, buy. No, not today. I'm not going. I'm probably going to stay away from the longs for the rest of the day, for the rest of the afternoon. In terms of kind of like a swing trade, I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say. Like every single time it's held. Maybe if you see something, you kind of take it. Maybe there's a 130 bounce to be had, 128 bounce kind of thing, and then bounce like back to 133s. But it really, there's a really good chance that it's kind of, it didn't really go up. The rest of the market's going down. If the market keeps going lower, like Apple's going to obviously go lower too. So, if you're saying, oh, long-term investments, like, I don't have this in my portfolio, then, like maybe it's, kind of create your portfolio, like you have a 40-year time horizon, 20 years, whatever it is. But in terms of like kind of a swing trade, a day trade, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Again, I'm not in that position. I'm just kind of, speaking towards what I see on the technicals. I think I'm definitely a buyer of Apple at 110, which is like, it's far. We're not going to get there. But what I hope
I'm in the 120s.
Like
I'll pick it up in the 120s for sure.
You play
I think we've seen the worst of the
average
inflation, to be honest with you. Now it's just going to be a recessionary period where there may not be as much money flowing around to buy these iPhones, iPads, MacBook Pros, and so I think that's the concern. But in terms of like affordability, a supply chain glut and input costs and stuff like that, I think the worst is behind us. But we'll see. Guys, I just want to update you on my RNA trade. Still flat on this one. It's hovering, mid 80s, high 70s. I've got a profit taker sitting there like right below 19 just to de-risk a little bit because I did add by accident. I fat fingered into that one instead of extracting. So looking for that 19 break in, then head forward to that 1950 ideally. Apple, wow, 136.75 now. That was a quick 25 penny break through that 137, and this one doesn't look like it's putting on the brakes, guys. We're at low of day and we're printing more low of days. At the same time, the ES is not printing low of days, although we are very close to it. 39.11 is where we're at, 39.08 low of day. But Apple definitely leading the market down south. Maybe saved by some of these, by Tesla. I don't know what's Tesla's weight in the S&P. Probably not nearly as much as Apple, but obviously, Tesla consolidating sideways around VWAP. Everything else is decidedly below VWAP, though. Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google, they're all below VWAP, guys. And look, we're about to test that 90 level soon here on Google. We'll see what that one holds up. How about some other levels going with these other ones? We've broken, obviously, that 250 on Microsoft. That's long gone. I'll have to look for some more levels on that. Is this a real candle? This is not a real candle on Meta. Can you pull up your Meta chart to see, just verify that this is a real wick? Do you have that wick on Meta?
That's not real.
No, well, I've got it on IBKR, and IBKR doesn't have dark pool.
Oh.
So that's why I was asking you if it was real.
I think volume. Always, guys. It could be. It's probably a dark pool.
Yeah.
And the reason is because, guys, if you're ever wondering is that real or not, always look at volume. There's no way Meta would go from 115.30 to 117 on that volume. It will never happen
Good
like
point.
that.
Thanks for that.
Like,
That's
remember
actually quite
when I was
smart.
in that kind of trade
Yeah,
and then it went? And I was like, is this real? It was real because the volume was there,
volume
right?
was
So
there. Yeah.
guys, volume is always the tell in the world of trading. So just keep that in mind. I got out of this trade pretty happy with it, just 20-cent scalp. It was pretty pretty easy. You know, take the size 115. Once the size is cleared, we just kind of float up. How high do we go? I don't know. So I'll just take 20 cents. And the reason 20 is because the low here is like 10, right? So I'm risking 10 cents to make 20. Like I could have still been in the trade and be like, oh yeah, now it's gonna go to 115.70, but I keep losing on those. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that anymore. Tesla weight is 1.69. Somebody's saying 6. No, I feel like it's yeah, maybe in between that. Luca, did you say 132 break on Mullen? Oh, Mullen just broke. I didn't pay for shorts. I wasn't gonna trade this. I was just kind of calling it like I see it, but I wasn't really planning to trade it. But look at that, man. That was actually a clean break to the downside. You know, bounce, kind of sideways,
baby,
bounce. And the thing is I guess because it's up on the day, because it's Mullen. I don't trade these 30-cent stocks, so you know it doesn't matter what it is. But I don't have so you know I would have thought that it would have went to 30 and maybe even 29. But I guess it's day one of a positive new move of an up move. So even though it's going down, it's still going to pop back and then it's going to kind of go. So yeah, maybe the short was better at closer to 134. If you had it at the VWAP short, maybe you kind of added a little bit and then you add it on the break. But the thing is, if you add on the break, then it goes back up and then now it's starting to fade. It's actually going for that 30-cent test. See, I wouldn't have done well on this because maybe I would have short 32s and then I would have just stopped myself out because I'm like, oh man, is that a fake out? Are we going back to VWAP? And then actually we go down there. So yeah, I think my kind of assessment of it was a little wrong. But in general, I think, you know, safe to say that 132, everybody's seeing the same thing, 1, 2, 3, almost 4 bounces. And then, okay, 5th time it breaks, you're going to get kind of flush. Yeah, maybe the retest. I guess the real stop would have been 34 if you kind of took that trade. But yeah, you guys know me, razor thin stops, not in the right spot, kind of, you know, taking my chance and then, oh, it doesn't work. So then I kind of get out of it. Because yeah, I think here I am. I'm just yeah, I can outsmart the stops. I can get myself in here with you know, a little bit of size and make it work. No, guys, just trade correctly. That's kind of the way to go about it. Yeah, man, what a good scalp on Tesla. Short the top, add to it, cover, and then we bounce right off of that level. So yeah, guys, note that level on Tesla, 157.65 area, I guess, VWAP essentially. VWAP is not breaking on Tesla. So for whatever reason, VWAP at this particular time, starting from 1220, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Aunt Kathy's
5.
hitting the buy button, man.
Somebody's hitting the buy.
She picked up 22 million, I don't know, not 22 million shares. She picked up $25 million, something like that. I'll fact check that. ARK Invest picked up that much yesterday, so they were trying to buy it up. And I would not be surprised today if they hit the buy button again. I just want to interrupt you quick, Luca. RNA, I scalped some out here in the high 90s. So this one profitable so far, curling back up. My next profit taker is sitting there, resting order at 1905. I have half the position left. I de-risked a little bit because of that fat finger mistake. So I had to get out of some of the shares, but holding half the original position, looking for a 1905 fill and then a move back into the 40s and possibly to the 50s to create new high of day on this one. It didn't come quite down to that 50-period moving average, at least on the 3-minute. Let's see what it did at the 1 minute. No, nothing discernible here in terms of levels. Levels, guys. There we go. Now we're moving back up into that 1904. Spread tightening up a little bit. A bit of a fight between buyers and sellers here at 19 as some market participants initiate shorts on that level. I'm looking to get filled 1905. That will take me down to about 33% of the original position if I can get filled here on RNA. But ICVX curling back up. Holy cow, this one's got legs. Look at what is this doing? Look at this. Bounce off the 50 period. 1440, we're at 1540. We just won $1 in a couple of seconds. We're back up now to 71%. Can we get to high days, Luca, at 1650?
No, down. Go down.
Down.
I knew it, man. I knew it. Look at this stop out. I'm the worst trader ever. Oh my God, guys. I called it too. I was like, I'm going to get stopped out. Okay, whatever. I'm done with this. I'm not pulling the stock up anymore. we like to pull up stocks and talk about all these different opportunities, but I'm done with this one. I'll leave it to C-Dog, which somebody called in the chat.
Oh yeah, okay.
Luca and C-Dog keep talking about the same topic. Yeah, sometimes we recycle the same
Which
ideas.
topic are they displeased we're talking about?
I don't know. You know what? Different topic here very quickly. DocuSign. Somebody saying
Yeah.
thoughts on DocuSign. 4.7 million shares traded today, down 6.5. Wow, man, so many things are down, like a lot today.
Like everything almost is down. I mean, did you see the sector watch when Brendo brought that on? The
yeah,
entire
like
board
everything's
was
just
red.
kind of
Yeah.
red. That's a top if I have ever seen one. Strong move to the upside.
Reversal candle.
The volume was done here at 50. So then you have the continuation, the break of the kind of small little trend that it has on the daily, sort of giving a little bit of a top out, now down. So the thing with Docu is it's sort of, I don't have a feel of this one. I mean, that's silly to say a feel or not. I'm just kind of calling technicals. But like, I'm trying to look here. I mean, maybe 60, maybe. But this kind of feels like we could probably test 50 again. Like we could probably have like, okay, red day today, red day tomorrow, assuming the overall market, like we could maybe get to 50s. But yeah, maybe watch the bottom of this candle. So watch 54. I would say watch the bottom of this candle. Where is, what's the action look like? Do we sell into the bottom and then hold this level for a little bit? Or do we just blow right through it? If we blow through that like 54 area, then probably going to 50. If we kind of hold, then maybe a little bit more sideways days. Moving average catches up to it, goes a little bit sideways, and then kind of bounces and does nothing. So yeah, those are my thoughts on that. It's down 6% today. Intraday perspective, I mean, I'm not buying this the way that I would buy Apple or like a Meta for a bounce. This thing kind of feels like there's just no buyers, and then short the pops, right? Short the pops. It has not even broken the 50 period. Like this was a great short. This was a great short. Is this going to be a great short? Like this already happened now, so you can't short it again if it gets there. Maybe this is going to be a great short, and then we keep going lower. It has not broken the 50 period, so yeah, that's kind of my thoughts over there. Apple made a hammer on the 5-minute buy signal. I don't really use patterns, but I do like the long.
Patterns are awesome, Luca. I'm gonna have to spend the money on this one, guys. There we go. We're printing on RNA finally. Finally, we get that piece taken out into the what did I get? 06 there. I've got another piece out at 1912 or 13. Can't really quite tell. But RNA continuing to move to the high side. If we can break about this level right here, look at this consolidation level that we have at this area here. This is kind of like the breakdown area. If you could draw a straight line between these two semicircles, I think that the halfway point would be here. So let's see if we can break through this, I want to call it a resistance level. Now we're getting into the high 1910s now. There we go. We get filled, baby. Let's drop that money. Ooh, that was an awesome trade. Loving this trade. RNA looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Looking good.
Good trade, good trade. I love the excitement.
I get
love
excited.
The enthusiasm, man.
Yeah.
Yes. Celebrate the wins, guys. Don't be euphoric, but celebrate the wins. Wins are good. Losses suck. Stay away from those losses. Guys, the same way that 138 was on Apple, kind of recycling that level, you can probably like have a look there and do that same thing over and over again. But I'm kind of not really loving that idea. Like we are selling off here, and it's just kind of no buyers in sight. There's not a lot of selling. There's not a lot of buying. And I almost want this to go higher so that I can short it into the rest of the day. We got, how much time do we have left here? 120, 130. Yeah, we got about like half an hour to go here. Pretty dead, yeah, guys. I'm like sort of not really in a position right now, but yeah, ask away if you have any questions. Let me know. ICVX, yeah, let's go back, I guess. Now. ICVX. Oh yeah, now back down. Yeah, no, I don't know, guys. I'm not participating, but if I was in this, I would be getting out. And this is kind of human emotion. I don't trade these things like crazy good, these kind of small caps. I take the setup when I see it, but on this particular one, I think the setup was long and try to hold for the dream. But yeah, now it's kind of popping, but it is holding, right? So maybe it wants to go down, stop these stops out again. Maybe we get down, but again, it is not breaking down below VWAP. So this is just a lot of noise, right? Like this kind of up, down, all this kind of sideways. It's just a lot of noise. If you're confident in your trades, make sure you put the stops in the right spot. It's a wide stop on this. Again, I'll repeat the same thing. It's a wide stop, so you got to make sure it just makes sense to you. Somebody's saying, how far do you think NVIDIA will fall short term? That's a great question.
Spending a lot of money, Luca, to build up these foundry plants. So they're blowing through a lot of cash. I wonder what their earnings are going to be like into next year, especially with microchip demand down, right? Everybody's made up their home setup and their COVID setups. Not as many people buying laptops and computers anymore.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
I think, see, the only thing that I'm kind of in the back of my head is as we go. It's like,
There's an epic argument going on, by the way, between Lucas and Fahad, the production team in
All
the
I hear
back.
is
It's
Floyd
so
Mayweather.
distracting, but like, and they don't even notice that it's going on. They have no
So-
idea. And now Arun's joined in on that argument now. So it's, and Neil was in there apparently. So like we're left out of the loop here. We have no idea, but it seems
It's
like
so-
very animated.
yeah, it's man. One time I think I was in the office. It was like 8:15 in the morning, and I hear Fahad yelling, "LeBron James!" I just start dying. I'm like, oh, here we go. I'm like, I'm not.
Oh, they
headphones
argue
in,
about
let me
MJ and LeBron again?
They're talking about, I think,
Who's the best of
the
all time?
Lakers and whether,
Oh, okay.
LeBron needs to get off that team or not. And it was just kind of a back and forth, and I was dying.
Neil, why were people saying that LeBron may not be a Laker come next week or 2 weeks or something like that? Is there any merit to
argument,
that?
Cam. Yeah, that'd be
Is there a
funny.
trade deadline coming up? Okay. Chat, if you guys know, is there any trade rumors about LeBron? What's that? Not till a while. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I was hearing stuff like that. I haven't been following basketball. There's a finite amount of time, and I focus on soccer and football. A little bit of tennis. Luca, you play tennis?
Yeah, I play tennis.
Hey, we should
so
go in the summer.
I love tennis. I'm
Likewise.
not, I got really good at it, and then I kind of, playing ball, hurt my knee, injury prone.
yeah.
It's unfortunate. And I was like, okay, I gotta make sure I watch myself. So I think because my coordination in tennis is not that great.
No?
It's not like I didn't play tennis for a long period of time. I just kind of 2 years or whatever, right? That's
pretty good.
So when I kind of go for cuts, I get really into it, and then I tweak my knee even more. So I'm just like, I don't know. But yeah, no, tennis is it's such a fun game. I was getting really good at like slices and stuff.
Those are the best,
And,
man. You throw off
yeah.
your opponent completely. You get
Yeah,
that backspin and have them run towards the net and face plant. Those are awesome.
Yeah.
Kidding, of course. Guys, we're getting real close. We have a nice little uptrend here on RNA. I don't want to count my chickens before my chicks before they hatch. But what I've done is I said to myself, okay, your cost basis is 84s. I'm going to put my out for the remaining 15 or 18% for 1 penny below my cost base. So if it's 84, I put my out at 83, and I'm looking to take a next piece out, 1921. So that will break that area here. There was a nice little area of consolidation. This is the higher range of that consolidation area, the 1921 range. So if it prints there, great. We'll take out that last little piece, and then we'll look towards high of days on RNA. Let's flip back quickly to ICVX. As quickly as it made that move up is as quickly as it's making its move down. Look at that epic flush on ICVX, continuing to print to the downside. 13.70 is where we're at now. 15.46 is where we were at 4 minutes ago. So a $2 flush breaking below the 50-period moving average, but most notably still above VWAP, so still a long. I mean, I'm not looking at this as a short, not yet anyway. Let's get to VWAP and see what happens. If it breaks down below that, decidedly we'll look for buying, to acquire shorts on that. But at the moment, it's still, you have to be dip trade minded. You don't have to be, but the way that I trade is if it's above VWAP, I'm looking for the dip trade until otherwise proven. Let's have a look here at RNA. Just had an epic move down to the downside. Yeah, and then just gets bought back up. So that 19 level, a fight is brewing between the longs and the shorts at this 19 level. Which side are we going to end up on? Doesn't really matter to me. I've scalped out the majority of my position, and if I can get all the way up to high of days, great. If not, I'm going to stop at 1 penny below my entry, Luca.
Yeah, man, these are the days. These are the movers. It's it's still holding, but what a move back down there, kind of crazy. I want to bring back XOM because I'm wondering. It's hard to remember all the ideas that I have like in the day, and then I kind of forget about them. And I remember somebody was like, "Oh, VWAP short on XOM." It's kind of showing that VWAP short off that 105 is good. And I remember last time I was trying the 105 VWAP short, and it went to 105.20. Then it finally faded. So like it faded the first time, but it's sort of holding up. I would love for XOM. I might convince myself into a trade right now. But we are oil contracts close at 2, and then I don't know. I don't actually watch these oil names that much. But if we can get back to 105 and pop, I'm gonna try a short closer to 105.20 on this. I should have been over this on this before. But yeah, I'm gonna short this like right up over here. I'm gonna risk off discretionary risk, as you guys know my kind of style. But I think, high a day, like 150.60 should not be breaking to the upside. So I'm gonna try this kind of, it gets back to 105. Maybe there's some stops there. I don't know, just kind of guessing. Maybe it pops, maybe I can get the short and then it drops back down, comes back, and then my cover target, I think my best out, if possible, I'm going to go for like a 104.60. So that's going to be like my trade. I don't know if it gets there. I don't know if it comes to fruition. My order is now out, 105, kind of 105.10, 105.20 area over there. And maybe I shouldn't say the exact price.
I always say. Prad doesn't want me to say.
Like
but I can't help it.
Yeah, it's like I feel like because guys, with trading, the area is more important. Everybody knows this. So like, you have areas that you trade in, and then it doesn't really matter the price, right? So it doesn't matter, like that's why I say 105 to 105.20. And, obviously I'm going to try to get closer to 20, not like 105.01. I think that's like a silly order. It's not, I shouldn't say that. Maybe it's like a really good order, but to each their own. I'm going to try to get closer to that 105.20. But yeah, you want to play off of areas. That's, I had a lot of mentors over the years that I kind of learned from, just kind of, watching other people trade. Some people have this style, some people have that style. And, all the great traders that I've noticed use areas. And so it's uncomfortable to use areas because everybody doesn't want to risk a lot. They want to be like, oh, I want to get in as close to 120 and I want my stop to be like very tight so I don't lose a lot. And then maybe I can get like a 10 to 1 or a 20 to 1. Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. You got to use areas. So that's the area. And then this is the area. I'm going to kind of get into that trade if it comes to fruition. And we'll see what happens. Thank you so much, Greystone. My hat is cool. Trader TV Live merchandise. Yeah, Trader TV Live, pretty good hat. I got a couple of them. They're on the website if you guys want to have a look. There's also sweaters and stuff. The sweaters are good. If you buy the sweaters, just buy larger. So if you think you're a medium, buy like maybe an extra large because it might shrink if you put it in the dryer or whatever.
I love this guy. He's giving laundry advice live on Trader TV,
live on
guys.
Trader TV Live. Laundry
awesome.
advice. Buy bigger. Well, because I bought the right size and then it kind of shrunk, so I got to get another one. I got to get my hands on another sweater there.
In case you guys are wondering, the argument is still going on. Now we're seeing hand gestures and all sort. I don't know, but Arun is fully involved in that argument. I just want to let you guys know that I stopped out break even on the remaining like 18% of my trade on RNA. This one dipped below 1883, so I was like, okay, I'm out of this one. We got as high as 1913. That's where we scalped out. This recent high went up to 1917, so we missed that top wick by 4 pennies. But the argument could be made that I should have had my stop in and around here. Forget about where my entry was. My entry is irrelevant. That's just the time I took the decision to enter. That has nothing to do with the price action. The price action shows me that this trough is in that 1860s area, maybe with a couple of wicks down into the 50s. So if I'm telling the truth, the better stop would have been at 1884. I just didn't want to give back profits. But if you're asking me where the right area for the stop was to know that I'm wrong, it's this 1854. I said 84 before, sorry. 1854 area. But I was not to be because I didn't want to give back any profits. And it looks like I made the right decision as we now trail back into the 60s, at least for the moment. We'll see what this one does, up 10% on the day. Someone telling me, don't do it, Sharif. Don't get into ICVX long. ICVX is done. So I responded, simply by saying that I have no bias and that I'm going to look at the price action and help that and get that to dictate what I do. Am I going long? Am I going short? It's going to be based on the price action. I don't control this, and I don't want to have any biases going in. But what I see so far is that it's above the volume-weighted average price at 1280. If it makes its way down there, I'm going to wait. I'm going to see if is this the right area to get long. Recall, guys, this was the trade. This was the trade here. Look at this move into VWAP. This happened around 11 o'clock. This is what Luca was talking about earlier. This dip trade on ICVX into VWAP, you would have to put your entry a few pennies above VWAP. It didn't really make its way all the way down there, but it's like separated by 1 or 2 pennies. If you held that 12, you could have held that one through 16. So the trade definitely was that. Now, is that trade gonna materialize again? We'll see. We'll have to wait, and we're gonna let the price action dictate to us, Luca.
Somebody was asking about NCPL. I want to get to this question quickly. It's not really too exciting. It's only done 300,000 shares, but I love when people ask questions, and I always love to answer these questions. Because it's not really doing any volume, and it looks like I'm not really sure what the deal is over here, but it's sort of muted, it's sort of dead. It did volume yesterday, so I guess that's the reason as to why you're bringing it up. But this doesn't look good. I'll be honest, this doesn't look good. All the way up, all the way down. The same way how it did did nothing for so long is what I expect. It could do nothing for so long. So I'm not sure if you're in a long or if you're in a short and kind of you just want an opinion. Is it a bounce play or whatever? Volume is the tell. It's done 300,000 shares right now. I would not want to be in this trade. I wouldn't short it. I wouldn't long it. It's SSR right now. Obviously as a day trade, there's no trade to be had here. But yeah, no, I would not want to be in something. I mean, I don't know if there's like news or whatever, but this thing was like way up here and then it just died, right? So you don't want to be in things that are not moving in your direction. For myself, I hold winners if they're winning. I get out of losers very quickly. Even if I was swing trading, obviously you give it the breathing room a little bit more. But yeah, no, definitely don't want to be in something that's not really working for you. I think Neil just said here, just trailed out of Microsoft 250 short. So let's have a look quickly at Microsoft, see where we are on this. Oh yeah, so he's saying he was short at 250. Neil, you couldn't have mentioned that to me when I'm like taking the long over here? Come on, no, I'm kidding. I'm joking. No, I was like battling the long, and I'm like, yeah, the long. No, but it was like 249. I'm just kidding. It's, I'm kind of glad that I sold that. Guys, this is a good example of the market will, I shouldn't say always, but the market will give you a chance to get your money back. It will. But the question is, do you want it?
Yep.
So you're in the long, it goes against you, it came back up. Like I could have got my money back. I punched out of it for a loser. It didn't have to be a loser. And so it's reminding me to tell you guys, the market will always give you a chance for the most part. I almost want to say like this is like a random number, but 80% of the time, the market will give you a chance to get your money back if you're quick enough. But the real question is, do you want it? Are you long, it goes against you, it comes back, and you're like, okay, maybe now it's going to go. Like, no, it should have done what you wanted to see, or you should just be out of the trade anyway. So, yeah, be patient on, depending on the stock that you're in. Be patient. It might give you a chance to get your money back. You don't actually have to lose 15 cents. You could probably break even on that trade. Just be smart with your orders on that one. So that's kind of my thoughts there. Somebody going SMMT. Let's see if this one's moving. Oh, little pop to the upside. The key level on SMMT is 4. So 4 and then 450 is like the main, I would say the main levels. So for myself, it's probably not going to get there today. I'm not going to trade it. But yeah, guys, 4 is like kind of like an area going into 450, and then 450 is like a hard area. Like I think that if we break 450 to the upside, this thing is going straight to 5. I don't know if any shorts are involved, but to my understanding, somebody owns, whoever it is, I forget the person, maybe CEO or whoever, but they own 80% of this. Jeez. So that's huge.
Holy cow.
So they believe in the company, and it's been holding it. It had the run up. I don't know where like the rest of the data is, but essentially we were down over here, and then we went up and then down, and now we're kind of sideways. So yeah, that 4 to 450 is the area, and then 450 over is we'll see what happens.
Oh,
Jersey Stranger saying, Luca, you sound like a guy in an auction selling something.
Why?
Well,
I don't think you sound like that
just
at
a heads
all.
up, I'm not selling anything. I'm just chilling, flat and chilling. Relaxed, enjoying myself here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show.
You gotta get that shirt made. I gotta interrupt you, Luca. RNA making me look like a you-know-what fool. But you know what? This is stop hunting, and that's exactly what happened here. I had my stop out at break even again. I'm gonna reiterate this. The better stop would have been that 1854 area. Didn't make its way down and got down to 1867. And guess what? It made a newer high, 1933. So I would have been, holding this one through. I would have been out already because I had my profit taker at 1925. But Yeah, this one's got all sorts of legs. I think we may be able to test the high of days today at 19, I want to say 1948. Yeah, 1948. We're not that far away from it, guys. I'm seeing 23s here on the ask, 25s now, 29s. So we're real close to high of day on RNA. Look at ICVX. This is what I'm talking about, Luca. This is what I mean flat bottom breakdown. Boom, goes the dynamite, and then sideways, and then boom, goes the dynamite again. Right? That's exactly what I mean. I love these patterns. Big move down, sideways consolidation. This would have been risky for me, though. I mean, I'm looking at the pattern, I'm admiring the pattern, but with respect to where the price action is relative to the volume weighted average price, this would have been dangerous for me. Why? Because I don't want to go short a strong small capper that's up 50% on the day above VWAP. That's just not my style. I'm sure it could hit with you, but I'm not going to take that trade. Neil in the chat saying Carvana hit VWAP. Let's bring in the Carvana chart. Yes, it is. So it looks like we just reclaimed VWAP here at 545. Yeah. What do you see on Vanna, Luca?
Well, so obviously I mentioned the 580 level, kind of moved to the downside. Now we're kind of going back up, which is like, I didn't. Should I get shorts on this name? I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna watch how this reacts at 550. Maybe this is the short. This is the short here. But if we actually get to like 560, 570, I'm paying for shorts on this one because we're going to 6 if that's the case. Like you can't tell me that we run all the way to 580, reject it this hard this quickly, and then we creep all the way back to 580. Like that is going to be spicy. That is going to be a super spicy level. Yeah, so that's kind of on watch. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it on
Carvana.
I'm going to put it on my other chart here to make sure that I don't miss this one. And thank you for whoever mentioned that. I don't know if it was Neil or someone.
Yeah,
oh, perfect.
Neil,
yeah, so good call out on that one. So I've been saying, Luca, where can I get weed? Bro, I don't know. Isn't it? If you're in Canada, go online or whatever. Like
go online. There's a dispensary like on every street corner, man. Like
yeah, I don't know. Just
they're polluting the city. They can't be near schools though. That's what my understanding. I think zoning bylaws prevent them being.
It depends the zoning requirements.
Yeah, exactly.
James, I think James. Yeah, James was saying Roku. Roku's down. Another name down 6% today.
While, man.
Wow, man, this is like this is now zoomed out.
Do you remember where this was, Luca?
This was at like 500.
Yeah,
no?
it was ridiculous.
This is at 500.
It was absolutely ridiculous, and
man,
I don't even know why it was up there. What was so special about it? It's some TV software. Like, who can't come up with that? Yeah, I don't mean to demean it, but like, I mean, Apple TV is far better.
I don't know.
Google,
I mean, hindsight's
Chromecast.
2020. When this was at 500, you can't tell me that you would sit here and be like, it's going to 5 or it's going to even 50.
No, I'm not going to be so arrogant to pretend that, but I definitely didn't think it was worth 500. Though.
Yeah. Even the same thing with Upstart, the same thing with one of the other ones. Anyways, they're all kind of Affirm,
Upstart, those fintech plays.
Yeah, all in similar boats, man. Mm-hmm. Everything getting crushed, and I think it just has a lot. Like the main kind of theme is just rising interest rates. Rising interest rates. I mean, this is 2022, and it just kind of like died. The real fade happened, 2021. But that's the thing, man. These things get like overbought. People go crazy. Price is just kind of abstract. It's like, why is it at 500? Because there's no way to measure value, right? There's no way to measure value. There's no like rates are at 0. Like everything is growth based. There's potential. It's all based on numbers that are kind of fugazi numbers. And then here we go. We finally fade all the way back down, reverse the whole move. So yeah, no, I would hate to be a shareholder in this one. I am not a shareholder in that one. Thank God, and I'm, to be honest, never buying Roku ever. I mean, I would trade it, buy and sell, but I'll never own this thing. I'll never own
absolutely no question about it. I mean, there's just so many different things that you can do now. The TVs come with so many. It's like a very crowded space, I think, and a lot of people are watching on their devices, or watching on their laptops, or watching on their iPads. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that space. I do appreciate it. I love turning on a TV and being able to flip from YouTube onto cable, onto my DAZN app or my Fubo app. That's awesome. Don't get me wrong, but it's just not worth $500 a share. What was the market cap when it was $500 a share? Oh, it must have been ridiculous.
10x.
10x,
give or take.
Give or take.
So that's actually a good question.
All right, guys. Apple continuing to print to the downside. This one has got no legs to the bottom. We just made a new low of day, 136.64. This is the retracement and then the flush, right? So shorts are in on this one. I mean, look at how silly we feel having shorted this one at 138.25, and now it's at 136.5 almost.
But how silly do I feel? Because I was long. Let's do a quick like back and forth between our screens. Let me just load this up here to show the kind of, and actually I gotta maybe talk about something else quick and I'll
Sure,
kind of
yeah,
fix
absolutely.
this
No, this Apple print, I mean, I think this is going to be a really nice swing trade for a lot of people. We've seen this over and over and over. Let's bring in the Apple daily chart. The reason I want to do that is because I want to show you this range that people have been picking up this stock in, me included. I mean, Luca pointed this out to you earlier. That 130 bottom there, that 130 bottom goes back a ways. Last time we were at 130 bottom, looks like we were, yeah, that was June lows. Okay, prior to that though, it was the previous June 2021, the last time we were at 130. So this 130 looks good for a possible bounce play if you're swing trading this. But look at the overall trend, guys. I mean, the longer term trend, obviously we're up. You don't have to, there's no argument there. But the intermediate trend, I think, may be headed to the downside. We have consistently lower lows on these peaks. Each one of these peaks is lower than the other. So if you're looking for an intermediate term swing trade, there we go, I got my words together. I think that 130 level could be awesome. And you don't have to get like that exact bottom, the bottom wick on that 130. I mean, you get 133, you get 132, 4, whatever, and then you swing it back up into the high to mid 40s, maybe even 50s. Who knows if you're lucky or if you're good enough. But I like Apple for a swing trade at those levels, Luca.
So yeah, let's do a back and forth between
All right.
charts here on Apple, because this is kind of cool. It's like two different perspectives.
Completely.
You wanted the short.
Yes.
We started the show. You were like short Apple. I was long. So every time it was going up, I was like, let's go. And you're just like, yeah, this is not working for me. And then you would come back. The short would be good. You'd be like, let's go. And I was like in pain. I'm like, no, I should be adding. And but look at this, man. Long, recycle. I took one short. Look how the short was. You were right on the short.
One. Yeah,
like we're down here, and the short was way easier. I don't even know what I was thinking, man. But sometimes you're just not thinking straight. But this is like, I did not make good money on these trades, but I didn't lose. And so I was like, I'm taking like this kind of, in my mind, asymmetrical risk, and I'm trying to like play off like below 138, long, kind of cover, long, cover, wrong. Okay, back up, long, cover, and then cover. So I actually made money. Like I'm looking at my Apple, and I'm ahead. But the thing is you probably made more. Because
I could have made a lot more.
You could have made more.
Yeah, I could have made a lot more. Yeah, because I'm a goof, right? Like I should not be covering this. The market was yelling at me. I'm trending down. Everything says lower lows, lower highs. Why are you selling? It's so psychological. The logic says hold until you have a reason not to. And it's something that I practice too with these small cappers. I'm like, no, I'm going to hold to this level because the level tells me this, and that. But when it comes to these large cappers, you know, because I'm not really comfortable with them, I tend to cover a little too quickly, and that's something that I got to work on personally, Luca.
I love that comment. The 4 hours of sleep caught up to you. Yeah, I'm so tired, and what was I thinking? Like, this is the thing. In the morning, I kind of felt good. I had the short. I made money. Great day. And then for some reason, I'm like, here, I'm tired. I'm not paying attention. I'm like, yeah, the long, it's going to bounce. I'm going to try to get out 138.60. So yeah, no, it didn't even break like 138.40, I feel like. So yeah, short was good. Don't fight the trend. There's times that you can fight the trend, but yeah, don't fight the trend. It doesn't make any sense. You know, it's way easier. I was saying it too, though. I was like, man, the bids are soft. Like you want to be short, and then I'm going long. It's like, what am I even thinking there? I'm gonna pull up XOM just to check on my order quickly. Yeah, no, this is kind of now rejecting. So at this point, I don't want the 105. I would have wanted it to go up through 105 over here, then give the fade. The fact that now it's starting to fail, I don't even want that order anymore. It's a whole different trade, so I'm gonna cancel that order. This speaks towards, you know, take trades when you want to see them work, and then if they don't work, you know, you obviously give it that kind of wiggle room, but make sure you're taking trades, and if you're not seeing what you want to see, you cancel those orders. There's always going to be another trade. You know, in the middle of the day, there's going to be less trades. It's the nature of trading, but for sure there's opportunities. You just got to make sure you kind of watch your orders, and yeah, you know, I mean, you've had some crazy RNA.
Oh, the RNA one. Look at
trades,
this,
like
though, dude. Look, I mean, it's just like we're testing high of days now. So feeling very silly. 1948. We just got to high of days.
I love how they still have, look, they still have mine.
What?
It's like you're giving a great example, and they're
Yeah, I know. They're busy like arguing back there with these two.
the debate is on.
The debate is on, but
Argument
Arun has since departed from that debate. I don't know, guys. Do we create a new high of day here, or do we get a double top bounce to the bottom and maybe a retracement into VWAP on RNA? You won't catch me in that short unless it really shows itself. But up 14%. Sorry, I was about to say 15%. Up 14%, and we're currently at high of days. Let's see what this one can do. Actually, let's go to the daily chart on this one, because we had a level pegged from yesterday. That high of day, I think it was 23 and change. I want to say on RNA, yeah, 21. Sorry, not 23. 21.23 is the high of day yesterday. That occurred around 10:30. So subsequent to the open. We'll also have an interesting resistance level, if I can guess, at that 2018, 2020 level. That's the high right here that we made prior to moving into that high of day at 21.23. So look for those two areas of resistance. Maybe that 20 level, you'll find some sellers stepping in, trying to get some short, or some buyers are covering at that, or not covering, but taking profits at that 20. But I think that 21.23, if we can make it up there, definitely is a level to keep your eye on. High of day from yesterday, Luca.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm glancing back. CVNA is kind of still below that 550 level. I think if you want like a slow trade that can potentially just kind of spend time here and then fade back down, maybe this is the trade for you. Just kind of calling it like I see it here. And CVNA. Yeah, so let me just pull it up quick. That 550. Maybe we break 550, we can't go higher, and then we go back down and, slowly get back down to like the 530s, the 520 areas. That's kind of a potential I see. I'm just like, I don't want to take that for 30 cents. I just don't want to do it. I don't want it to skew my judgment, and the shorts are so cheap it doesn't even matter. But it's one of those things that maybe it happens, but I don't care too much if that happens. Volume is kind of slow. I would love for this to really go crazy. Then it's a crazy good opportunity, and then I'll kind of take a look there. But yeah, this is probably back to VWAP, slowed down. No, I'm looking at the tape. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of panic in the tape. It's not really too exciting. So yeah, maybe the short is good back down to 30. I take those trades sometimes when I have the shorts in the morning. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna. The last thing I want to do right now is, I missed the trade at the 80s. I'm not gonna do anything silly and get myself into trouble on that one.
All right,
I'm just looking at what are they showing.
Can I just talk quickly about Adobe here? Adobe set to report earnings after the bell today. Adobe, a big boy, $151 billion market cap. Guys, I use Market Chameleon. It's an interesting site. It's free. You just have to create a login here to be able to access subsequent days. But if you don't want to create a login, you can access today. But if you want to see the earnings for next week and tomorrow, etc., you're going to have to log in. But Market Chameleon showing us that it's after market. And then look at this. This is what I like about Market Chameleon. Let me zoom this in a bit so you guys can see here. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Look at this. Shows us the previous move on Adobe. Last time we had a 16.8% move to the downside. And I trade some of these earnings plays sometimes, so I'm familiar with this move. And there's two things that I want to note here. There's the move. There's the release time itself, which is 4:05 p.m. Usually comes out 5 minutes after the bell. And I'll show you how to get that time in a second. And then there is this move. There's this column right here, the conference call. A lot of the times, the move subsequent to the earnings release is made during the conference call, because that's when they say certain things. And analysts, a lot of analysts are listening. Investors, analysts, you name it, they're all listening to that call. And they hear something they don't like. You'll see that flush reflected in the charts. So that starts at 5 today. So the previous move, a 17% move to the downside. Conference starts at 5. This time, though, we have an expected move of 6.3%. Now, that's going to be plus or minus. They don't tell you. So the expected move, depending on where earnings come in, positive or negative, the analysis here is that it'll move plus or minus 16.3%. Another thing to keep an eye on is the options volume. You want to see that options traders and traders in general are recognizing that this is an important event for this company. And that is reflected in how much options volume is taking place on this particular stock for the earnings date. So 33,000, and this number will mean nothing to you initially, but when you get more adept at trading these earnings trades, you'll start noticing, oh, this is a small amount. Oh, no, this is a large amount. So the options volume is another thing that you need to look at. The second website that I use is Earnings Whispers. And this one allows you, if you click calendar up here, this will show you the earnings on deck for today, both before the market open and after market close. And the good thing about this website is it shows you the earnings time, the earnings release time, so you can be ready for that. Some come out at 4, 4:05, 4:10, 4:15. Usually in increments of 5 minutes, you'll get these earnings plays. They usually come out every 5 minutes or so after the bell. So that's what I look at for these earnings plays. Adobe, definitely one that I want to keep on radar, Luca, because it's proved lucrative in the past.
Yeah, guys, we got 5 minutes to go here. Netflix, kind of interesting, made another low, and then instantly, from 286.5 all the way to 280.89 very quickly to the upside. I think, yeah, you probably test that 290 and kind of see what happens from there. Man, what a money short. If I was, I feel like, you know, I'm doing well today, having a great day, captured the move that I wanted, looked really good, but then the day kind of plays itself out, and you know, all the way down to 280. Okay, Netflix now is actually going kind of crazy here. Not really sure if there's any news on that player. If that's
Netflix
just
getting bought
That
up,
is like,
Luca.
that's a sharp move to the upside.
$4 move to the high side in
And like-
1 3-minute candle. What's going on?
This is 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes, 286.80, all the way to 291. That's crazy. Somebody's saying obvious news.
Obvious. Okay, let me find out. Let me go to my news blotter real quick. Type in NFLX. Let's see if anything comes up. Spiked up 1343. Netflix down over 9%. Worst performer. No. Okay, so there's some company that says that maintained coverage of neutral. That ain't going to be it. Plunges. Okay, not really getting anything new here to justify this move on Netflix. Maybe Brendo will have an update for you when the closing show starts. That's like 4 minutes away, guys. I got Arun setting up next to me. I got Neil up at the big board for the trade of the day, and Brendo obviously setting up as well. So Diamond Realty of Miami wants me to look at ICVX because that just made its way back down to VWAP, guys. Broke that 13 level, made its way down to 1289, back up to 1317, but this is a good VWAP trade here. If this had been an hour ago or half an hour ago, I'd definitely be looking at a long, but we've got 4 minutes left on the show, so I'm going to forego this opportunity. But ICVX, for anybody interested in the small capper, coming to a critical level here at VWAP, so look for either a breakdown or a bounce play, possibly into Hive days.
Yeah, somebody's saying Netflix is pleased. Successful launch of ad tier Bloomberg sighting. Yeah, that combined with the fact that it's down so much, got to imagine some shorts are just kind of nursing and kind of trailing, and then as soon as it kind of triggers to the upside. There you go on that one. I kind of want to get long, but I don't want to get myself into trouble. Maybe I should try you know what? I'm going to try a long here at 289. If we can dip 289.61, I'll risk 60 cents on this. I think, you know, if I get the fill, great, and we kind of dip and then rip. I'm sort of playing off the channels that it's setting up. So it broke 291, kind of flushed through 290, break to the downside. You know, nothing's really changed. It's just kind of dead, not doing anything. Big move to the upside, like super sharp move in 2 minutes, as we were just discussing. And now it's just a matter of, can we dip down and can I get a fill and then kind of we pop back. I feel like now it's going back to the upside, so maybe I missed my chance for that. Yeah, okay, no, that's gone. That's good. I was just hoping this would quickly dip and then go back up. Now, this is a fast trade. This is like you have the first leg up, you have the quick liquidity vacuum down, maybe you get the fill, and then it pops back to the highs and you reevaluate. If you miss that fill, the trade is gone because now we're already back at the highs. We're going to clear the highs. If we go back down, it's a whole different trade altogether. So yeah, it's unfortunate didn't get the dip buy on that one. But yeah, it's fine. You know, better to be patient and not in a trade and not lose than chase and lose money. So yeah, that was kind of interesting there. Someone's saying, has GME found a bottom near 20?
GME?
I didn't even look at this in so long. I know AMC
I just want to shout out Diamond Realty of Miami real quick for that $3.05 super chat. He says, thank you guys, 305 MIA. Yeah, we shout out to Miami, obviously, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. What were you looking at there, Luca, on GME before we send it back up to Brendo?
Yeah, no, just kind of looking, I was caught off guard. I was just like, wow, GME's at 20? Yeah, no, this is kind of crazy. It's wild to think that GME is worth they're worth like $7 billion, I'm pretty sure. GME stock, like in terms of market cap valuation, yeah, $6.2 billion, which is, I don't know if I'm like wrong, I don't know if I'm out of line to say this, but $6 billion for GME? Doesn't that seem like a lot?
A lot.
That seems like a crazy.
A lot, yes. It seems like very
and the
much
thing
a
is
lot.
like it's a lot, and I understand why it's still a lot. But the fact that it held this level for so long.
Can I ask you
like,
something?
That doesn't make any sense.
Are you a gamer? I know Prad's a gamer. Do you game?
I game sometimes, yeah.
Do you buy your games physical copies or do you get them online now?
I don't know the last time I bought a game.
I mean, I don't know too many people buying games. I'm
guess I
not
would
a
buy
gamer,
it
so I can't pretend to know. But it seems like these brick and mortar stores for. I like Best Buy. Best Buy is different though. Arun's saying I like Best Buy, and here's why I like Best Buy. If I want to see how big a TV is, it means nothing to me to tell me it's 86 inches on the screen. You know what I mean? I need to see it in real life. I need to go there. If I like a computer, if I like I don't know, particular camera, I want to see it in real life. So I feel that there is a little bit more cachet left in the Best Buy. But then again, the counter argument to that is, well, go see it, go see if you like it, and then go buy it somewhere else cheaper online. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people are doing. But these Best Buy, I think they make the majority of their money from these service contracts that they sell you for repair and stuff like that. But Luca, it's 2 o'clock, man.
I had a great time, man. Great show.
What a great day.
Always a blast. Time flies when you're having fun. You know?
Absolutely. Good day for both of us. He had a headache before. Look how he got a big smile on his face now because he made money. Anyway, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, guys,
Brendo.
ciao.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left in what is turning into be a pretty ugly day on top of what we saw yesterday post-Fed. A lot of people throwing in the towel, maybe, until the new year, possibly. Here's how things are shaping up as we head towards 2 o'clock. We're there, if you hadn't looked at a clock yet. 2.7. For the S&P, 2.7%. Look at the NASDAQ, 3.6%. 2.7 for the Dow as well. Ugly.